those knights. Try to defend here. Jab throwers doing the best they can to thin out the archer numbers. But Team Elephant just continues to mass, and they are raiding. Look at that.
So, speaking of bow chads, we'll probably see some bow chads soon. Chooks, though, just moving into that front line. Camel Lancers are a great unit to go into that. Camel Archers, not so much. We saw Flaming Arrows come into play super quick, and oh no, Nest of Bees. There's 10 of them here. It doesn't matter that those are melee units. The just pure AoE damage, the base damage that it's going to do, you can't dodge those fires. You're fighting at a choke point.
Treb's looking to counter siege the Nest of Bees a little bit. And now the Nest of Bees a little far forward, taking shots from the Berkshire.
Every time those Nest of Bees turn, though, they just get so much damage off. Frontline now is into the mix. There's only 6 Nest of Bees left instead of the 10, but back wood lines are
Yeah, they're just trying to survive as much as they can with that static defense from the TC. Mangudai circling around, getting their shots in. Knights just trying to stay on the archers.
But he is forced to take this so he can get enough gold to do things. And I don't think he's going to kill any units here.
No. You can see that amazing micro from Louis. He's pulling away those injured ones. We saw a horseman get out of there early, take a gulp, get back into the fray. This Myriad not going to be able to create anything. There's going to be a final stand here. They have to engage. Looks like, but it's not really going to go well for the Magyar Marauders.
The Lancers onto the backside, onto the Archers. Archer mass now has Cataphracts in the middle. It makes it so hard to micro, makes it so hard to actually get good damage out. And you can see how the numbers get affected by it. It is an absolute decimation wipe. Magyar Marauders have gotten cleaned up.
Core is here for some defense, establishing that Kuraltai. Like we've seen all game, those Ayubid villagers running away, running to safety, getting out of this area, but this fight just looks like it's being dominated by oil and oil here.
Look at it's just pure numbers. Baltoon has 80 units out on the field. Olyona and Core have 38. It's just he just has too much. He's even got the prelates here to help and heal, and they have 135 units. Sass running on here with the Ghulams. They want to take this fight. It's a good spot to take the fight. Cataphracts are watching, about to do a nice trample through, I'm sure. Watch for the trample. Units are so together. Crossbows onto the backside. The elephants are starting to get focused down, though.
Yeah, there they go. There's 2 down. There's 1 left, and it's just dying under a hail of crossbows. Look at that.
Ghazi's taking the dive, though. Baltoon trying to fight here in a choke point, but it is a huge, huge mass. Elephant there to play as well. Villagers starting to die. Sass running around his TC, trying to circle back, utilize that pathing. The slow elephants and take a winning fight for themselves in this defensive side. His Olive Grove starting to get taken down. Crossbows on the backside. It's crossbow v crossbows. Is there going to be enough here from Baltoon and Sass to hold this?
And it will be
full
under the
keep and a full wooden fortress. Spears, Ghulams, everything's starting to go on in. Elephant starting to be focused down and focused down quick. There were a ton at the start of this fight. You're already starting to see 2, 3, 4 fall.
Starting to melt away. Cataphracts doing a good job on the backside, preventing those Ghazi Raiders from getting into the crossbows. Doing a good job of delaying them out. Great positioning there.
Royal Bloodlines Knights. There's the only thing that can help against that's 18 spears, and he would wreck that in a fight regularly. So he's feeling pretty good. The Knights win the Knights pretty hard. There's an elephant even here to help out in the fight. Chooks aren't going to be doing too much damage even with upgrades. And so Baltoon and Sass look to again be taking a winning fight and a potential game deciding fight here. Cataphract number thinning. If the archers get left alone, they are as good as dead. It's all about the Cataphract staying alive right now.
And there it is. There was an opening. Those knights get in onto the archers. Look at the massive damage on that surround. So many archers going down, others being baited towards the TC. Knights able to clear out quite a bit. Horse archers basically untouched this entire engagement. Those spears, though, getting picked off every time they try to get close. We got a trample through.
Though. Followed up by the gulp. The mounted samurai, though, they're A moving, and there's so many mounted samurai here. There just aren't enough cataphracts. You can see Mahodo just decided to turn and run.
There's the mounted samurais trying to engage. Spearmen there as well. Cataphracts trying to hold, trying to be that wall, but those numbers are thinning out. Gulps coming in. Mounted samurais now able to get in onto the archers, and VES losing a lot of military here.
Yeah, and this is where I laugh at the overlay where, like, you see the numbers, you're like, oh, it seems close. It's like, nah. There's 5 cataphracts. There's 23 mounted samurai.
Exactly how you get back when you're in this sort of position. We do see an attempt here on the water. Dragavan coming out, Mahodo. Springald ships are shooting. Demo trying to maneuver into position. Not gonna happen. There are just so many ships from Wham here. Puppy Paw right behind with his units.
The horseman number with Triumph. There are no spears here right now. I think they're building the rams. Where are the spears?
Spears aren't here. I have no idea where they're at. This is...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the EGC TV Winter Team Championship. I'm, of course, Liticor, joined today by the lovely Dr. Dapston, as we will take a look at the elimination matches of the group stage here in Winter Team Championship 2. 4 best-of-5s coming up today, and unfortunately, by the end of today, we will say goodbye to 4 teams here in the group stage.
Yeah, today it is win or go home. Very, very kind of gets the nerves on the lines. It kind of starts to make you sweat a little bit more before the game, and things are going to be tight. And these series should be a little bit closer, obviously, getting down to the wire. The previous matches, you know, you have some of the big names versus some of the maybe a little bit lesser known people, and now we're getting a little bit closer along the series.
Indeed, as you start getting deeper into these tournaments, you know, series get longer and longer, so we'll see how long we're staying, I guess, awake tonight. Although, well, both of us are in the US, so it's probably not a big hassle for us, but we could be in for a long day. Let's take a look at the first set of the day, though, because the players are getting ready to go. And we're kicking this off with Pro Quitters versus Meow Police, as you can see at the top left of your screen. Some of the names should be names that you're familiar with, even if you're just watching 1v1 events. Keo and Mio Maika, they've been very involved in 1v1s as well. And then later on, we'll take a look at Volda Esport versus Egear, Scatter School versus Core and Alyona, and last but not least, Banter Boys versus Magyar Marauders. All 4 of these sets will be broadcasted here at EGC TV live today, so you will miss none of the action.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of exciting series. Definitely finishing it off with one that so a couple teams that I know both of the teams on that side, and it should be a fun series to watch and finish it off with today too.
All right, we should have a draft for the first series right here. Let's take a look. Pro Quitters versus Meow Police. Mio Maika, Kaio, and Opa versus Xlav, Blid, and Raito. Seed number 9 versus seed number 16. And I'm not going to lie, I think that's probably the biggest surprise to me so far, although we're like 5 minutes into the broadcast, so I guess you should take that with a grain of salt. But Meow Police, you know, you look at these guys, you don't really associate them with a lot of competitive play. They really haven't been playing these 1v1 events. I don't really recall them playing a lot of team events in the past either. But they are seed number 9, and I think that tells you a lot.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but I want to say they might have joined teams by the Looking for Teams channel. So it's not like they've been a team that's played together for a while. They both are, you know, Kong 3 players. I've known both, you know, from the ladder here and there. But I want to say that, you know, they weren't like I said, weren't teamers for a while. Whereas on the other side, Keo and Meo Maika, I know have you know, played some team games together for here a bit in previous tournaments.
That's so cool, though. Like, imagine if they, you know, win this set. They'll be playing a decider game within their group with a chance to potentially get into the top 8. That's so cool for a team that really, like, kind of just assembled themselves through that Find a Team channel, just saying, well, listen, I want to play this event. I don't know who I want to team up with. I don't necessarily have the connections or the people that I usually play competitively with. So, yeah, let's just see who else is out there, and sometimes it just clicks.
Yeah, and I mean, they already took down a couple of big names. I want to say they were the ones deciding sending Avely and Lash on home. So, already have kind of been able to make some money for themselves, and you can't complain about that when you're pairing up with a random.
Well, we do have the best of 5 draft over here. We're kicking this off with a brand new map for the event, Kurlogar. We have a chance for Scandinavia sighting today, which I'm extremely excited about. Gorge, Cliffside, Dry Arabia, some classics as well in the map pool. And it looks like we're going to have the Chinese and the Mongols versus the Rus and the French over here. Potential for a lot of knights, I feel.
Yeah, and well, Rus is one of those that in these drafts, in these series, you kind of have to do the draft a certain way because it is sniped by your opponent. So you really want a cav civ, you want mobility, but there's only a few civs that can kind of do more than one things with that in their wheelhouse, and Rus is definitely one of those. So they can also play the fast castle horse archer game, or even stay feudal and go pure archers like the olden days.
Yeah, I wonder how that's going to go, especially in a map like Kurlogar, because this is anything but a standard map. But you have these waterways out there. I've seen some teams trying to fish. I've seen some teams just trying to straight up go to castle, play this as an open land map. So I feel like in many ways, this is probably the most unpredictable map of the 5 that we might have today. The rest of them, I feel like the meta is a lot more established. But I think it tells you a lot that one of the teams, or one of the picks here from Mio, Micah, and Kaio were Japanese, whereas on the other side you have the English. So I get the feeling that Meow Police is kind of leaning towards more of that land-focused play, whereas Mio, Micah, and Kaio might have been thinking about getting some fishing going early on.
Yeah, Mongol can really take control. They can just start out with those Dark Age spears and punish if other people are going too far out with their docks, or can even just deny gold, deny an age up for someone like French, which we might just see some Dark Age spears in general, even if they don't even scout any fishing, just to do the typical tower rush onto that French gold.
That would be interesting. In fact, I could see that working because you are also up against the Rus. So worst case scenario, you hit the gold mine of that Rus player. Both of these civilizations could and maybe will rely on knights in feudal, which means that if you can cause disruption to that gold income, that's going to be a big thing. We'll see if that's the direction that Mio, Micah, and Kaio go for, but it is just a couple of seconds that separates us from game number 1 here. Pro Quitter seed number 16 versus Meow Police, an elimination match coming up here in the Winter Team Championship 2.
Any second.
Any moment now.
We can hear the volume in the background, just getting things all set up and just, letting the suspense build, getting everyone all hyped up in the crowd.
Yeah, I love the tease. All right, here we go. Ladies and gents, welcome to game number 1, the Pro Quitter versus Meow Police. This is an elimination match in the group stage of the EGCTV Winter Team Championships here in 2024. With pink and purple, we have Mio, Micah, and Kaio from Pro Quitter, and Blue the Next Lab will be playing for Meow Police.
Yeah, and right off the bat, we can kind of see which teams are moving out with villagers towards the water. Kyo already making a dock, being Chinese, gonna build that dock very quick and produce those fishing ships rather quick. So gonna get that nice little advantage as far as some extra eco for himself.
I think this is the biggest wild cards when you look at this map, Kurlogar. I've seen some teams going straight to the water, getting that little extra influx of resources in terms of fishing. But at the same time, if you do that, you're delayed going into feudal age, and that could be dangerous. At the end of the day, this is a reasonably open land-style map in many ways. When you look at the starting base of the players, it's very reminiscent to Dry Arabia. You do have that deer pack a little closer, but besides that, the openness, so to say, is kind of similar to what you would experience on a map like Dry Arabia.
Yeah, we could see some of these players pushing in their own deer with their scouts. Some of them, like Mayomeka, able to utilize something else, and his Gur pushing in the deer nice and close to his town center. And there we go. We do see the Dark Age barracks and going to try to put a little bit of pressure on the other side. Gonna start sending some spears across the map.
This is an interesting opening here by the Mongols. It's definitely not unprecedented, but at the same time, when you look at how the Mongols are played, at least recently, oftentimes it's a Keshik play. And if you go for a Dark Age Rax opening here, you kind of delay that Keshik build-up quite a bit. At the same time, when you're playing against Rus and the French, you can do a lot of damage with that Mongol Tower Rush. And I guess the idea here could be that Miomaika is just going to cause disruption, and it kind of just allows Kaio to do whatever he wants, basically.
Yeah, and you can't forget that usually that Keshik play is when you have some trade building up behind it. There are no corner neutral markets on this map. Hard for him to start building up some extra sort of economy to support that gold. And it would be a really kind of all-any play to do that in a sense. And this is where delaying the French as much as you possibly can, especially if you can't get that first knight out, is absolutely massive. Believe, did he already get the auto attack onto the mining camp?
Villager is getting pulled away here. Blid doesn't have the gold for a knight just yet. He's already clicked up the Feudal Age. Might actually lose the scout over here, playing with fire, so to say. But at least he buys some time for these gold miners.
Yeah, it doesn't end up canceling the mining camp instead. Just gathers enough for that first knight if he so desires, and one knight is enough to cause some damage, is enough to kind of push those spears back at times if they don't have some extra reinforcements, or if they split off, you really have to keep them together.
Yeah, that's a big commitment into Spearman. We've got 6 of those out there, which means that this initial knight isn't going to be able to clean this up by any means. At the same time, however, it means that Blid and Axlav will both be substantially quicker into Feudal Age compared to their counterparts.
Yeah, Miomaika also hasn't done a great job of scouting. Blid has a nice little back gold for himself, already moved on out there with some villagers. So while he was denied on gold, it was more of just a delay than a deny, but some bounty bonus going on over. And there's still some extra eco behind this for Kyo and Miomaika. Feudal Ages just now being dropped, whereas Feudal Ages being finished on the other side.
Yeah, that's a trade-off that you're getting over here. You're delaying your Feudal Age if you're playing with a Dock or a Dark Age Spear Rush. But at the same time, especially if you're Kaio, you had water uncontested, so you do have a little extra influx of food. Of course, the big question begins with how Blid and Axlav will play this. We have a knight coming out for Blid. Axlav doesn't really have much over here, and this is a big one. This gold mine gets found out, and the villager that was working on it was actually one of the damaged ones. So you gotta be cautious here if you're Blid. He had a tower foundation that he ended up canceling. Means that right now he has no means of protecting this gold mine.
My guess is he was about to get housed instead. You usually have so few villagers on the wood line early when you're French that you just don't have enough to spare for some towers. And so instead moves out to that front gold mine again, but has enough for the tower this time, rushing it on down with 4 villagers, does get scouted out, but Miomaika at least is able to get another set of bounty over for himself.
And this is looking better and better now for Kaio and Miomaika. Let's not forget, Miomaika torched down 2 mining camps. That's a lot of bounty when you consider, you know, early game resource influx. So this Spear Rush definitely paid off. Blade is only on 2 knights, and he actually had to queue up a horseman over here. That just tells you that he's definitely, you know, handcuffed by that lack of gold income. And that's going to hinder his ability to build up those knights. At the same time, it looks like Axlav is going straight to castle here, though. Not a single unit coming out for him. He's piling up both gold and food. We could see horse archers coming into play, though. And that could be massive. Horse archers, they have a lot of mobility here. And it's not like Kaio and Miomaika have a lot of tools to fight those off right now.
Yeah, and that's really like I've seen French and Rus paired together a lot in team games, a lot in this tournament, as we just see a scout get sniped on out by some spears. Barbican able to get a little bit of extra damage, but that really feels like Rus's wheelhouse when it becomes, you know, this pairing. They go, all right, I'm just going to go to castle while you've delayed the other team a little bit, you've taken the damage, now I'm going to start taking over with my mobility, because horse archers can just create such a good role, take over with such good map control.
At the same time, it looks like Kaio also wants to go to Castle Age here directly. I don't think, yeah, he's in Song Dynasty already, but he's piling up golden food for Castle as well. First, the castle should be Axlav, though. He is going to click up just now. At the same time, the Knights of Blid are still looking for targets here. He did end up losing his scout. He added a new one. That just tells you how important that the vision is for the Knights to acquire targets. That's a lot of spearmen, though, and the tower is not finished.
Oh, and he only has 2 Knights here. Mayumeka just saying, I'm going to take down the first tower. Instead, turns towards the villagers. Villagers jump inside the outpost. Scout falls yet again. Knights have to run away, and villagers do as well. Spears, though, they want to take this fight. Knights!
Oh, the Knights had to be sacrificed here to save the villagers. So many of those wills were low HP. 5 of the villagers could jump into the tower, but the rest of them couldn't. They just had to make their way to the other tower through that maze of spearmen. That's a lot of damage done on Blid, though. Xlav really needs to start carrying this game for the next few minutes because his teammate took a big beating.
Yeah, the hard part now is Keo just feels like he is going full boom behind this, and it's untouched. You mentioned Castle. It's not just Castle for Keo. He's dropped a second TC, he's Song Dynasty, and he has that fishing for himself. He has a little bit of everything, and he has that Chinese boom.
That's a great point. I actually just now noticed that second TC, and, you know, again, there's not much from Blid and Xlav to contest it just yet. They combine for 4 Knights, and that's basically it. Sure enough, Horse Archers could become a reality soon for Xlav, but by the time that happens, Kyo and Mayumeka will have a substantially better economy. But if they want to do damage, this is the window. They have a cost age advantage, Horse Archers will be on the way, and Kyo is still at least a minute away from Castle.
Yeah, the big problem with the Horse Archers, though, is they don't do damage to buildings. If there's structures already down, such as the Barbican, such as a TC, they can't really fight into that too well. They're really good at picking off villagers on exposed eco, but it's going to take a while for them to get there. Speaking of exposed eco, this is a huge raid. No,
he doesn't notice.
Still, he's all in on the gold on the other side, and he needs to be looking at his.
Oh my! It's a back and forth. But the difference is that Blid might just get away with his vills. He might lose 1 or 2. But Mayumeka hasn't yet noticed that he lost all his gold miners.
Yeah, no longer going to be able to start queuing up those Keshiks that he was rotating into. However, another 5 villagers are or should go down. For Blid's side, those villagers are quite low. Horse Archers coming to help, though, and Mayumeka wants this. He's probably noticed at this point he wants revenge. He wants blood after losing so much.
Difference here is that the spearmen take a lot more time to chase down these vills. Ultimately, they do get cleaned up, and Kyo and Mayumeka retain a 10 eco lead. But at the same time, this is huge here for Blid and Xlav. Without that raid on the gold mine, they would have been in a very tough position.
Spears, they're still coming back. They want some more bounty. He's just all in on this front side of the French gold, and there's nothing that Xlav can really do to help this that much. He's trying to build those Horse Archer numbers up. You can see him trying to help, but all this time we talked about it, the boom for the Chinese behind this.
Yeah, that's the scary detail here. Xlav is doing his best to try and just hold this flood of Mongols at bay. Horsemen being mixed in as well. Wololo is going to push these guys away. No conversion, but the con goes down and the Horse Archer numbers start being built up. I wonder, if you're Blid, are you considering maybe dropping a second TC here? You took a big beating. You gotta catch up in eco at some point.
And you can see the damage on the gold. Mayumeka having to build horsemen, and now it's not just damage on the gold. Villagers moved out to berries, having to be idled out, and finally pulling that whole military mass back. But this is where he says, all right, I carried the mass right now. I've delayed them as much as possible. It's your time to take on over.
Yeah, now it's KO's time to go. He's actually going crossbows here, which is a little surprising against Horse Archers. Crossbows are a good general purpose unit, but I wouldn't think it's a good matchup against all these Horse Archers. And I feel like this is crucial for Xlav here. They need time. They need time to get Blid back into this game. They are down by 18 eco. So if Kyo is not making a direct counter to these Horse Archers, that just buys some time for Meow Police to get back on track in terms of eco. But they gotta go for a second DC here. One of them, potentially both.
I mean, the thing is even if they go second TC, it doesn't match 2 TC strong. They both have to go 2 TCs, but at that point, you know, this is where Kio's going to be fully online, already starting to probably contest some of those relics onto the map, or at the very least, we can see the crossbow mass and how fast it's building up.
I love the small groups of horse archers though, and Blit actually built up 10 knights here. Finally, he's got access to gold, and he's starting to use that. Sure enough, the crossbows will pick these apart. Yeah, but look at it. Oh my. Oh my, I just jinxed that so bad.
Oh, and he's going back out to the deer. He was on gold and deer out there, basically his whole entire economy. And Mayomeka had transitioned into mobility, had Keshiks, had horsemen, and he's punishing that hard. They're both now at about the same villager count after all of this damage.
I was just about to praise Blit and Axlav, saying that they've got multiple small groups of knights and horse archers running around. This is their time to cut into that eco deficit. But as I was thinking about that, I just saw all these gold miners and villagers on food getting massacred. Now they're down by 30 eco. They really gotta start picking off eco from the other side. Otherwise, this game is just going to slip out of their control.
I mean, this is where you look up at the ecos, and it's kind of like everyone's on the same level-ish, except for Kio, and he's up at 70. He's doubling these other ecos. Everyone's been kind of damaging each other quite a bit. And we're seeing the Mongol TC get dove, but it's getting dove by horse archers, which will get shredded by TC fire.
Now, Blit and Axlav still have a dominant army over here. 26 horse archers, 10 knights. The army value is just so much more in their favor. I'm not a fan of these knights fighting spearmen directly, but they're idling out a lot of Mayomeka's eco. And, you know, as much as Blit took a big beating, now Mayomeka is also kind of struggling with the eco. Some harassment going on Kaio's side as well, but Kaio does have a massive resource bank. What is he up to with that?
He might just be going towards imp in a sec, or the biggest thing, he might not have the production that he needs for all the crossbows that he wants to queue on up.
Now, this horse archer mass is getting scary though. And with all this map control, Axlav can also collect the relics to make up for that eco deficit. Horse archers just using masterfully over here to pick off all these workers. Things are starting to get better and better here for Blit and Axlav, I feel.
Yeah, even after all this though, Mongol, French, they're on the same economy numbers still. 37 villagers each, and they both just feel like they've taken so much damage. Kio, untouched, it feels like. 72 villagers, military numbers building, 10 crossbows in queue. That is absolutely wild how many numbers he can pump, and that number, it just keeps climbing. He's up at 24 crossbows already.
What is he gonna do with all these crossbows though? I feel like the concern is that they're just very slow, and sure enough, they might be good to just defend against the knights over here. Then they aren't going to be amazing against small groups of horse archers. And at the same time, they're just kind of turtling back at home, conceding all this map control to Blit and Axlav. Blit and Axlav have to use that. They gotta pick up the relics. They gotta secure the sacred sites. As I'm saying that, Axlav is now moving towards the sacred sites. And again, I feel like they still need to add an extra town center or so here just to make up for that eco deficit.
Yeah, the eco numbers have they've stayed at that just barely 25 down number or so for a little bit now. So it hasn't been extending like it should, because they're the ones being the aggressors. But this is what Kio wants. He wants to start slowly walling off this map. And Mayomeka is still roaming, this time going for some Rus villagers. A late reaction from Xlav.
He might just make it back home. Textal's working wonders over here. He's going to lose 1 or 2 wills, but I mean, given the circumstances, this is the best he could have hoped for.
It could have been way worse, but they really need to keep up this aggression. It feels so bad to pull these armies back, because this is the only thing that really feels like it's been keeping them in this game. But Mayomeka diving the wood line, going in for more villagers. So you said it could have been worse, and this is definitely getting worse now. 3, 4 more villagers going down. Not enough room in that wooden fortress. Not enough room in the TC for all of these villagers. And again, a late reaction. He's just attacking with the villagers.
This, I feel like, is the big difference. Every time Kaio and Mayomeka dive the enemy base, they get away with a lot of villager picks. Blit and Axlav have been really good when it comes to doing chip damage, getting away with a couple of villager kills, but they never had these massive findings beside that one hit on the gold mine before. And that's the difference maker. Every time Kaio and Mayomeka hit villagers, they get away with 5, 6, 7 kills. and now it's showing when you look at the overall villager count.
Yeah, and Chinese, when they're the Civ, when they're most vulnerable is when they're making that food granary transition, when they start running out of the deer, they start running out of their initial sheep and berries. And Keo, he's already walled off, and he's already started to make a huge farm transition behind this.
Now, the one thing I like about the setup here for Keo and Miyomeka, besides the villager count, is that now they're getting some walls going. And this is limiting the ability of Blid and Axlav so much more when it comes to hitting the eco. So far, they had that mobility advantage with the horse archers and the knights. But if they're bumping into walls, it's going to be increasingly more difficult to hit that Chinese economy, which now is at 90 villagers. I mean, Keo alone has basically the same villager count as the two opponents combined.
Yeah, and horse archers trying to dive a Mongol TC again. Crossbows here to defend it. And oh my, look at how pretty that is just behind these walls as well. And more granary farms are going to continue to be dropped around that, just all inside those 3 granaries. And the Chinese eco, you can look at the resources Q has. His only thing he's lacking to go imp is food, because he's been spending it all. 3,000 gold in the bank.
Another raid on the right side. Once again, Miyomeka is using that big clump of horsemen to get that hit on the food eco. And it's just getting way too painful now for Blid and Axlav. They are kind of spreading themselves out to take these resources on the map. But Keo and Miyomeka have been really good when it comes to intercepting those vills. Meanwhile, when you look at the Pro Quitter team, they play a very condensed setup. So it's extremely difficult now to hit that eco. That food eco behind the walls is very, very difficult for Blid and Axlav to raid.
Yeah, Meow Police's only chance right now is to go for this Royal Institute kind of night timing play with the royal bloodlines, but I still think at this point it might be too late. Miyomeka matching the castle age as well with the Step Redoubt, but there's just so much more eco behind the side of Pro Quitter.
Yeah, the eco is now looking very, very grim here for Blid and Axlav, but they still have 53 horse archers and 20 knights with royal bloodlines are no joke either. They gotta find a way to catch up. They really gotta collect those relics on the left side. They've been uncontested for a while, and that would be a great way to at least compensate for some of this eco deficit.
Speaking of relics, a chance of a Wololo coming in, but Horseman easily able to dodge it, causing more idle time. Blid's got about 10-15 villagers there running around. They get spotted out though, and the horsemen are gonna make some more connections at the very least, even if they don't get kills. A lot of vills running around, but they do a great surround. Looks like 2 or 3, 4 more going down.
These casualties are just not sustainable at this point for Blid and Axlav. Miyomeka is also now pulling ahead in terms of villagers. And look at Keo. It's one thing that he's on 2,200 food. That is what he needs for Imperial, but he's sitting on 5,000 gold already. It's easy Imperial, and even going into Imperial isn't going to just completely deplete his resource bank. And in the meantime, Miyomeka is doing such a good job with these horseman raids.
Yeah, there's so many times you go to Imperial Age and you don't have the gold for all the upgrades that you want. Kiyo's going to be able to just click all of them if he wants to, once he ages on up with how much he has in his bank right now. Speaking of aging up, he should be dropping Imperial at any point in time now.
He's chasing down these horsemen as well, and as much as crossbows aren't, well, they aren't a direct counter to horsemen, but when you get to this many, you start becoming just cost efficient because crossbows are a really good general purpose unit. The value that they deliver relative to their price is actually really good, and you can see that the horse archers are unwilling to fight this.
Perfectly timed, pulled back, crossbows still stepping up, and the knights, they don't want to take this fight. They can't take this fight. I think the crossbows almost could win this alone.
Yeah, the crossbows will win this alone if Blid and Axlav stand and fight. Knights, even with royal bloodlines, they cannot fight off 60 or so crossbows, and it's actually remarkable that Kaio is still not going up to Imperial here. Raids continuing. Now they have a 50 eco lead, and there's just nowhere to go for Blid and Axlav now. They do stand and fight, but they should have no chance here.
Even if they win this fight, there's just too many losses here to make this sustainable. They're not going to be able to remass. The knight number is going to be down at just about nothing. Horse archers, again, they won't be able to close. They won't be able to do any damage. And finally, Great Wall Gatehouse coming in the middle of the map.
This is a better fight for Blit and Axlav than I anticipated it would be, and sure enough, they clean this army up before the upgrades come in. That could be the last hope here for Blit and Axlav. They're down by 60 eco at this point, but at least they clean this army up just before the upgrades come in. They will have one opportunity to maybe hit the eco and see if they can come up with something. But if they cannot do substantial damage here on Kaio or even Miomaika, that Imperial is going to win the game.
This is when the Chinese Civ makes the change, though. It's just spam Palace Guard into eco. They're not going to be able to stop Imperial Age Palace. Oh, and there they are already.
True.
He's already making the swap. This is exactly what is unstoppable. And you could just see the devastation of the raids. Pro Quitter has not stopped. They've always had a smaller group splitting off, even when they've been taking raids, even when they've been taking damage. Looks like we might finally see the GG in the chat. Villagers aren't moving. They're just deciding to take the damage. Oh no!
If you had any questions about the GG before this, now you should not have. That's gotta be it. Way too much damage taken here by Axlav, and really, you gotta credit Miomaika for all these raids. He himself took a big beating, but he was able to leverage that small group of cavalry he always had, and just kept raiding and raiding and raiding. And at the end of the day, Blit and Axlav never really got beyond 100 villagers.
Yeah, it was really bad when now Keo is just ahead of the eco of both Blit and Axlav combined himself. I think were Keo and Miomaika the team that I think one of them disconnected and they were still able to win the game 1v2 because it was a situation like this where it would have been like Miomaika disconnecting and Keo still able to close this game out because he's so far ahead.
Yeah, Blit and Axlav still trying to stay in this one. A new town center has been added by Axlav, but it's just too little too late, I feel. Miomaika is now piling up resources for Imperial. And when you look at the army, now it's almost pick your poison. If you're Axlav and you're trying to reboom, you're not going to be able to afford an army. You're an age behind compared to Kaio, and Axlav doesn't even have food income. They don't have a sustainable farming eco set up like Kaio does, or they don't have the pastures that Miomaika has.
Yeah, it's actually, this is a problem I see happen in so many team games where someone takes damage and they think the reaction and the correct play is to drop a town center and that's going to be their chance back in the game. And it's like, you're just making yourself further behind because now they have all the aggression still. You're going to be the one back in your base. They're an age ahead. They have the better units. It's not going to be a pretty situation, but we've known that for quite a while. It's been a grim sight for the villagers on the French and Rus side for a while.
Yeah, I value that they are trying to get back into this game. Oh, another raid down south on the hunt. That might just be the final nail in the coffin. That is just not sustainable anymore. They're stuck at 45, 46 villagers for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, it has not gone up at all. Every single time you're like, oh, they're starting to, nope, okay, it's back down. Here's another. It's like they get chunked so hard. Usually with these times, you'll see these raids come in and, 1, 2 vills go down. Instead, it's been 5, 8, 10 villagers going down with these bigger raids. And finally, game gets called. Game number 1 goes over to Pro Quitters.
This was a very interesting and weird game in a way, because Blit and Axlav, despite that early damage they took, they had that recovery point when the Horse Archer mass started building up, and Kyo and Miomaika also had some shaky moments when Miomaika lost all the gold miners to the Knights. But at the end of the day, I feel like this came down to the ability, or the inability, depending on the side, to hit the enemy eco in the second part of the game. That villager graph is just looking very sad for Blit and Axlav. They never really got that eco going, whereas Kyo, beyond the 10 or so minute mark, was basically untouched.
Yeah, you could just see that line graph just go straight up for a little while for Kyo, whereas all the other ones taking a lot more chunk damage. And then going over to the military, Kyo didn't have to do stuff for a while. He was chilling. He went 2 TC, fishing, castle, and then went straight up to the top and got to take over the game.
Well, that's a win in the books for Kyo and Miomaika. Once again, this is an elimination match, so loser is going to be out of the tournament. We're going to get back to the lobby here to take a look at what the second game is going to be. Pro Quitter up 1-0. This is their first win in the group stage, by the way. They got 3-0'd by Beastie and Marine Lord. but now they have a win, a crucial win here, and it looks like we're going to head to a much more, I guess, classic map here. Dry Arabia coming up, and we're going to have a similar setup here this time around for Pro Quitters. Jeanne d'Arc and Rus, kind of similar to what we've seen from Meow Police on the previous map, but they're going to face off against the opposite, or I should say the Ayyubids and the English. This is very intriguing because I'm curious how Jeanne d'Arc and the Rus will deal with Camel Lancers.
It's not even going to be Camel Lancers in my eyes. I think Camel Lancers are kind of a overhyped unit at times. In my eyes, it's really going to be the Desert Raiders. It's the unit that everyone loves to go into in team games. Everyone loves to utilize their mobility. I won't say the animation canceling aspect of it, but just being able to rotate, and they counter so many units. They force multiple different reactions, and you can go where you get them for free, or you can just go with the growth wing still and just start dropping the typical production buildings and playing feudal Desert Raiders for a while until you need to go castle.
That's a great point as well. I feel like you have a lot of flexibility in terms of that. Desert Raiders, I agree with you. I think one of the key things with them is that they give you that flexibility to deal with different types of units. But at the same time, it's also like part of the reason why this is such a good answer to this combination of civilizations is because either Jeanne d'Arc or the Rus will rely on knights, probably Jeanne d'Arc. And then the Rus might actually go for horse archers like we've seen in the game number 1 as well. Nevertheless, camel archers, or well, I should say Desert Raiders, will be a good early game answer to them. And it's a reasonably sustainable way to even fight off horse archers if you think about it.
Yeah, they scale really well into the later stages, and we know how king mobility is in team games, so they really want to go with those high mobile units, which is exactly where I would expect Pro Quitter to go into, like you mentioned. It should be JD going with the typical Royal Knight mass, and Rus probably playing into that fast castle, going with a ton of horse archers. It makes the ecos so easy for Rus too. You just send on to food, you send on to the wood line, and then you start slowly grabbing the relics, and all your relic gold just goes into all the upgrades that you want. So it just makes things very, very easy, very, very kind of very one or two dimensional when it comes to your eco.
I wonder how the English will play this though, because I think that's our wild card. We could see an Abbey of Kings play here. We've actually seen that being utilized to heal up friendly units. Works really well when you have a teammate with knights. At the same time, we could just see like a full-on aggression over here. I would not be surprised if Meow Police just said, listen, late game didn't really work out for us in game number 1. Maybe we gotta play aggro. Let's go Longbows, Desert Raiders, and see how a Jeanne d'Arc and a Rus can fight that off early game.
Yeah, I mean, the big problem with going longbows is just their lack of mobility. While you want to go all in, all it takes is one single Royal Knight to split off and then start hitting the line, hitting the reinforcement line. Then you can't move forward. You can't even move forward with a massive 5. One Royal Knight will demolish it. So you really kind of get stuck where you're like, okay, now you have to send a Desert Raider over, and then the push starts getting delayed and delayed and delayed, and then all of a sudden the other side is raiding your base with knights, and you're stuck. So I really feel like they're going to play into the mobility. The first play you said, go into the king. We might see a 2 TC behind it, and then you can kind of have a lot of different options, whether it's castle, white tower, or whether it is playing more into the feudal age then with more eco.
That's a great point you're bringing up here. I think that is probably the biggest point of tactical emphasis when you look at team games. Do you prefer to go for a composition that might be strong, but it's very slow, so you're kind of handcuffed when it comes to rotating and assisting the teammate? Or are you going for something that has higher mobility, but might just lose a straight-up battle? And you feel like the way we've seen it in game number 1 with the Knights and the Horse Archers, the way that we are likely going to see it from the other team, Knights and Horse Archers, they want to utilize that mobility. And the English aren't necessarily good for that with the longbows. Now, in a straight-up battle, longbows will absolutely eviscerate all the horse archers. It's just a matter of whether you actually get that direct battle, or you're just going to be stuck running circles.
Yeah, and that is always the big problem. It's are you going to get that battle? What it takes is you have to basically have your side walled, because then the mobility can't circle around, hit your eco, force you back, and then you can really start pushing together as one. But you really have to have your side full walled, and it takes a lot of resources, a lot of eco to do that. And that is one where it allows the other side to do some damage, do some kill some vills while they're walling, and it's just easier said than done when it comes to saving your eco, especially when it's 2 civs with mobility.
Well, we just have 1.5 minutes left to go here. Again, this is an elimination match, which means that the losing team is going to be out. The winner is going to play a decider match, and that's going to be against the Royal Couple of the North tomorrow in Group A. Dimu and Kiljardi will be the opponents for the winning team today to get a spot in the top 8 and the playoffs. Of course, we do have Group B, C, and D deciders, or I should say elimination match coming up today, and deciders tomorrow. Next Saturday and Sunday, we will have the quarterfinals, semifinals, and the grand finals as well. So this event is going to conclude next weekend with the single elimination stage.
Oh. Exactly. But back to this series, the big thing that, you know, we haven't talked a ton about is how the Civ drafts work. So it is one where there is no repeating the Civs that you've played. So now that we're seeing a lot of these kind of, I would say, comfort pick Civs, when you're playing your first couple games, you're obviously going to pick your favorite Civs, your most comfortable Civs, and you start getting later in the series, it starts getting a little bit more difficult for the routes that takes, and more importantly, the pairings to take on your side. So Civs left over need to have some variability between it, but it's going to be difficult, especially if this series ends up getting tied up 1-1 here.
Well, it's just a couple of seconds left to go until game number 2, Dry Arabia, a lot more classic map than the game number 1, Kurlogar was. We're getting ready to jump inside. It's going to be Jeanne d'Arc and Rus facing off against the English and the Ayyubids. Pro Quitters up 1-0 against Meow Police.
And right on into it, seeing the perspective of XLV, and he is moving out onto the berries as that Ayyubids in the color yellow, his teammate Blid color green as the English. On the other side, and on the team of Pro Quitters, Keo playing the Rus in the color pink, and lastly Mayomeka as JD in the color purple.
We've seen this kind of a combination from Meow Police in game number 1, a French-style knight civilization and Rus as horse archers. So I would assume that's going to be the go-to plan here for Keo and Mayomeka. The question is how Blid and Axelav will play this. In the previous game, we've seen that Dark Age aggression can throw off these builds a lot, because if you're trying to fast castle with the Rus and you're trying to play knights with the French or the French variant, no matter what happens, a Dark Age or early game aggression towards that gold mine can throw off those timings a lot. So we'll have to see how Axelav and Blid will play this, how aggressive they're going to open here. And I think the big wildcard is what Blid is going to do. Is that going to be a Council Hall? Is that going to be an Abbey of Kings? How many longbows are we going to see? Will they try to play this aggressive? Or maybe they're going to play towards Castle Age a little more, use the English as a Knight Civ, and then Axelav with Camels? I feel like there's a lot more... there are a lot more question marks on the side of Meow Police compared to Pro Quitters.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one where certain Civs, when they get paired together, you kind of know that they're a little bit more one-dimensional. Whereas I will say Rus is not always one-dimensional. Getting paired with a Civ that you know is going to go Cav means you don't want to always go into Cav unless you're paired against a certain other Civ matchup. But here I wouldn't expect double knights here. We would expect the horse archers, the fast castle play, especially if we don't see too much early aggression from the other side.
That's a lot of sheep coming in here for Axelav, though. Obviously, playing as the Ayyubids, berries will be the primary source of food, but in team games like this, it's huge to get that extra backup food, and this is something that's in stark contrast to what we've seen in the previous game. Blid and Axelav got raided very badly on those little pockets of eco on the deer and the berries, so having that reserve food under your town center could be immensely valuable. And at the same time, you're also taking this away from civilizations that are usually very food consuming. Jeanne d'Arc, Rus. So when you look at Kyiv and Mio-Micah, they don't have a lot of sheep to work with, as I can see.
Yeah, Golden Gate is going down, School of Cav going down, but we saw the other side. It was actually Logistics Wings, which we've seen a lot of times paired together with another, Civ that goes Royal Knights per se, because then you can heal them on up. But I've also seen it go against the Knights. You can just sit those Dervish on your villagers on the gold. They'll out heal a Royal Knight just after the charge and attacking your villagers, so you're all good to go there, and then you can transition it into going military. And it looks like the Ayubids are wanting to play more of a fast castle play, where it looks like, I guess, Blid maybe gonna be a little bit more defensive with longbows and just try to play the wall yourself in and help your teammate. But the big problem there is it's hard to move out and help your teammate with longbows. Scouts moving out and about across. This is when now game will start opening up when the feudal ages are finishing.
Yeah, indeed, this is where things will get interesting, and it's a Rax plus Council Hall. So we are going to see that super classic day number 1 English build of like longbows and spearmen. I don't know how to feel about it, but it kind of tells me that we might just see a one-man show here in Feudal Age from Blid being the aggressor and just trying to throw things off for the opponents. But the distance to cover is so massive, it will take time for him to arrive on the other side. And I think what's worrisome here for a potentially slow civilization like the English with the longbows is the fact that this map is very open. Even for the Dry Arabia standards, when you look at that mid-map area, there's not a single patch of trees. It's basically wide open.
Yeah, it's gonna be very hard for English to move out, and the wide openness it just plays into the hands of Pro Quitter. Both of their team or army compositions that they should go to love the nice open spaces. We're actually gonna see JD move out, probably go for those boar, go ahead and secure up some extra nice XP for herself. And we are already starting to see the first couple English farms.
Yeah, Jeanne d'Arc with the Archer version coming up here. And we do have the Dervishes out there from Axlav. That's something that we've seen quite frequently being utilized. And it's going to be in good combination with a fast castle here. You see Axlav is piling up resources for Castle Age. So I don't know how to feel about this Spearman Longbow opening. It feels weird for a team game. I feel like in a team game, you want to focus on one style of a unit because you're going to have a teammate that helps you out, and you don't want to pick up upgrades for different types of units early game. But at the same time, Blid might just be concerned that he's going to get overwhelmed before Axlav can start getting what I presume would be Camel Lancers out now that he's fast castling.
I guess so. It just still feels like you kind of still play into the same hands. They don't have the best pure raw stats, even facing against Knights, especially if the Knights get upgraded. But as fighting as the composition together should be okay in the most part. You know, if they're taking those fights with Camel Lancers and Longbows, the Longbows will just snipe out all of the Horse Archers like you had mentioned in the pregame. But I don't expect Team Pro Quitter to take those fights head on.
EO is still very far away from Castle Age, though, so if he's going for Horse Archers, it's going to take a long time for him to get there. And indeed, this just feels like a complete turtle build by Bled with longbows and spears. I see some farms coming out, so I wonder if this is kind of that delayed build-up style opening, where he's just playing very turtle, but he's getting a farm transition going, so he's going to have a very robust and safe food economy to go forward with. It's going to be the growth coming up here for Axlav. Nice little villager boost to work with.
Oh.
And to be fair, oh, look at this. Ranges, double ranges from Kaio. I feel like this is a problem for Kaio and Mio-Micah. They won't have anything that deals with Camel Lancers. And it's not like the Archers will be enough to break the defense of English Longbows either.
I mean, the thing I'm scared for, though, is Blid does not want to move across and out too early here with Archers coming and getting massed up. The Knights, they're going to be happy to take this fight with JD here, go ahead and secure some extra XP. And that's not too big of a mass. I want to say, yeah, there's only 4 or 5 spears there on that front side, and there's 6 Royal Knights already just themselves. That's not even including the JD ability. So they can may make it alone just with Knights can clear this mass.
Keep in mind, you do have a Dervish out there for healing, and it's understandable that Blood is posturing right here. I'm starting to see the kind of idea behind the strategy here for Meow Police. Full English, but the point is not to attack, the point is not even to defend, it's to secure these relics early on for the Dervish play. Most of the relics are on the far right, and they're completely uncontested by pro quitters, so Xlav should be able to secure the majority of these relics. The one that's kind of contested mid-map is the one that Blood is going for as well to defend.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you blink. Golden Gate allows Kyoto to change up those resources. He's about to drop Castle Age, and he's already got triple range prepared too. So it will end up being that Horse Archer play for himself. And there it is,
Awesome.
exactly what we were expecting. And it's actually going to be a 4th range. He's already got the Blacksmith too. There's the first couple JD abilities, and this is what I was scared for. This is what I was talking about.
Oh,
Spears are going to start getting focused down though. Knight. Just gets out. 1 Knight falls. There's only a few spears left, and this has been so much free XP for JD as well, and there's not a spear left. 1 relic to stay for themselves after all of this fight, and all of the Knights are still alive and roaming.
Miomaika timed this perfectly. He scouted this force here. He knew that they were posturing there for the relic. Spearmen coming into reinforcements. Only 3 of them out there. They're focusing Jeanne d'Arc though. She gets away just in time. A couple of Knights go down as well. But I guess at the end of the day, Xlav is able to secure the relic, and that's a big thing for him. He's got to be up to 2 relics. He's moving out for the rest of them as we speak. He got a big buff from the villagers as well as he aged up, and now Camel Lancers will be on the way. The concern is the rate of this build up here. He's at 1 Camel Lancer right now, and he's facing 11 Knights. The math just doesn't check out right now.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier, you know, we might not see what we have to counter the Camel Lancers. It's like, this is enough Knights to counter the Camel Lancers, and we're about to blink, and there's going to be 15 Horse Archers out on the field roaming, if not more here in just a little bit, because that buildup was just so prepped from Kyo. He has 4 ranges. Like I said, the economy's so condensed. He's got 18 on food, 16 on wood, and that's it. He doesn't need any on gold, because now he's going to start grabbing relics himself.
I absolutely love that from Kyo. He's understanding that this play lives and dies with the relics for Xlav. If he can haul in most of these relics with the dervishes, their eco is going to be in a really good spot, and they can just flood Camel Lancers. So he's going to drop his own monastery just to potentially sneak away with a couple of the relics over here. And the big fight is going to be for this right side over here. Most of the relics are still in here, and I don't think you can fight this just yet if you're Blid and Xlav. There are so many Knights out there. You're going to have a Vololo to hold them hostage, though.
Wololo comes down. I think it gets prepped pretty early. But I don't know if you want to end up taking the fight with those Knights. I think while you would win it, you would still just lose a lot of Knights. You're fine with giving up this one more relic here, and I think the next fight's the fight you take for Pro Quitter.
Why is that Dervish hiding in the Stealth Forest? Was that a misclick? That could be huge. You're making a rush for the relics right now, and you're putting that relic in harm's way, also making that Dervish just not do anything right now, and that could mean that you're losing out on some of these other relics.
We can just see one get taken. We can also see a Camel Lancer take a little bit of damage. That won't be a big deal. Should get healed up in the long run. What I'm scared for is this is where Mayameka saw the whole slow army pushing forward from Xlav and said, all right, I'll just go dive the base now. Or sorry, slow immobile army of Blid, and I'll just go dive the base because there's still not enough Camel Lancers to defend this all up. One
A lot of the
Knight
Knights
does
are
take
badly
some
beaten up,
damage.
though. I love the walls. I absolutely love the walls from Blid. That's something that we haven't seen from them in game number 1. And it just helps a lot to contain these raids. He knows that he's got a slow-moving army. He needs to make sure it doesn't get circles ran around him. And let's not forget, like, Blid does have a good food eco set up with the farms. And he does have a sizable standing army. 19 longbows, 17 spearmen. It's no pushover. And I think it synergizes very well with all these Camel Lancers. I feel like Blid and Xlav are in a decent spot here. They've secured the majority of the relics. And now Xlab is moving villagers onto stone. I think he wants a second TC.
I think it's not only going to be a second. He's going to go 3. Usually this is what the units do. They grab a couple of the relics. They start moving, taking some map control with their Camel Lancers. And then they go, all right, now I'm going 3 TC real quick. Give me some time. They don't have a lot of eco bonuses, though. But great raid coming in on those forward villagers from JD. And now armies grouping together. They want to fight. But English gonna go ahead and get reinforcements taken out, and this is what we were talking about before in the pregame. It's so easy to force English on back, and not only English back, both armies now having to push back and fall back.
Yeah, Spearmen will brace against these knights, though. Longbows are kind of detached from this force. Still, though, it's difficult. We talked about this in the pregame. Horse archers versus longbows, you can run circles around them, you can intercept reinforcements, but taking a direct fight is difficult to do.
Yep. Mayameka needs to get back onto some food. Doesn't have a ton of food back behind his base left. He's actually onto some side berries. He's onto the berries behind Keo. Speaking of, Keo has dropped a second TC himself behind this.
I feel like if you're Blid and Xlab, you might want to play this a little bit more cautiously. You're still in feudal with Blid. So sure enough, you have longbows, but you're facing off against Castle Age horse archers, and that's a lot of knights as well. And Xlab, if he wants to go for multiple TCs, then might as well focus a little bit more on getting those walls complete and then getting that eco rolling, really. I feel like they are risking getting completely cleaned up and overwhelmed mid-map.
Yeah, horse archers slowly moving up, but taking some of these fights. You can see with the longbows range, the longbows are still taking beneficial trades, even being an age behind. You know, we saw Keo pick off 1 to 2 units and then loses 4 horse archers in return. Make it 5.
Horse archers are expensive, and we've actually seen this in a previous game as well. Crossbows versus horse archers, the cost efficiency is on the side of the crossbows, but now finally a clash comes in. Numbers are looking a lot better here for Kaio and Miamaika, and they do have the healing as well from JD.
Look at the XP going in from JD and level 3 hits.
Oh no.
The whole entire time they're not focusing the horse archers. They fell into the bait of firing against JD. JD levels up and the knights are shredding still on the front line. The numbers are still too high. There's no spears left. JD finally falls, but look at the horse archer number behind this. It is still nice and healthy, and it feels like this was Blid and XLAV's timing.
I don't know about this though, because all the knights got cleaned up as well. This was just mutual annihilation here. Both players losing the majority of their forces. At the end of the day, there is still a bit of an eco lead for Blid and Xlab. They have walls up as well, and as much as they lost a lot of troops, so did Miamaika. Most of his knights are gone.
But you can't forget, he still has JD level 3. That is going to be infinitely better than anything Blid can do right now in the feudal age, especially being English. You are so much more valuable when the longbow numbers are higher. When you have that mass of 30, 40 longbows, you're actually useful. A mass of 10, 12 isn't going to be feeling too great for yourselves now. And you can see the map control getting taken back over by Keo and Miamaika.
You're still looking at 11 Camel Lancers, though, a couple of Dervishes as well to heal here, but they need more mass. They're being outnumbered really badly. New wave of longbows do come in, though, and without a lot of knights in this army, the longbows will be a lot better against these horse archers.
You can see Xlab also starting to reinforce the walls I talked about in the pregame. With that immobile army, you don't feel great moving forward until you have the walls of your whole entire base. And now berries out on the far side. Your initial golds are starting to run out, so you have to move out for secondary resources, and you have to feel safe doing so.
Yeah, I love how Kaio and Miamaika are securing map control, though, and they are leveraging that map control they have with the pockets of deer, the boars being taken. One Camel Lancer, I think, made their way into the base of Kaio there, forcing a lot of idle time. Indeed, that one Camel Lancer just forced like a dozen villagers to flee. Nice little touch there by Xlab. He actually stopped collecting stone at 300, though, so he didn't end up dropping that third town center you mentioned.
What I'm wondering now is, what was the end-all relic count between Keo and Xlab? We can see 3-5 in the bank for XLab. That makes you feel good. That is one of those where you can see 0 on gold for XLab, but he's able to still produce gold-heavy units. 7, 8 Camel Lancers in Q still, with having no villagers on gold.
Ooh. I don't like this fight here for Blid. He needs to leverage the range advantage he has, just fire over the walls. He's also trying to get to Castle Age here, and when he does, these fights will be a lot more beneficial to them. I feel like, again, they just gotta keep building those walls like XLab is doing and get Blid into Castle. It's going to be so huge if he can get to Castle with the King's Palace, for instance. Get that second town center rolling himself. He's got a good food economy. He's going to get an even bigger boost to that. And the veterancy combined with the network of castles will help a lot when it comes to holding off this future assault.
All of a sudden, 23 knights are back on the field. Fight being taken again, Pro Quitter. They want this fight. Horse Archer number feeling healthy, and JD is in support here with the healing. Dervish is getting sniped on down early, and the Horse Archers are just so much support here, even though the whole entire Cav unit's getting debuffed. Knight's still alive.
Camel Lancers are just insane.
On the way.
They are just insane here. They're debuffing all this cavalry out there, and let's not forget about the spearmen. They're very cost efficient, and they kept beating up all these knights out there. They weren't really focused down by the Horse Archers. Now you're looking at a setup where numbers are looking better for Blid and XLab. They have both players in Castle Age. Sure, all 3 sacred sites now belong to Miomaika and Kaio, but Miomaika still needs to find his way up to Castle Age.
Yeah, debuffing that whole entire army mass feels so great. JD just didn't quite do enough, and King's Palace just now being dropped. It is on the way, so we will start to see some even extra eco lead coming in from Blid and XLab as well. Doesn't feel the need to go to White Tower because they have those walls. They have the farm transition. They've been defending rather well, so once more eco.
And rightfully so. They're up by a decent amount, and I feel like they can hold this off even without, you know, the help of a King's Palace, but getting that extra town center rolling once again means that they can just escalate that eco a lot quicker. Looks like a direct push will be made towards this hunt here from XLab, though. They want to take this fight before the veterancy comes in for those longbows, but that should be just a couple of seconds away at this point.
The crazy thing with all these fights is I feel like Keo has just been like, while he's taken some damage with the Horse Archers, the number has been able to still build on up, and his resources, he might be going Imperial Age soon.
Oh wow, that would be insane. His teammate is still in Feudal, and Miomaika lost a lot of these knights, but you're right. Every time the knights died, the Horse Archers got pulled back, and they still have 3 sacred sites. Let's not forget about it. 8.5 minutes on the counter. It feels like a lot, but if Blid and XLab don't start securing map control soon, it becomes a victory condition for KO and Miomaika.
And this is where you're going to see the longbows become so much, you know, less valuable here. They go over to one side of the wall, they start burning it. The longbows, the spears, they're going to try to come help, and then Pro Quitter, they should just turn back, run all the way to the other side, and then the longbows have to run slowly though.
Yeah, exactly. Now they have veterancy though, and they're firing over the forest here as well. But if you want to play this composition, I feel like you need some stone walls for Blid and XLab. Palisades won't hold off this force anymore.
Horse Archer's gonna keep kiting on away.
A really nice micro. You gotta wait for the longbows to catch up. That's one of the problems here for this composition. This hit and run works really well with the Horse Archers, unless you stand and fight. Looks like Kaio just lost track of his forces for a second.
Yeah, looked away for a second, probably was re-macroing behind this, doing something different, and a really good fight for XLab and Blid. They're starting to retake that map control, deny the sacred site. Knight's getting pulled back, and Miomaika is still stuck in Feudal, which at least he has JD. At least that's the one positive for himself, but starts to feel worse and worse and worse.
Longbows are catching up once again, and they do a good job focusing down these Horse Archers on the flank. And these Horse Archers are expensive, let's not forget about that. Knights are still Feudal Age Knights against now well-upgraded Camel Lancers from Castle.
And And it looks like Keo is starting to transition into his own knights, realizes how much gold he has. Not only knights, he's going crossbows as well to help with the camel lancers. He's going a little bit of everything. Camel lancer numbers starting to get thinned out on the front side, but has plenty of reinforcements coming. Still a great fight for Blid and Xlab. They're continuing to move forward. Keo is the only line of defense, it feels like.
These knights from Miyamaika are just so obsolete now. He's still in feudal age, and now he's fighting camel lancers and castle age longbows even. They can pierce that armor now, and you can start seeing that slowly snowball the fight. These knights are just a non-factor at this point. If you're Blid and Xlab, you might consider regrouping here a little, though, because you're low on camel lancers. They gotta regroup here. They gotta be cautious not to lose all these longbows. But just look at that. One volley from the longbows kills one knight. These knights are just no longer valuable.
The camel lancer numbers feels like this. Is that level 4 JD now?
Yep.
Oh my. So all of a sudden, forget everything we're saying. Miyamaika is more valuable yet again. There's the elite champions that just came out, and they do not have a great answer for those. Numbers being thin. Keo's reinforcement mass, it's not just horse archers, it's crossbows, and it's knights himself as well. So he has a big mass, a big swap on the unit composition, and now all of a sudden Blid and Xlab are having to fall back.
Yeah, if you're Blid, you might consider going crossbows here. It would be a good backbone unit, a good general purpose unit against everything that the opponents have. And you do have JD here, but the numbers are slowly disappearing here for Keo and Miyamaika. You got to be very careful here not to lose JD.
Yeah, JD wants to be the tank though in the sense, has a lot of health, especially from the longbows. Crucial for Blid. Just got an outpost up. Those longbows now get the attack speed bonus, has that network of castles bonus on the front side. More reinforcements though coming into
JD
on the villagers.
She's gone.
JD falls. Keo and Miyamaika are falling as well. Units need to fall back here. Miyamaika is still in feudal age. Looks like he's about to go castle.
He's gonna have no standing army though, and when you look at the eco, that's where it gets scary. Sure enough, you still have a level 4 JD, but you're down by 30 or so army, and you're down by 40 eco. A completely established food eco here for Blid. Really good farming eco for Xlab as well. They are set up for late game. They have a good composition as well. And by the time Miyamaika gets to Castle Age, you're going to get so many more of these Camel Lancers out there. Crossbows are also being mixed in now by Blid. And they're slowly creeping up with those towers. They still need to re-evolve these though. These walls are just so late.
Yeah, and Xlab also dropped a third TC behind it. The third TC did end up coming out, so that's where there's even more of this. It's basically 5 TCs versus 3. Numbers are slowly building up, and there's no walls for Keo and Miyamaika, so we're seeing those just 1-2 Camel Lancers split off. It takes a while to get cleared up by just a few units, even if they are knights.
And when you look at the food eco for Miyamaika, it's concerning. He's still 1 TC, 66 eco. It's not a good economy to just mass spam knights with only 22 villagers on food. And this is the problem. Keo needs to start slinging his teammate here, sending resources over. That's not something that Blid and Xlab need. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to see Blid either dropping a lot more production. He's going to have a good economy and he's not making very expensive units. And once he's 200 out of 200, he could start sending resources over to Xlab just to make sure that these Camel Lancers keep coming.
Yeah, and you can see Blid's queue. This is when the non-stop onslaught of English comes. They're fully just online. Farm transitions been fully done and should have about 12 to 15 production buildings and just be able to queue 10 units at a time and have them constantly pushing out.
Yeah, the walls still need to be finished here for Blid and Xlab, and again, I feel like they would benefit so much from a couple of stone walls on the flanks, just to make sure that this extra mobility from Keo and Miyamaika isn't going to be able to punish them. Though, as I'm saying that mobility is kind of gone. You're looking at just a handful of cavalry units for Miyamaika and Keo. I feel like now they're in a tough spot because we're looking at a slow-moving army versus a slow-moving army, but when it comes to those fights, English will be more than happy to take those.
Yeah, especially if they have that network of castles bonus, which Blid has been doing a great job of slowly expanding that. You can see they just lost that though, needs to drop another forward tower, taking the fight and fine with taking this fight as they have the numbers here. Camel Lancers diving on in, crossbows doing the best they can, and Knights circling. JD though is still here, drops the elite champions again. They can be the differentiator as there's not a ton of crossbows. Blid does have 21 crossbows on the other side. But Keo and Mayameka, they're losing the fight heavily still.
Yeah, it's also sustainability here. Blade and Xlav are happy just playing this slugfest, slowly grinding down the enemy army, because they know that every knight that falls from Mayameka is just so difficult to replace, and they're willing to take this fight even without a network of Citadel's bonus right here. And now with all these knights gone from Mayameka, the longbows can slowly focus the crossbows down here. 70 army against 40, and these numbers aren't really changing.
Even better, I love the horseman swap coming in from Xlav. He's going into horseman. He has 78 on food. He can easily support this, and it counters that crossbow mass that Keo's been trying to transition and change on into. The knights aren't a problem at all. He's going to be able to have Blid to take down the knights with the crossbows over there. So let the horsemen just run rampant. Split them off into the eco, cause tons of idle time. Just start playing that trash game with your 150 economy that you have.
I wonder if it's to counter the crossbows or simply because he's out of gold. Remember, this is a slugfest and Camel Lancers aren't cheap, and Xlav has a lot of relics, but he only has 10 on gold. Blid has absolutely no villagers on gold, so I wonder if this is him just running out of gold simply.
He is at least resecuring it, whether it's him out of gold or him not. And the horseman play still works out perfectly if he just starts just spamming them like he has. They have so much eco to support this all, and the other side just can't really hold. You're seeing pings happen across the map, pings happening in the economy as well, and it's just where Team Pro Quitter is struggling. We might have a tied up series here in just a little bit.
I wonder if Keo is thinking Imperial here. He's got a lot of wood in the bank, a lot of food gold. I don't know if Imperial will save them right here. They're down by 60 eco, they're down by some army as well. But he might be thinking about Imperial. Mayameka is nowhere close to being able to go there. But he might just be able to get some more knights out and see what Keo can do in Imperial. And let's not forget, Streltsy is no joke. In fact, in general, Rus Imperial is no joke.
You're not wrong there. The guild hall also slowly builds up a ton of res in the bank. So, you know, as Mayameka slowly chills, as the fights continue to extend, Mayameka will all of a sudden be able to click the guild hall and go up to Imperial Age as well, depending on what resource it's on.
I wonder what that guild hall looks like. If he hasn't pulled off the resources, it should be really good now. Well, it's a royal
he can't. He started Guild Hall and then transitioned it and changed it. Did he even have an upgrade in the Royal Institute yet?
Well, by now he should have rolled bloodlines. He doesn't have canceled settles though, and that feels like an oversight. It's such a cheap technology, and it's a good buff to your knights.
Blid and Xlav starting to take control of those 8k gold veins in the middle. They're starting to send those horseman raids like I was wanting, and now with all the 8k secured, you can see their food that they have in the bank. We should see Imperial Age coming out from both of the Meow Police here in just a little bit.
I feel like we're seeing the reversal of game number 1 here. In the previous game, we had that high mobility army from Blid and Xlav struggling to break these static defenses, this slow-moving crossbow clump from Keo and Mayameka. Now we're looking at the direct opposite. You have all these knights out here, but you cannot really get through these walls. And you have this death ball of the English coming up. Crossbows, spears, longbows. Blid is about to go into Imperial. Xlav has a lot more resources than he needs for Imperial. He's going to click up and he's going to continue spamming units. It's going to be double imp versus just one Imperial Age player, that is Kyo.
Yeah, and this is really where JD had to do something to support the eco throughout the game, whether it's second TC or more importantly, what you'll see French and their French alternatives do a lot is drop a market behind this. Start trading, whether it's with the neutral or get your teammate to drop a market in the corner, because usually they have that map control, but no eco at all, really. Just regular 1 TC for Mayameka. He's at 80 villagers, and it's kind of just a more of an all-in play when you're playing like this.
A big push on that gold mine coming up to the north. These golds become crucial for the players here. Kyo and Miyamaika doesn't have a lot of gold to work with, and finally some stone walls are coming in. Villagers can just run on top of the walls to prevent them from being killed by the knights.
They can jump up those walls, but instead it looks like they're trying to finish those walls or just run away. Keep being focused down. Camel Lancers coming to help, though, and it shouldn't just be Camel Lancers coming to help. I think he's pulling more of the army. He just doesn't have the numbers there. Blid is the one with the bigger army mass, but it's the immobile army mass.
More Camel Lancers are coming in, but they're not fully upgraded to Imperial just yet, I do believe.
And those are Desert Raiders as well.
Let's not forget, these knights are expensive for Miyamaika, and he is the player with the weakest economy here. How long can he sustain these fights? I feel like they're feeling that there's a timing here. Both players from Blid and Xlab went to Imperial. They spent a lot of resources on this. If Kyo and Miyamaika cannot punish them right now, it might just be too late.
Yeah, and that's where Kyo may make it. They have the army numbers now, somehow out of nowhere. The knights, the horseman number here is very, very high, and even though it's the counter unit, even though it's Camel Lancers and Desert Raiders, he's just, Xlab's taking the fight with not enough numbers over and over again.
Yeah, he feels like he really needs to defend this gold mine right here, and he's trickling in units instead of kind of waiting for them to arrive. Slowly but surely, a lot of these knights get heavily damaged. Looks like Blid is not really coming over to help, though. I get the feeling that Xlab might just be happy with this. It sounds awkward just looking at these fights, but if he was very desperate, they would just pull the army of Blid as well.
Blid has some stuff himself to deal with, it looked like, as Kyo is Imperial Age. Was trying to push himself. Looks like there's some siege over on that side, and you always have to respect when there's some siege.
Miyamaika just got 3,500 food from Kyo. He doesn't have the gold to go into Imperial with, but Kyo's eco is now booming. And if he's pop-capped, he's going to slink his teammate to Imperial. That eco differential is getting smaller and smaller. Now players stop making villagers except for Miyamaika, so Kyo and Miyamaika are slowly catching up.
Yeah, and now it's about the military out on the field, the map control, who controls the middle resources, and that's where Miyamaika knew this. He was going so hard for that middle gold, and finally has to pull back, and he was dropping some very, very forward farms here. I'm not sure about that, as it looks like they're in range of some sort of bombard tower or keep.
I don't really know about this. And he doesn't have a lot of villagers. Like, he is not a player that can afford to lose a dozen villagers out there. At the same time, though, it looks like Blid is still waiting for the upgrades before he wants to fight this. Xlab was able to hold off the cavalry push, though, and let's not forget, Miyamaika was constantly fighting knights into camels. That is not really sustainable. The army count is starting to favor Blid and Xlab once again, and Miyamaika is struggling for gold. He has the food to go into Imperial, but he just doesn't have the gold anymore.
Yeah, Miyamaika has been struggling for a while. Meanwhile, Kyo has been making progress on the other side, been making that push, dropping a keep. This might be a little bit too far of a push, a little bit too aggressive. Blid's got 70 units there with... I mean, that's that English defense. I was about to say with network of castles, but they are not glowing. Keep should have to be canceled.
Yeah, this is not a good fight here for Kyo. At the same time, now it's essentially two separate 1v1s. A camel player against a full knight player and a longbow player against a crossbow player. Both of those 1v1 matchups favor Blid and Xlab here. They're more than happy just splitting the map at this point and playing two separate 1v1s.
Yeah, the only thing is that could potentially, if Pro Quitter gets some walls down, some stone walls, some keeps down, it could allow this more just extended game, allow the opportunity for Miyamaika to actually come back, as he is still hurting, he's still struggling, can't get up to Imperial Age, can't really get back onto that gold for the most part.
Xlab is now moving towards that back line here where Kyo's farms are at, and if they can start hitting that's gonna be game over for Kyo and Miyamaika. Miyamaika is down to 76 eco. They really need Kyo to have that strong Rus economy, but I don't think that's going to survive for long. Look at this, all these farms are now empty.
Yeah, and Xlab is making the push forward. He's splitting off those Camel Lancers, splitting off those Desert Raiders all over the economy. He moved forward with like 40 villagers to take that forward gold. He wants to make sure that Kyo and Miyamaika have no access to gold. It was looking scary for a second. It looked like Team Pro Quitter was about to turn it back upside down, but Meow Please, they held, and They are the aggressors yet again.
And it again comes down to the fact that Blood and Axlav had these walls up and their ecos were virtually untouchable. There were some weird fights that they took. Some might have been a little overzealous where they got caught off guard. But at the end of the day, they just slowly ground down these armies, constantly taking cost-effective engagements. And same goes right here. This is not a fight that you would normally want to take, but they're just grinding their opponents down, idling all these farmers out, slowly getting those knights taken out. And because you don't have that gold income anymore for Miyamaika, they have so little gold left to mine and left to work with. Every single knight that falls hurts so bad.
Yeah, you mentioned not much gold left. Look at right below where we're looking now. There's a gold mine with, it looks like 80 villagers around it. 55 villagers on this gold vein. Even if they, you know, continue this on, it's going to disappear so quickly. You can see villagers pulled back from Kyo. He needs to talk to his teammate. He needs to say, Miyamaika, pull back your villagers as well. But maybe he knows that if he doesn't get that gold, it is game over. Red Palace being rushed down. Miyamaika is down to 53 villagers. This is all over here.
Miyamaika is down to 50 vills. He's going to lose so many building a Red Palace. He's going to be imp and done, basically. Remember, it's 41 vills now. He's losing all the villagers on that gold mine as well. This has to be it. It's double the eco now.
Man, at what cost? At what cost is this? There's no support that Kyo can give right now that's enough to bring his teammate back into this game. He's on 40 total population, and other side are both full maxed. Plenty of Q behind it that they can build up. Keeps are going to start being denied. More and more Camel Lancers coming in. This is looking like a tied up series.
If you're Axlav, now you need to pivot into Kyo's eco. Because frankly, there's nothing left in Miyamaika's base to destroy. But at the same time, oh yeah, there we go. A bunch of food, bunch of wood being sent over. Miyamaika doesn't have any stone to work with though, so he cannot just drop a bunch of DCs to try and catch up. Still though, these men-at-arms are slowing down this longbow push quite a bit. This is why I'm saying that Axlav kind of needs to pivot to this side, because Blit kind of stalled out.
Yeah, and Xliv's slowly been pushing up the middle further and further. You can see the keeps right behind this. You can see the gold. Well, there's the gold still shows on the mini-map, but it looks like there's about 100 left in it in the middle, and there's going to be no gold left. Xliv's circling back around the Red Palace with another mass, and he's just going to have 2 different raiding parties. This might be it after these couple raiding parties.
Yeah, Miyamaika just got a bunch of stone to drop new DCs with. He just dropped 2 to the north, but I'm not even sure if he's going to get those up, or even if he does, these Camel Lancers might just torch them down immediately. At the same time, a big counterattack happening on the right side. Kyo is not done just yet. He's trying to break through the walls, get to that would-be trade that Blit and Xlav are trying to set up. This keep should slow them down quite a bit, though. Kyo just doesn't have the siege to follow up with. Although, as I'm saying that, he has 3 rams somewhere. Kyo is playing out of his mind here, trying to salvage what seems like a lost game.
He played a game 1v2, like I said, and maybe he'll be playing a game 1v2 again here for a while, holding themselves in it. Has plenty of army, more army than the other side combined. Miyamaika surrenders, though. They decide to call it, right? Okay.
Oh boy, a hard-fought victory here for Meow Police, but they get on the board as well. It's 1 apiece now, and we had an absolutely crazy game over here. Blit and Xlav just playing this attrition game, really. I feel like it came down to the fact that they got those walls up and they had that robust eco going. They had 5 Elix for the Ayubit player. They had a fully walled English player with a well-set-up farming eco. And I feel like this is the direction that most team games have to head if you want to win. You want to have that safe economy that just eventually wins you the game. Miyamaika and Kyo were non-stop taking fights, but they were never able to hit that eco. Just look at that military graph. Goes to show that there was basically no downtime in this game.
Yeah, I feel like a couple of the fights were taken a little bit early. We talked about it before the team comp. We were like, the game. We were like, there's some times where you can choose what fights to take, and we didn't expect Team Pro Quitter to take some of those fights that we thought were going to be losing engagements, and it ended up being a back and forth consistently. But overall, Meow Police able to take the game, able to tie up the series 1-1. And I'm excited to see now that, we see a couple less civs in the civ pool for each of these teams. What are going to be the next matchups? What's going to be the next map as well?
This is getting into a very intriguing series here, and I wonder how the tactical approach for either of these teams will change. You see, this is how we started out here. Those relics being snagged, those were huge, and this timing was great by Mio Micah, by the way. He knew fully well that the Dervish play was intended to just secure the majority of the relics, and there was an ugly cleanup here early game, which looked really grim for Blid and Axlav, but then they were able to rebound with the Camel Lancers, and from their point, or for that point onwards, it was just difficult for me, Keo and Mio Micah to take these direct fights into this longbow clump. I wonder how this will change the tactical approach of Keo and Mio Micah in the next game. Are they going to try and replicate what they've done in game number 1, play a little bit slower with walls? Or are we going to stick with this more mobile composition that they tried in this game?
Yeah, and that's one where it felt like after that first fight, it was so bad for Blid and XLab, but able to hold it, able to just still play their game, rely on that Castle Age Camel Lancer play, the Relic play, able to secure, I think we said 5, and then even with the Sacred Sites on the other side, they just slowly built up their masses and then took the engagements where they needed to, held really, really well. We're going to see again here where it's just, there's so many Camel Lancers into the double cav approach from the other side, and so that debuff is just being so useful here. Longbows sitting behind the wall as well, being able to just easily snipe down all of the horse archers.
It is a very long and tiresome game for both parties, by the way, and it's going to be interesting getting back to that early game state, because one thing I think that was a major takeaway from this game is that the two teams are on par in late game. If it's an equal footing, either of these teams can secure late game. It was the early game that looked a lot better in both of these games for Kaio and Mio Micah, especially game number 1. But even in game number 2, if you think about it, those early game engagements where they caught these armies off guard, those were grim for Blid and Xlav. So I feel like for Meow Police, the direction needs to be dragging these games out, slowing things down a lot, and turning these games into more of a macro engagement rather than a micro engagement.
Yeah, exactly. And we're just kind of seeing, it's funny, all of these fights we've been seeing, it feels like it was almost the same composition over and over and over again, just kind of headbutting yourself into the wall. It's just like, if it didn't work efficiently the first time, maybe it'll work again. It didn't work the second time, maybe it'll work the third. And then it wasn't working. They needed to try something different, but kept trying the same fights, or at least, I guess, forced to take the same fights.
Well, we do have the draft ready for game number 3 here. We're going to Scandinavia. This is going to be my first time seeing Scandi in this event, and I gotta say, I'm very excited about it. I was missing it from the first day I was casting, but now we're going to have a fundamentally different map from Dry Arabia. In fact, a fundamentally different map from either of the previous maps. Kerlogar was also a lot more land-focused. You had a couple of fishing boats, but they weren't really a major factor, so to say. So I feel like it's going to be a complete change-up, and I understand why Keo and Mio Micah went with this. If you want to force a micro-engagement, then water maps or hybrid maps are definitely your go-to.
Yeah, and you talked about it already. It's fundamentally different than every map because you have deep water fish. Whenever there's deep sea fish on a map, you have to go fishing. If not, it's basically an auto loss. Not to mention, this is a map where you'll sometimes see players, if they secure the water, go into some long distance water trade on the side, although that's a little bit easier to deny.
We are ready to go for game number 3 here. It's one apiece right now between Pro Quitter and Meow Police. Once again, elimination match, a lot on the line for these two teams here. We had the Scandinavia to take a look at the Ayyubids and HRE versus the Order of the Dragon, and on the supplementary side, I guess, with the Chinese.
Yeah, and this is one where these early builds, it's all about who's going to secure the water and what type of build are you going to go to. I'm assuming Mayomeka is going to go with that faster feudal build, although it looks like he might already be building a mining camp on the gold, which is weird for me. Usually you'll just send 3 villagers out there, do a long distance drop off, and then just go straight to feudal really, really quick. Go drop a dock, contest your opponent's water that he invested into. But we'll see how that continues to go for the Ayubid side here in a second.
Now, one thing I want to highlight here with this map in particular, Scandinavia, you have a lot of water on each side, but the deep fish is not equally distributed. In fact, if you take a look, most of that is situated towards the middle. So when it comes to committing to fishing, it's not a simple equation like on many maps where you just drop your dock and you're guaranteed fish. You actually have to venture out mid-map to make it effective. And the travel distance between your dock and the deep fish is also pretty big. So it's not like many of those classic water maps or hybrid maps where you get a massive influx of resources early on from fishing. It's a lot more progressive, and you have to fight a lot more to make sure that you can retain that fishing eco.
Wait, I'm so confused. Can we hover over what Blid just decided to do? He has 286 wood in the bank. He sent a villager out, and it ran back.
He's out of... What
he decided
there?
not. I think he decided not to go water. Maybe he's gonna go reinforce his teammate side with a dock on his teammate side, but he's just floating wood now. I have no idea.
Yeah, that's a great catch. I didn't even notice it. When you look at the players on the opposing side, Keo does have a dock on the northern strait, and Xlav went for the dock down south. So the HRE and the HRE variant both went for a dock. No dock out here for Miamaikas, so I really wonder if this was a scouting intel type of a thing where they realize that one of the 2 players from the opponents will not go for a dock, and this is just a response play from Blid.
I still feel like that's a weird choice. He had the res to do it. He's Chinese. They already have some extra bonuses on water. They're known as one of the stronger water civs. Who knows? But where I'm most surprised is to see where Miamaikas is actually going with this feudal age. I'm not sure which wing he actually clicked up with. I think we started to see the outline of the House of Wisdom, but couldn't. And it's the Dervish reinforcement wing, so no quick age up, no, or not the Dervish, sorry, the reinforcement wings, no quick age up. He's gonna go with, you know, that slow desert raider that gets that slowly builds up now as there's a delay, and it's free though, so maybe just going with that OG Ayubid's faster castle.
Yeah, again, I feel like one thing to highlight in these hybrid maps is that if you don't go for a dock, you're going to have a quicker feudal age. So again, if Miamaika is not going for a dock, that's going to expedite his feudal. And
there it is.
If that's basically the basis of decision for Blid, I understand why he did it. He's realizing like, oh shoot, if I go for a dock here, I'm going to delay my feudal age and I could get harassed. Remember, if you're Blid and Xlav, oh, Boar being aggroed here, trying to deny the Barbican, this could be catastrophic for Blid.
Oh no, he's not reacting either. Oh, this is no. One vil down, Barbican canceled.
Now the landmark canceled.
And look at the eco difference on the numbers at the top already. This is what happens. We saw how quick Keo dropped that dock. He's been producing. It looks like Xlav on the other side only has maybe 2-3 fishing boats. Miamaika did drop that counter dock and is ready to immediately deny the fishing. And it is only 2 fishing boats. So the eco on the other side for Meowpolis is just not there behind it comparative to Keo and Miamaika.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. That fast feudal age from Miamaika, getting that dock going early on to harass means that they will have that dominance down south. And at the same time, they are already out-muscling their opponents in terms of fishing eco to the north. That Barbican is still halfway complete, courtesy of that one boar out there. And we talked about this in a pregame. If you are Meowpolis, you don't want an early micro battle. That has been 0 out of 2 basically in the previous 2 games. And if you're Keo and Miamaika, you want to win this game quickly. You want to cause a lot of damage early on, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yep, Chapel on the way up as well. So even with that quote-unquote fast feudal age for Chinese, the Chapel is going to be a few seconds behind it and going to have 9 extra economic units. While, yes, there was that villager loss, that still shouldn't be 9 different units, and that's what the fishing holds. That shows you how much extra oomph this feudal age is going to have behind it for the HRE.
And this is just gigantic if you think about it. Minute 5 and you're up by 12 economy. To put that into context, Blid and Xlav have 19, 20 villagers each. It's almost like you have a third player on the team of Keo and Mio Maika. That's the level of eco advantage you have.
Yeah, and it looks like XLab's going for a little proxy play in the middle. And the crazy thing is here, it also looks like Blid's going to try to counteract some water, but Keo's got double dock already up, and he should be able to just jump inside with the fishing boats, wait for, and there it is. One military ship is all he needs, maybe a second one to come out, and the fishing boats can come out and heal up, and there it is. So is able to secure up water, and now Team Pro Quitter has both sides of water secured for themselves.
And a big problem for Blid and Xlav is that even though you get those Order of the Dragon men-at-arms going for a land push, even if half of the land eco for your opponents are idled, it doesn't matter because they have all that food eco from the water. There is a portion of the enemy economy that you simply cannot contest.
And they at least have a somewhat decent answer to men-at-arms as well. The Desert Raiders, while they might not be the best unit, they still have a decent amount of base damage and can start doing enough in numbers to deal with the men-at-arms. Speaking of that men-at-arms, it is knocking on the doorstep. Gold villager pulled on back. Few villagers just being idled there. And men-at-arms just going to say, I'm happy to tank this, happy to cause some idle time. I don't think he's going to get a villager kill, though.
I've never been a fan of Feudal Age men-at-arms with the Order of the Dragon, because sure enough, you're tanky. But at the end of the day, how many villagers have you killed? Nothing. They're just too slow, and they are expensive units. You can't just fight underneath a town center. And the concern here is that if this was an open land map, this would be a lot of damage. But we're looking at a hybrid map where the opponent has a bunch of fishing boats. So frankly, Mio Maika can afford all this idle time, and he's still going to be all right.
Yeah, and he's stalling up the other couple men-at-arms. He's built that Desert Raider number up to 3 already, and look at the men-at-arms. They're just slowly getting picked apart as that Desert Raider number continues to climb. The men-at-arms are all of a sudden not going to feel like men-at-arms anymore.
Yeah, this is just concerning all over for Blid and Xlav. I feel like if they want to have any shot at this game, they just got to go like crazy on the land-based economy. But it just feels, frankly, it feels too late. It's simply because they conceded that water way too quickly and everything kind of fell apart. Delayed feudal ages, and now heavy investment into men-at-arms that do negligible damage to the enemy eco. I mean, if you're up to like 6, 7 men-at-arms, maybe you can make something happen. Let's not talk about this.
It's Chooks as well behind this coming in for Chinese. So we're starting to see that number mass up already at 9. It's the archer play for Keo, which didn't seem bad, like the worst against the men-at-arms, because you're like, oh, they can outrun them. But all of a sudden, if you're taking the fights, that is not a winning fight. But the horsemen from Mio Maika are already ready, already there to counter out those Chinese units. The Chooks getting focused on down. Desert Raider number climbing up as well. And so the men-at-arms are, again, becoming more and more negligible. Those reinforcing units can't run across the map anymore.
Yeah, Chukunu numbers are building up nicely, though. And if you get a decent Chukunu mass, it could still be terrifying. I feel like if you're Blid and Xlav, there is only one condition under which you can turn this game around. It's causing chaos. Remember, you do have an H or Order of the Dragon player, so that gives you a decent eco boost. If you can start idling out a lot of land-based villagers and then maybe start ramming down those enemy docks, that could make things interesting. Because it's one thing that the opponent has a bunch of fishing boats, but if you destroy the dock, it's not gonna matter.
Well, we see one of the proxy barracks get taken down by that original ram. It started to take down the other, but the ram gets killed by Chukunu from Chinese. Yes, a ranged mass taking down rams. Nothing to see over there. And slowly but surely, Keo has been building the archer numbers, kiting around, doing as much damage as possible he can to these men-at-arms, but it feels like it's really nothing.
Yeah, the problem is that it's a trickle from Blid and Xlav, and frankly, they're catching up on the eco count. It's only a 10 deficit now. It's getting progressively smaller and smaller, but at the same time, you're just conceding so many resources with these small groups of Jugenu being cleaned up. But the men-at-arms, they're still causing a lot of damage, and slowly but surely, these villagers are losing HP. I don't know about this. I don't know what to say about this series in general. This is not a game that Keo and Mio Maika should lose, but the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm starting to feel like, okay, this level of chaos might be too concerning to deal with. Look at all these villagers going down. If Blid and Axlaf find a way to hit the fishing eco, this could get very interesting.
Well, you speak of fishing eco. Look at the Mayameka's fishing eco. He hasn't really built any, so he doesn't have that fishing eco we're talking about. He's on 3 shoreline fish. He's not on the deep sea. This is what is going to be the key for Pro Quitter, though, is if that archer number can start to build up. Woodline was being denied, though, and Mayameka has spent all of his kind of focus on just slowing the trickle, killing some of this reinforcing mass, which also forces the men-at-arms back, allows their ecos to actually start working again here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a fumble from Miyamika not to go for any fishing here. It's completely uncontested, and that would be a nice boost to his eco. But I think they're still fine here. They've been doing a really good job just intercepting small groups of units. 20 Jugenu is no joke, but a dozen or so archers plus the camel lancers, or camel archers, I should say, they will be able to hold this off. And I think Kyo is thinking about Costlight here. If he gets the Costlight and gets Palace Guards, or even better, crossbows against all these men-at-arms, they'll be in a really good spot.
And the men-at-arms, while there's not many of them, they're doing their job perfectly. Just tank up and be a front line. Every time Kyo turns to fire, the Chooks want to try to get a volley onto the archer mass. It's going to be way more effective compared to the volleys on those front line of men-at-arms.
I would love to see a tower here from Blid and Axlaf. They gotta go crazy here. If they can tower this wood line, that could be very concerning for Kyo and Miyamika. Ecos are now dead even, by the way.
Ecos are indeed dead even. Song Dynasty, I think, working hard for the Chinese behind this. And the Desert Raiders, they don't want to fight against the Chooks. They want to just keep trying to kite down those men-at-arms. But again, still, every time they turn and fire, the Chooks get an extra volley in.
Blid and Axlaf are playing the same strategy that they did in the previous game, just a complete slugfest. This time around, though, they don't really have the numbers to sustain this. Having said that, they caught up on the eco. It's 83 versus 83. In fact, now they're actually ahead. So suddenly, this becomes a position where if you're Kyo and Miyamika, you don't want to potentially get into a slugfest for an extended period of time. In fact, Kyo is somehow losing eco somewhere. I wonder where it's
on his wood line. Somewhere on his wood line, I think, right above. There's a men-at-arms on the wood line he's not reacting to.
He didn't notice! That's what's happening! He didn't notice, and that could be the saving grace here for Blid and Axlaf.
Oh my god, and it's still happening. 4, 5, 6 villagers falling, and it's still happening. No reaction. They're winning the fight so heavily in the middle. They're probably all hyped up here until you look back at your wood line and you're like, why can't I produce archers anymore?
And now, if you lose all those lumberjacks, how will you protect your ships? It takes 1 or 2 combat ships from Blid and Axlaf to clean up all the food, or all the food eco of Kyo on the water. It's getting worse and worse for Kyo and Axlaf, or Kyo and Miyamika, I should say.
He just lost it all on the wood line. That men-at-arms, give him a medal, a god men-at-arms, but the front line, there are no more men-at-arms, really. The Chooks, they're left out on their own. While there aren't any horsemen here for Miyamika anymore, there's still enough archers, still enough Desert Raiders to take this fight efficiently.
Men-at-arms once again coming in to hit the lumberjacks here. This is not a cost-effective fight, though, for Kyo and Miyamika anymore. A lot of expensive Desert Raiders trading against all these Jugenu. That's just not a good setup.
Again, men-at-arms just slowly coming in, trying to be enough of a difference. A couple archers actually made by Blid. And no castle ages at all.
There's a big clump of units to the north on a hunt and a gold mine from Kyo. Yeah, he's trying to tower this one for the time being. I was wondering if he's starting to kind of stretch out his villagers and potentially open up avenues for Blid and Axlaf to raid.
Yeah. Looks like a couple more men-at-arms. They at least, at the very least, what that men-at-arms play did was put Pro Quitter on the back foot. We talked about it. Mayamika's hasn't been making fishing, hasn't been reinforcing, and that villagers get pulled. And I mean, that tower's going to do nothing now. Villagers spotted it out in time.
Good reaction.
It's denied, and they fast build an outpost themselves now. But that is a ton of villagers out on the deer. They know, Kyo and Miyamika know now that the food resources are slowly running low. This push will slowly start running out of steam if they hit places like that, delay the food, delay the economy, because there is no fishing on the other side. It is only that land economy.
Yeah, that's the big thing here. Keo and Miyamaika, they need that fishing, and they do have that fishing. But on the other hand, Keo is now running low on gold. He doesn't have a lot of food either. Sure, the fishing boats are great, but he lost a bunch of villagers on the wood, so he didn't really add a lot more fishing boats. And Xlav, I wonder if he's thinking castle here. It sounds crazy because he doesn't really have the gold. He's banking up a lot of food. They still need to find a way to hit that fishing eco. I think if Blid and Xlav can somehow find a way to harass the fishing eco, they could win this game easily.
And again, fight going down. Keo and Miyamaika just need to focus the Chooks with their whole entire army mass at first, and once those are dead, then focus the men-at-arms. Instead, though, Keo just kiting back with the men-at-arms on his side. Miyamaika having to do the same. Villagers on the gold will end up falling here, so a few more losses. Miyamaika finally making some fishing, though, so we'll have a little bit of extra eco again. And they're constantly trying to deny those deer that they spotted out earlier, so behind this, a little bit of extra ego denial as well.
The numbers, the army count is just building up a little quicker here for Keo and Miyamaika, though. Like, they haven't been losing a lot of units, whereas when you look at Blid and Xlav, they've been losing a lot of men-at-arms, a lot of Chukunu. Army counts are slowly looking better for Keo and Miyamaika. Though, let's not forget, that army graph at the top, or that army bar, is a little deceiving. Some of those units are actually on the water. Those are not factors right now. Love this little focus here. You know that you will lose these Jugenu, but you will just trade them to a bunch of villagers. And now a second wave of Jugenu come in as well.
I think now we're getting to the point, though, that Keo and Miyamaika are having enough of a mass to be happy to take this. 30 archers, 16 desert raiders, even some horsemen in reinforcements here. And so fight being taken, a ram being dropped by Xlab. They know this is an all-in play. This has been a super all-in play, and it was looking good for a second, but it feels like the steam is starting to slow down. It's running out. They're out in mid-map on the boar, onto the deer, and Desert Raiders are moving that way now.
That ram needs to focus that mid-map dock from Keo. If you take it out, he has no means of dropping off the food from the fishing boats.
Oh, and the horsemen are there. It wasn't Desert Raiders. Villagers surround. There's enough villagers here to pull out the shivs, do some damage, but just like the deer they saw earlier, now they know an easy spot to focus. Split off a mass of Desert Raiders, head that way now, take the fight on the front side, which Xlav and Blid, a little bit of miscommunication. The men-at-arms ran in as the Chooks ran out.
I feel like the problem for Blid and Xlav is that they're playing a similar style to the previous game, but here they don't have the eco lead to play that attrition game.
And there's the reinforcing mass we were talking about. They're going to continue to come after this spot. There's so many villagers there. There's also villagers up front onto a different deer pack. Tons of villagers now falling for Xlav, and Keo and Miyamaika have the army numbers now and are taking back the map control after having that quick feudal play starting to diminish here.
Xlav's eco is still very unbalanced. He's floating 2,000 food, but he doesn't really have the gold for castle. He needs to make some changes here. I think he wants to go to castle now.
He's trying to go Swabia.
Oh, he's going, well, yeah, maybe. I mean, Burgrave is going to be the opening. Concern is that resource influx still. They don't have that fishing, and they never really managed to damage that fishing from Keo. And now Miyamaika is also on fish. They made up for all that lost villager group by simply going for a fish. And it looks like Xlav actually wants to go Imperial indeed.
I was kind of saying that sarcastically, but it was one that he's just floating so many resources. I don't think he can go imp. I think this play, he has to make units. He has to have a front line here because they know how many units are pushing the base. Blid's falling back. Chook Mass is there, but again, there's just too many units here from Team Pro Quitter, and there's 2 men-at-arms from Xlav.
I just don't know what 10 extra men-at-arms will help here. I think at this point, if you're Blid and Xlav, you got to play a Hail Mary. And that might be just that imp recovery for the OOTD. Even if you get to cost, well, you will get to cost age, but even if you get a couple of men-at-arms out, I don't think that's going to be the difference maker here. But if you can find your way to Imperial, it's a different story. He's queuing up a couple of men-at-arms. He's getting the veterancy for them. And now it looks like Keo and Miomaika will pivot to the other side, though. They want to hit Xlav. Maybe they are sensing that he could try doing something like that. Maybe going to Imperial Age, or just try to get some sort of a recovery going. It's going to be a couple of nights, though. I don't like that.
They saw this food spot earlier. They want to deny the OOTD's food while they don't, you know, right after he hits castle. So he doesn't have a ton of Q, isn't able to get a ton of those Castle Age units out. Some more villagers on over there. Outposts all left. And the villagers, a few of them should go down, if not all of them. This mass that's closing in is a quite quick mass. Desert Raiders are happy. They see this and they will kill all of those. Those are OOTD villagers as well. That much more valuable. Chooks here, though. And that chook number is very, very scary. 69 chooks.
Nice.
And just need to A-move those.
And let's not forget, these men-at-arms are now super tanky. Castle Age, OOTD men-at-arms. And one thing that Blid and Xlab were able to accomplish is buy some time for the Chukunu mass to build up. Castle Age is going to be in for Miomaika in just a second. He was aging up, and Keo is also going to Castle. So Blid will be the only player that's still stuck in Feudal. But now they're down by 21 eco, and until they find a way to hit that fishing, it's not going to be their game, I feel.
And it's going to get even worse. We saw just a quick swap from Vodka showing us the second TC Keo drop behind this as well. So we have even more eco emphasis coming in from Team Pro Quitter. They have the fishing and they have a secondary TC now. And we'll see where the relics start to go as Castle Age is out. Xlab was the first one there, but there were units already in the base. You can see the relics on their side still haven't been secured, as it was a bird raid play for him, not Regnants.
97 Chukanu on the field now. I feel like if this army gets cleaned up, it's game over for Blid and Xlab. One way or the other, this game is going to end in a few minutes, I feel. That's a scary army, though. And remember, Castle Age upgrades aren't in just yet for Miomaika. He's getting Castle Age upgrades right now, making a pivot into the Horsemen. But at the same time, this is just half of the army. There is like a second big clump of Chukanu coming across the map as we speak. Yeah, look at that.
This is really good, though. Like, I love this by Miomaika. He's waiting until the upgrades come in. He's not taking the fight too early. He's also waiting for Keo to circle back. And you can see upgrades 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now he takes the fight, circles around. Upgrades come in for both units and the archers close. This is where Blid, you said not all the units were here. Well, he needs all the units here because this fight is going to go heavily into the favor of Pro Quitter with those Castle Age upgrades.
I was just about to say that. He needed every single Chukunu here. Chukunu scale exponentially. And this would have been a tough fight even with all the Chukunu, all the 100 of them out there. Now it's hopeless. This game is just going into the hands of Keo and Miomaika. It's not a matter of who, it's a matter of when at this point. And really, when you look at this game, you gotta talk about that fishing. It was way too easy for Keo and Miomaika to just have that untouchable economy on the water. Never really was contested by Blid and Xlab. And I gotta credit Keo. He's got a ship patrolling that very northern edge of the map. He's making sure that Blid isn't even trying to sneak a dock up. It's just not possible right now for Blid to get on that water and contest that fishing eco.
Yeah, and I do feel like that big difference you mentioned. Wow, speaking of denying the fishing, we see Xlab finally doing it. But I do feel like right when Miomaika finally took deep sea fish, finally produced some more fishing, was when he was able to start making that difference. More horsemen coming out, more Desert Raiders coming out. And that number is really what diminished both armies on the other side. The archers, while it felt like they're great and that number's up at 74, early on, really what helped thinning the numbers was the Desert Raiders and was the horsemen hitting reinforcement.
And I just don't see these men-at-arms being any valuable at this point. They're way too slow for team games. You don't even have very many of them. Now Blid is trying to get to Castle Age here, try to get the veterancy upgrades for these Jugenu, but Keo will simply not allow this. By the time he's up to Castle Age, all the Jugenu will be gone.
Yeah, archers just continuing to move forward. Men-at-arms not being the front line, letting the Chooks be the front line. You could see the second relic that Xlab had for himself. He didn't even drop in the monastery as there were too many units here. Men-at-arms swapping, taking the fight against the Horsemen Desert Raiders. Archers still moving on forward into the eco. Blid goes Castle Age, but at the worst timing possible. Upgrades won't be able to come in. Attempted Wololo's coming in. No reaction.
Oh,
Oh my God.
talk about the Hail Marys. Frankly, it might just be too late, but if there was ever any hope of a comeback, this might be it. He has really thrown a Hail Mary and it actually stuck, but is this enough? I don't think so.
It's still not going to be enough. Still losing too many villagers. Reinforcements come, and they should be able to clean up that Desert Raider mass because he has more, and he has horsemen to tank that front line. But that was close enough. He almost moved in with his whole entire army. If he had gotten the whole mass, it would have been enough to hold this.
Frankly, I feel like every single time we see a great moment from Blid and Axlav, it's followed up by some underwhelming engagements, partly because they don't have the economy to sustain this, and that's part of the reason things fell apart. Some of these fights, if they just avoided them, like, let's say, diving deep into the enemy base at half of the Chugenu, this game could have been so different.
Yeah, they had that timing that looked so good for a while, but as it continues on, the resources on the map, it forces the farm transition. It forces them to go further and further out, and that's where Kyo and Mayomeka were able to take advantage, splitting off horsemen, splitting off Desert Raiders, getting a little bit of return damage, and they had that fishing untouched over and over. Game gets called 2-1 over to Team Pro Quitters, but this is not a best of 3. It's a best of 5.
And I feel like just looking at these games, this could easily be a series that goes all the way to the distance. Blid and Axlav made it very tight here for Kyo and Mayomeka. This wasn't a clean sweep by any means, despite the fact that Kyo and Mayomeka had all that fishing eco going for them. There were definitely some dicey moments going on. And you know what's the cool thing about this here for Blid and Axlav? The remaining maps have absolutely no water. So from this point onwards, you're not going to have that fishing helping out Kyo and Mayomeka. I think we've also seen this setup from Blid and Axlav where they just like these slugfests. Move the army forward, just keep trickling in the army and fight until someone runs out of troops.
Yeah, we saw some proxy buildings in that game too. They knew they needed that timing to pay off quick, because if not, the fishing would pay off too much. You can see the economy count got crushed from Kyo when he didn't see the men-at-arms on that wood line, which we might see the highlights here in a second. That really is what felt like was going to be the potential turnaround for Blid and Axlav, but wasn't enough. Kyo and Mayomeka gained enough steam and took it down. This is one of the favorite highlights. How can you not love a little boar pull? Gets a villager kill, cancels the Barbican too, which delays this feudal age play from Blid. Maybe, if that Barbican comes up 20 seconds quicker, the fishing doesn't boom up as much. He's not able to, immediately deny that one single dock. We can see some wolves taking down the ram. But this is really when everything came on the line. If you don't have this mass, if you aren't able to continue this production, reposition your villagers consistently, if you take too much damage here, Pro Quitter's just out of it, even with the fishing. But they constantly were remassing. You can see taking down the reinforcing chooks. Men-at-arms need to pull back here. They're causing a little idle time, but this is just such a good play by Pro Quitter with, focusing in on the back units here. And then, just constantly back on those wolves. The ram actually circled back after taking down the dock and ends up taking down, I think, one of the proxy barracks. So again, just slowing down that push is all that Pro Quitter needed to do with the deep sea fish here as well.
I think these were the fights that were a little dicier for Blid and Axlav. All this compilation shows is how every single fight that Kyo and Mayomeka took, they had this numerical advantage. And he kept cleaning up small groups of Chugenu, never really allowing Blid to build that mess until it was too late.
Yeah, and that was really the key over and over again. It felt like throughout this game. It was, Blid and Axlav, they had to take these fights, some of them at least. They had to cause this timing, this denial, because if they wait a minute and then all of a sudden there's 10, 15 more fishing boats that Mayomeka and Kyo actually get to focus into, it's too late. And so this is where it was close. And I think, again, the men-at-arms in the wood line was really what was almost the difference here. Kyo's numbers started to get diminished, and then he was struggling to build it up. But that's where, right when he got hurt, Mayomeka focused more onto the fishing.
If you're Mayomeka and Kyo right now, you're feeling happy, you're up 2-1, but you also need to take a couple of lessons from these games, because this is not the first time that they kept losing a bunch of villagers to just no reaction, basically. There was one instance in the first game to a knight, now this one, and here they had the fishing eco to bail them out. But one way to look at this is that when one team has all the fish and the other one has none, you're always supposed to play from an eco advantage position, and right now in this snip, we can actually see a 10 eco lead for Blid and Xlav. There were moments in this game where the team without any fish was actually leading in eco.
Yeah, and that should never really happen, especially with Order of the Dragon on your side. And that's where some of those rates, some of that not paying attention proved to be that difference earlier on. But then all of a sudden, you can see the other end. There's 20, 30, 40 vills in this mid-map. And that's just such an easy spot to consistently idle. Throwing that one horseman, yeah, it's, you know, it's a horseman that you lose, but it definitely pays off. A few more villagers getting picked, and this is really when the game felt like it turned back upside down. It's back on Pro Quitter's side, and finally the game-ending fight here. You can see Keo and Mayameka collapse together at the same timing. Upgrades come through at the perfect time, and purple and pink, there's barely going to be any units on the ground at the end of this fight because of how much of a mass and how tiered up they were in comparison.
I feel like this was probably the final nail in the coffin, this little shot where if you have 100 Jugenu, you could have made this a little scarier. But having only 50 when you're actually facing off against more troops than what you have out there, and you're still in Feudal Age versus Castle Age troops, that's just not enough. And you know, again, nice timing here by Keo and Mayameka in the final stages of this game, diving before the Castle Age upgrades come in for the Jugenu. Really, Xlav's Hail Mary Vololo dragged this out a little more, but I wonder if Mayameka just didn't care because they knew they were going to win.
No, I don't think you never not care on a Wololo. I think he was like, I think he there were two Wololos, so I think he maybe was like, oh, I have enough timing to push up with the Desert Raiders, snipe out this prelate real quick. And in reality, he pushed up with a few of them. About half of them got the shot off, and about half of them got Wololoed.
Very possible. In that case, though, one thing I want to say, though, despite the fact that Pro Quitters are leading right now 2-1 and they are on a match point, they got to be real cautious about these little slip-ups, because we've seen multiple slip-ups like that in the previous games. A dozen villagers being lost to a single unit, half of your army getting converted. You cannot really sustain that. You cannot really make those mistakes continuously, because Meow Police is more than capable of exploiting those weaknesses. Let's see if they can turn this series around. Now it's match point for Pro Quitters. We're heading to Cliffside here in game number 4.
Will Meow Police be able to tie the series? They are starting out on this west side of Cliffside. Xlav playing the Byzantines as the color yellow. Blid playing JD as the color green. On the other side, we got Pro Quitters. We got Mayameka playing English, color purple, and Keo pink playing as the Abbasid. And this is really one that it feels like Keo and Mayameka just have to kind of hold out this timing push and potential timing. If they get to late, they're playing two boomy civs, eco civs. They like to get to late game, whereas it feels like JD and Byzantines are more of this kind of timing based civ. Biz can play the late game too, but I feel like they're way more kind of going to try this timing push again.
Now, one thing to look at is that the two games that Keo and Mayameka won were the ones where you had a slightly more off-meta map, so to say. Kirlogar in Scandinavia also had some water, although Kirlogar is water. It wasn't that big of a factor. But the open land map that we played, Dry Arabia, that was Blid and Xlav. And from this point onwards, we just have these land-based maps out there. And I think, again, just going back to that point about losing a bunch of villagers to a single unit, those things get amplified on maps like this because you don't have that fishing eco to compensate.
Yeah, and the key thing on this map is where it starts to unravel in that mid game. all your golds are mainly forward. And actually looking at it, the only person who has a back gold is Xlav and Blid both have back golds. Whereas Keo and Micah all have forward golds. All their secondary golds are all forward. So that is really what they can punish throughout this game if they are able to take this, you know, whether it's feudal age pressure, whether it's, you know, the OG cataphract play from Byzantines, or a combination of both.
I feel like one thing I like about this map here for Blid and Xlav is that this plays more into that macro style play that they want to play. In these little micro engagements, small groups of army, Keo and Micah continuously win those battles. But this map is really well set up for that late game slugfest that we so often see Blid and Xlav prioritized. If they can get some wars going on the flanks, if they can take this to late game, I think their chances will get a lot better.
You say that, but I feel like the civs on the other side will be much more in tune if we're getting a late game. You're going to see an ABBA, probably 2 TC, maybe 3. You're going to see an English, maybe even going 2 TC themselves, but at the very least going with the Abia Kings play, getting a little bit of early pressure on out. And this makes it sometimes a little bit difficult for JD to get up and going, because you have that king that heals on up, and it makes that first night potentially get on the back foot. You also don't want to dive English or ABBA all the time.
Fair point. Very fair point. And one thing I like about the English here is that in a map that has so many choke points and it could just be direct battles all over, English will reign supreme. Looks like it's going to be a standard second TC play from the Abbasids here. And it's the Abbey of Kings for Micah. He's going to have that king roaming the map, getting some harassment going. And he's got a really good haul of sheep as well. It's not like the English need it very badly. They will eventually play farms, but it's always going to have that fallback option.
Yeah, the question for Keo is it going to be 2 TCs or is it going to be 3 TCs? Either way, it's kind of one that you just want to get up to castle without too much damage going in. And you have a lot of units that you can use this game that will be very, very effective for Keo. Even if playing feudal age, he can just go full camel archer mass and do exactly what we've seen him do in previous games, whether it's horse archers, whether it's knights, just roam around the map, split a couple different masses off, and that can do a lot of damage to a civilization like JD.
Yeah, on the other side, Knight is out there for Blid. I think one of the bigger wild cards is going to be Xlav. I wonder what his approach is going to be to this. I don't know if, playing classic mercenary longbows will work well here against the actual OG longbow civilization, the English.
Villagers pulled back after the king is on the way and arrived. So knew it was coming. Scout gives a little fair warning, and that is now full gold denial at this point in time. Blid not on the gold as JD, and ooh, the little military wing units deny some berry gathering, deny some of that oil gathering, but not able to secure a Vil kill. Speaking of Vil kill, there's one that gets taken down.
Nice find right there. A lot of harassment going on here. Oop.
And one gets taken down on the other side. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but that knight's going to be coming right back for that English gold. No reaction this time from Mayameka. A little bit slow. One more Vil goes down. The knight's fine with taking up some short bow shots. Oh, the scout, though, that's not as much.
Oh, the scout does get away, and it's at the same time the king is also getting some kills on that gold mine. A lot of early game harassment going on, and villagers are falling on both sides here.
This is absolutely a hectic beginning, and usually you'd expect this from French on French, not English versus French. Another villager falls on that outpost. This king has taken 3 or 4 villagers down already. Even if he loses his life, which he gets away, Blid is sitting at 19 villagers early game as JD.
Oh, that's just so sad. You love how he was able to hit that gold mine from the English player, but again, we're seeing this.
2 bills go down,
time.
and JD gets XP.
And it's the delays in the reaction that hurts so much here. Villagers were pulled away, but they got like 1 or 2 kills before the villagers even started moving. And now you're looking at 21 versus 22 villagers when you compare Blid and Xlab. Just utter chaos here in the early game. Both players taking a big beating.
Yeah, Mameka can go to castle soon, though. He got enough gold that he needed. He's got 600. He won't be able to get any upgrades, won't be able to get any Castle Age units out, but he can get there. And meanwhile, his teammate, he's 2 TC. So if we're talking about 1v1s on either side, Blid is still behind, even after all of that damage that he was able to cause. JD, though,
and it's a white...
Oh no, she's gonna do the AoE. Oh, a little bit of an early activation there, but still a lot of villagers canceled White Tower. Has to drop it a little bit more conservatively. Knight's gonna charge again. Villagers need to just jump inside the TC.
I absolutely love this. The delay is so crucial. Every second matters here.
Oh, great body blocking. Another AoE spin, though, and another villager falls. Knights charging out from either side. While, yes, the Knights will go down,
you can't cancel the landmark now. The landmark took damage. If you cancel it, you might not have the resources to replace it.
Teammate is here for a reason, though. Archers come to help to try to snipe JD. Spears need to protect the archers from the knight that is there. Another JD ability could be over, but JD steps too far, taken down by the English TC, and this should give Mameka all the breathing room he needs.
A lot of the villagers are very badly beaten up here, but knights fall here. One to the TC, one to the spearman. Limit Honey now moving in here. They're really trying to stop this Castle Age from becoming a thing. They understand that Miyamika probably wants to go for knights here. Question is how many casualties they can cause before this White Tower goes up.
They're coming back for and oh no! Xlab's here with longbows as well, and Keo does not have the full mass to deal with this. I think Miyamika just needs to... He canceled.
He doesn't have the gold. He's 5 gold short.
I think he could have gotten it up. I don't know. This could be the perfect timing for Blid and Xlab. He has to cancel it. He doesn't have the gold. Is he gonna just move out to the mid gold on the cliffside? Hope it doesn't get scouted and like drop the White Tower in the middle of nowhere.
Does it matter though?
Oh no! Oh no!
Does it matter? He lost so much trying to get this up. And
It's
this
28 to 28, Vils. He didn't lose as many as you think.
It was so crucial. It was so crucial that that landmark took a little damage from JD. Because this is why you cannot just replace it. You didn't get a full refund. You got a 99% refund. But that means that you're 5 gold short.
I think he didn't. I think he shouldn't have canceled it. But overall, the Vil damage, he's only down 1 Vil compared to Blid after all of this. He's not as far behind as what you would expect. He just needs to get the Castle Age through and finish. But a Ram is now on the way, which makes this all the more scarier. If that Ram starts taking and hits at the Castle Age landmark that's being built, it can get canceled that much quicker. Oh, I forgot it's a...
Oh, here we go. Here we go, the Kirosifon once again. There is no way you can cancel this now. You gotta commit if you're Miyamika. If you cancel, it's game over.
And the longbows are gonna step up, and every single time they step up, they should be able to try to get a volley down.
This
on
might
those
go
bows.
down.
Knights are gonna be the front line. There's a second Karasive in here as well. Archer mass.
It's over. It's so over. And he didn't cancel. He lost the whole landmark.
It's all up to Keo now. Can Keo 2v1? Miyamika is down at nothing. Keo's had two TCs working for a while. He has a nice economy. He has a big archer mass, but is a big archer mass going to be enough?
If he cancels that landmark, it would have been very bad. He would have lost most of the resources. But not canceling means he lost everything. He's got no resources to do anything right now. He's going to have his second landmark contested here. And if Keo doesn't fight, his teammate is going to get eliminated.
Keo is the heart and soul, the rock of this team right now. He's all archers, and there's knights on the other side, which makes it so difficult. You have to have some sort of a front line here, or the knights just get to run rampant if there's multiple.
They're just gonna go for the landmarks here. 3 Herosiphons, they don't want to fight this army. They just want to snipe the landmarks and make it a 2v1.
Sniping the landmarks doesn't take him out of the game. He'll still have villagers.
Wait, doesn't it?
That was like 4 years, 3 years ago that they changed that.
All right. Fine. Now, you don't want to lose these heroes if on the villagers here.
Villagers will take down both of these, and Keo pushes the mass back.
I don't like this.
They're fine. They're fine after all of this somehow. Keo needs to not step up too far, though. That's what I was worried for. The Knights. He can like 3-volley the Knights, but every time he turns, how many will he lose? Well, now he's not losing any. The longbows aren't fast enough.
I don't like committing
There's so many Knights falling.
I don't like committing to triple hero siphon now. Sure, you took out one of the landmarks, but even if you take out the DC, as you said, it doesn't eliminate the player, which means that this is just a massive investment.
Keo's going castle. If he gets castle, they win. Plain and simple. They get the composite bows on these archers. They get the upgrades. The Knights are going to melt like butter. It's just going to be nothing.
I wonder if these Knights even have the range defense upgrade right now. They just die way too quickly, and again, you're absolutely right about this. Keo is going into Castle Age. This has to be a 1v2, and they played a very greedy game. A 2 TC Abbasids and a fast Castle English is super greedy against an aggro team like Meow Police. But if they can stall this out and they can get to Castle Age, 30 Abbasid Archers is all they need.
They're bleeding units so hard. Keo is making a masterclass with this kiting. He's just been nonstop 1, 2, 3 units slowly falling. Another Knight circles around in the backside. Looks like Mayamika might have taken a little bit more damage, but the archers, they're just making a perfect defense for themselves.
Still though, now we have archers mixed in for Xlav, and that is huge. If he can trade this army before they get the Castle Age upgrades, it's a very, very different story. One of the issues I feel like from Xlab was that he went longbows, but he didn't have archers. So the numbers were always in the favor of the Abbasid player. The other thing they could do is still run circles around Keo. Keo's got a slow army. If they can send those Knights in and start sniping villagers, they can still get back into this game, because Xlab also wants to go into Castle Age, and he's got almost enough stone for a second DC as well.
Keo hears everything you're saying and says, I'm going to one-up you. I've already dropped double stables. He's ready for a Lancer swap, and he's going to be able to have enough eco to continue the Archer play. Castle Age comes through. You just immediately see double Lancer in queue. You see the Archer upgrade should be coming through, and ranged damage. Everything that he needs yet. And I love this with Abba. You get so many resources as you're aging up. You're able to get the upgrades you need. You don't have to chokehold yourself, but he needs to wait for the upgrades to take this fight now. Continuing to kite, Knight still falling.
I love the Lancer switch here. Archers will not be sustainable once Xlav gets the castle, but Lancers will be so valuable. And now if you're Mio-Micah, you just focus on recovery. I don't think he needs to contribute anything to this fight. Just get back in this game ASAP. Kaio is going to be good enough to hold off this kind of a 2v1 setup for some time. And if Mio-Micah ever gets back to this in this game, it's going to be extremely difficult for Blid and Xlav. In fact, let's not forget, Mio-Micah, he's got a bunch of food in the bank. He's collecting gold. He might still think about Castle Age here. And if he goes with the Council Hall, he tried going up with the White Tower. It didn't work. If he goes with a Council Hall, he's going to recover very quickly in terms of eco.
Oh, speaking of his eco, another Knight in his eco, but gets rather low. He has a few horsemen out and about. Not sure how valuable they will be, as this game is all Keos. They have a military lead, they have an economic lead, and it's basically, again, all Keo. It is nothing that is on Maya-Micah's side. Keo does have to react to some of a little bit of a raid in his base from Xlav, but at the same time, he's diving Byzantines as Byzantine is going up to castle and has an army mass in his base. Doesn't care about the Knights. Look at them. The archers, they just kill him immediately. It's 2 volleys, and those volleys are coming out so fast.
Yeah, a lot of the archers fighting under the town center is not something that you like, and the Varangians are now on the way. If you're Keo, you need to be careful not to lose this big mass, but he's happy standing under this DC because the trades are so good.
The Knights are falling faster than an archer under a TC. He cleans up the mass in his base as well. He runs over to the gold. There's nothing here to defend from Meow Please. Keo literally is 1v2ing this game.
What an insane performance from him. And there were some major slip-ups on their team's side in this game. Having denied of a landmark 3 times in a row and for the 3rd time losing the landmark entirely is catastrophic. You see 1 out of 100 games like that being won by the team that did this. Yet, Keo was untouched. His eco was never harassed. Like, you look at the minimap on the right side. He's on the hunt, he's on the berries, completely undefended. But that was not something that was ever exploited by Blid and Xlav. If they want a way back into this game, that has to be it. They gotta start using the mobility of these knights, start beating up that eco, and just buy some time until they actually get back to a decent eco. Xlav has just enough stone for a DC, but he doesn't have the wood now.
It's crazy to see where this game came from. The White Tower denied. The White Tower denied again, but loses full res for it. But all the time, Keo says, I'm an untouched 2 TC ABBA. Y'all are both sitting on y'all's 1 TCs. Y'all all in this and did not get enough damage. And still has a huge archer mass roaming behind both of the economies.
As you're saying, the Varangians are slowly coming in, and these archers are slowly detached into smaller groups, and that could be an opportunity for Blid and Xlav to clean these up. Knights are also moving into Miomaika's eco once again, but I don't think it's Miomaika's eco that they have to damage. They gotta hit the eco of Keo here, get to that backline, that farming eco that's currently being built up at the backside. If they can hit that, they have a way of getting back into this game.
It's crazy because I feel like Miomaika, every time we look, is losing like 5-10 vills and she's getting crushed. And then I look over and Xlav's 3 vills ahead of him. Barely ahead. Blid, 6 vills ahead. Barely ahead. It feels like that Miomaika should be out of this game, but he's still almost on even footing compared to the other side.
And again, if you're Blid and Xlav, you want to prioritize the other player here. Miomaika has no army on the field. Sure, he's making a couple of knights, but you don't want to beat that player that's already down here. You want to hit Keo, and I think he might just narrowly miss all these farmers. That farmland on the right side is so valuable, and they aren't really finding that just yet.
Now starting to transition into some crossbows too. This is where you see a lot of the higher elo players go to. It's kind of that one size fits all unit. They just counter everything, but not necessarily counter everything. They have good base damage, so they work well against everything. But Blid starting to find some successful fights as the archers are split off. There are no crossbows there. A lot of armored units here.
Yeah.
And JD finally is level 3.
This is the thing, right? You're looking at 50 archers like we've seen 100 Chukanu in the previous game.
Gosh.
But they're in small groups and they're slow. They are slow. Again, Keo's eco is still really good. Blid and Xlav need to turn this into an eco damage. Because right now they're killing army, but they're not killing eco. They need to find villagers out here, and they finally do. That's a lot of villagers down there.
They are splitting up masses very well here. That initial archer mass is still just trying to run through the ecos. Keo finally getting
no reaction.
Here. No reaction. 5 villagers left after that raid. 5 or 6 villagers go down. Crossbows late to react as well. But at the same time, Blid getting idled. Blid taking damage too.
Blid has no food income, which is catastrophic for the Fench. He's going into Castle Age and he's going to have the Royal Institute, but he doesn't have the food to make more knights. They're still down by 20+ economy right here. They got to find that backline, the farming eco. If they can hit that, I think they have a chance at this game. Until that's still up, I think it's still a game for Keo and Miomaika, because now Miomaika is getting some knights going.
Royal Institute almost gets spotted out. We almost saw the Royal Institute have to be canceled because Miomaika has 7-8 knights now roaming the field. He's somehow online. He's English and he's like, cool, I'm just going to start massing knights. And, you know, Blid just now went up to Castle. He doesn't have Royal Bloodlines in. He doesn't have Castle Age Royal Knights yet. And Keo still has all of the momentum.
And now I feel like it's getting too late. Although if this army gets cleaned up, it's a different story. The knights are also coming over to help, and that's all you need. A bunch of archers, no crossbow support. You chump them with the Varangians, and if this is getting cleaned up, at least at the
Oh my God! What?
That might be it. I talked about this the whole series. You cannot let mistakes like that happen. All the villagers being lost to a raid. It was a thing that always happened for Keo and Miomaika, But for the first time in this series, Blid and Axlav lose a dozen villagers like that. I was just about to say that if they clean up the archers, at least the army count is even. Now it's too late. The eco has just spiraled out of control, and again down here as well. Oh boy.
There were
Blid and
so many
Axlav
of
are
these.
trying to play a slugfest, but they're just getting sniped away, I feel. They're fighting army against army, but while doing so, they're falling behind more and more in terms of eco.
Yeah, when that archer mass first ran through both economies and around the bases and throughout the mid-map, they basically ran a full circle. They did a really good job tracking them. Where they did bad is when they started to become 3, 4, 5 different groups. They stopped narrowly evading some of these raids, and now just are getting slaughtered. Kyo and Mayameka are about to just move onto the Byzantine economy, as there's 10 knights here from English, there's Ghulams, there's crossbows, there's archers here from the Abbasid, and there is just not enough of a unit mass from the other side.
Yeah, they're trying their best here, Blid and Axlav. They know that this is do or die here in this tournament, and to credit them, they're taking some decent engagements over here, but the eco, it's always the eco that's problematic. That was the issue in the previous game. It's the issue now. They cannot sustain fights like this with half the eco compared to their opponents.
Yeah, and I'm just not sure where all the numbers are for Kyo, as he's got 50, 60 units out onto the field, 70 units out on the field. They're just all split up in different places, but that also means that Xlav doesn't have a lot of spots to gather eco from.
It's just too little too late now. The eco count is just way too different, and really in this series you gotta credit Kyo. In a previous game, he was the one who held on. He was the one who built up that massive eco lead with the fishing boats. But especially this game, he needed to put his team on his back so much. Mayameka took a lot of early game damage. And to be fair, Mayameka is up to 10 knights only. It's not like he's got an overwhelming force. This is a Kyo show all over. 2 TCs, and basically just 1v2ing the opponents for a solid 10 minutes. Essentially winning this game and potentially the series for his team.
Yeah, I mean, not enough can be said for Kyo in this game. It was a full carry. Mayameka was on the ground. He picked him up, put him on his back, and said, I will carry you to this finish line. And that is exactly what he has done. They're going to be moving on. You can see eco numbers. They're now doubling the eco, doubling the military. It is all but over for Meow Police in this series.
Yeah, they're trying to get back into this one, but it's too little too late. This mid-game period, Mayameka and Kyo were much more effective when it comes to hitting the eco. In basically all of the games except for game number 2. That was the game that Blid and Axlav won. The other games, Kyo and Mayameka did a really good job just always finding a way to hit the eco and eventually building up that villager lead through these non-stop raids.
And I mean, Kyo's done such a good job kiting back with his ranged mass. We do see a good close in by JD there, but earlier on, it was all knights and archers and Limitanai against just archers from Kyo, and Kyo was somehow taking good trades against it, just taking his space, kiting back, falling back towards the town center, not overstepping too far, and now we can see what position they're in. It is just a timing show now, just waiting for the opponents to surrender. They're just sitting on the town center of the Byzantines. There's not enough units here to hold, not enough units to do anything.
Boy, oh boy, what a series this was. Especially this very last game, but the entire series was just so back and forth and really so much chaos all over these games. The moment you thought the team is winning, there is a swing back, and then it's all over. Now Mayameka is going into Imperial, because why not?
This really felt like a French versus French mirror, where it's just back and forth, headbutting each other, punching each other, raids here and there, and all of a sudden, a lot of times you look up, it's dead even, and then all of a sudden you look up and one team's doubling the eco, and that's just how quick this game can steamroll with these kind of builds.
And just look back at this game here as the Meow Police cause the GG. Just looking back at this game, the madness that we witnessed. 3 times did Mayameka fail with that landmark. In basically all of the games you see something like that, it's all over. And one of the magical things in team games, I feel, is that even if you really fail at everything, even if everything falls apart, you still have a teammate to potentially bail you out. And that's exactly what we've seen over here. Miomaika, he played well in this series, but this final game was just sad for him. But that's what good teams are characterized by. If one player makes a mistake, if one player has a bad game, can the other one take the team on his back and turn things around? Kyo did just that.
Yeah, and this villager graph tells the full story. You can see somehow Miomaika did not take as much damage as what you would expect. While we were sitting there watching that, it felt like he would have been at nothing. It felt like Blid and Xlav would have had a good lead on him. While there was a lead, it wasn't as bad as you expected. Meanwhile, Kyo was through the roof to the moon with his eco.
Wow, just wow. And I'm not gonna lie, you know, looking ahead for tomorrow for these for the matchups, the decider games in this group, you have the Royal Couple of the North, that is Dimu and Kiljardi. They will be facing off against Kyo and Miomaika. It's not going to be an easy set for them, because one thing I think that we learned from Kyo and Miomaika in all of these games is that even if one of the players gets a lot of damage done to them, the other one is capable of turning things around. So it's actually difficult to deal with this team here, simply because it's one thing that you knock out one of the players. The other one is still able to carry the game until the player that took damage is just back. And you can see in these little shots how many times Miomaika's position looked catastrophic. It looked like game over almost. And then Kyo was there. Even in these moments, he didn't have a lot of archers. He had just enough to hold off these assaults and save Miomaika from complete destruction.
Yeah, and somehow throughout this, what we're looking, this looks awful for Miomaika. And then you look up and Blid has the same economic count as him. So this is where somehow, some way, it was a good enough hold. They did enough damage too with the king. And so I still think he shouldn't have canceled this landmark the first time. I think he should have just full sent it and been able to commit it. I want to say he was 3/4, 90% of the way up later on, but what a crazy back and forth. There's even moments now looking back, I'm like, I completely forgot about the king versus knight plays on the gold at the very beginning.
What a crazy series. But, you know, you look at the other team here, Blid and Xlav, they really fought well. When you look at, I think this is how you started this whole conversation about these teams at the beginning of this broadcast. These guys, they found each other in a looking for team channel. Kyo and Miomaika have been playing together for ages. And when you look at this, at the end of the day, Kyo and Miomaika played in a lot of major tournaments before. They have a lot of competitive experience. Blid and Xlav really made them run for their money, and this was by no means a one-sided series. In fact, this was an absolute nail-biter.
Yeah, and that's why we are into these elimination games. These matchups are going to be close. It is where the seeding is going to be a little bit closer. It's not the 1 seed versus the 30 seed. We're looking, you know, in these middle of the ground packs. That's where we finally see the White Tower go down. And next series, we're going to end up having the Volta Esports versus E-Gear is the next one coming up. They're behind getting the lobbies all set up, getting their map draft, getting their civ draft. So we'll get to see some updates here in just a little bit.
Indeed. Game number, or well, I should say set number 2 coming up here, because this was only the first best of 5 out of the 4 that we have today. So we had to group number B, or number B? No, group B, simply. And we have Volta Esports versus E-Gear coming up here. Group B was won by Team Canada, Wham and Puppy Pop. Probably no major surprises there, but there is a lot of fight going on here. The Bills team, E-Gear, and Volta Esports. This is very much an open second place fight, I feel. And, you know, obviously these two teams, they've lost their opening round. But whoever wins this series and goes into the decider actually has a chance of just making a full comeback and getting the second place in the group, advancing to the playoffs.
Exactly. But before we get next set going for y'all, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break here. So go grab some water, grab some snacks, as the action will resume soon. Okay, I was about to say, having to save the reinforcements, doesn't want to take the engagements into the Camel Lancers. Don't see a ton of spears here for Scarlet Devil yet.
No, they're just dancing back and forth, trying to keep as many archers alive as possible. Decent mango hit, though, on the jab throwers.
And that's what they were waiting on. Didn't want to take the full head-on engagements until the mangonels got there. Now that they did, you can see Louis basically just A-moved into the frontline mass, allowing the archers to do everything they want to. Javelin throwers are not firing on the archers. They're firing on the knights. While they have that high base damage, and Louis EMT circling around both of those knight masses can join together and decide to take the fight after Scarlet Double has thinned out that front line of spears. There's not too...
Yeah, where did that army go? Camel Lancers coming in now to try to pick off those knights, try to defend here. Jab throwers doing the best they can to thin out the archer numbers. But Team Elephant just continues to mass, and they are raiding. Look at that.
So, speaking of bow chads, we'll probably see some bow chads soon. Chooks, though, just A-moving into that front line. Camel Lancers are a great unit to go into that. Camel Archers, not so much. We saw Flaming Arrows come into play super quick, and oh no, that's the bees. There's 10 of them here. It doesn't matter that those are melee units. The just pure AoE damage, the base damage that it's gonna do, you can't dodge those fires. You're fighting at a choke point.
Treb's looking to counter siege the Nest of Bees a little bit. And now the Nest of Bees a little far forward, taking shots from the Berkshire.
Every time those Nest of Bees turn, though, they just get so much damage off. Frontline now is into the mix. There's only 6 Nest of Bees left instead of the 10, but back wood lines are
Yeah, they're just trying to survive as much as they can with that static defense from the TC.
And we are back showing you some of the schedule for the rest of the day. We just saw a crazy back and forth action in the first series. Team Pro Quitter was able to take down Meow Please 3-1. Now covering Volta Esports versus Team E-Gear over there. Following them, the classic Core and Elyona versus Scatter School. And then to finish off the day, we will have the Magyar Marauders versus Banter Boys. Gonna be a hype couple series here to follow. We saw how close game or set one was, and I am sure expectations will be the same for the rest.
I love that little lizard that they have in the logo of Vola Esport. It's probably my favorite team logos in the entire tournament.
There are definitely some good logos. Some players went a little bit more all out on the logo. Some players opted for no logo at all. And, you know, it is what it is. Players, you know, lean on whatever side, but it's a cool way to just add a little bit of a extra oomph to your team and hype yourself up a little more, you know?
All right, seed number 10 versus seed number 15 here. We're going to open this on a cliffside. Boy, I do see an Archipelago. Pigeons Valley? Oh boy. I don't think I've actually seen a Pigeons Valley game in this tournament before. I might have missed some, but I definitely didn't cost any of them. It's one of the new maps coming up as well. And I'm in general curious about Archipelago as well, because I do believe we had a couple of change-ups as well to make it a little bit more balanced. As you can just see on that little mini icon, it definitely feels a lot less random than what it used to be in the original map scripts.
Yeah, it's a lot more. I will say a lot of the water maps are pretty fun to watch, pretty fun to cast. And beforehand, when you're playing a water map, it might not feel the greatest. Casting a water map, watching a water map, it definitely has felt a little bit better. And some of them have surprised me now that they're starting to, you know, become in favor for some people. I won't say myself yet has leaned into there yet.
Well, indeed, water. That could be a big question mark. We have 2 maps featuring water, then, of course, Coastal Cliffs. You cannot access that patch of water, so it doesn't really matter. It's just like a mini Arabia. But first, we gotta settle Cliffside here. Game number 1 between Volta Esport and E-Gear. We're heading into game number 1 on Cliffside.
Yeah. And let's jump on into the second series of the day. Looks like Dragavon decided to change up his build, was going to go for some quick farms on the English and the red here. Decided to just go on the sheep. his teammate Mahodo playing the Deli, and he is in the color orange. And on their opposing side, on the team of E-Gear, we got the blue combinations, teal and blue. We got team name though, or player name Yellow playing as the color teal in French, and Deniskia playing as the Ubids in the color blue.
I already see the YouTube comments just freaking out about us calling someone yellow who's playing teal. That's probably the... Oh boy, that's gonna be confusing. Anyway, it could get a lot worse if Dragavan or Muhodo start taking yellow as their color.
Oh gosh, it's just you know we're gonna have a set this series already. It's gonna cause some confusion. We're gonna accidentally call out some wrong names, but who knows here? One thing I will say is Dragavan and Mahodo are kind of primed with a nice all-in combo civilization. Although Delhi takes a little bit of time to get up and going, they love playing their feudal age extended and then all of a sudden have 5-10 scholars behind it, going castle, and then getting thousands of techs for free that take the same timing.
Yeah, looking at Dragavan and Muhodo, they had a very tough opening round here. They got 3-0'd by Wham and Puppy Paw, but there's probably not that much of a surprise out there. At the end of the day, Wham and Puppy Paw are one of the favorites to potentially win the whole thing. And on the other side, E-Gear, they played a 3-1 against BLB, Goatkovsky, and Jigglypuff, one of the teams that actually does rotate all three players. We do have three players for both of these teams, in fact, but we haven't seen the actual substitute step in any of these games, so it really feels like a two-man show with an actual backup instead of three, equally distributed players.
Yeah, I want to say VS might have used Ramen in a series or two. I'm not for sure about that, though. I will say that they do have some fun strategies that they will usually pull out. We saw a proxy base go down in the last series. I would not be too surprised to see some proxy bases go down on that Pigeon Valley game. I want to say I saw VES try to do that beforehand, but that is not for this game here. We still have Cliffside. Feudal ages are starting to come to conclusion here in the next minute or so. It's Dome of the Faith, it's Abbey, it's School of Cav, and then Deniskia is aging up with... It's a good question. Just growth.
Growth. Yeah, it's...
And growth is one that I like. I like seeing this. It usually means they're going to play a little bit more of an extended feudal age, or they have to respect the opponent's feudal age a little more.
Oh, and I absolutely love this here. Deniskia just dropping off some of the sheep that he collected to the teammate. He's playing Iobits. He doesn't need an awful lot of sheep to work with. In fact, he's got none under the town center. But the teammate is playing French. The French player is going to be very, very happy when you have all that backup food under the town center. Delays the time that they need to go out to take the hunt. And in general, just make sure that that night production is very sustainable. Nice little touch there by Team E-Gear, making sure that the French player does have a sufficient supply of sheep.
Yeah, and this is something you'll see out of a lot of the high elo teams, whether it's sheep given over to French or whether it's a player like or a civ like Mongols dropping a pasture in your teammate's base. You always want to be supporting your teammates somehow. Speaking of starting to support your teammates, we're going to see some Desert Raiders probably start coming out to pair together with those French Royal Knights.
So quite a lot of potential aggression here. And I wonder how Muhodo and Dragavan will deal with this. They do have Delhi on their side, so if you don't contest them, I could easily envision the Delhi player just walling some of those choke points and going for all three sacred sites. That would be reasonably easy to hold, especially because you're looking at a two-man show now. In a 1v1 game, it's difficult for the Delhi player to hold all three sacred sites at the same time, simply because they usually don't have that army to make sure that all three sacred sites are well protected. But when you have two players on the same team, it actually becomes a lot more realistic to hold all three of them starting the middle of feudal age, essentially.
Yeah, and it looks like English going with the typical spear longbow play, as we saw barracks and a range get dropped. And I was incorrect about the Desert Raiders. It looks like Deniskia is just going to be playing archers and more archers, at least for the time being. Maybe we'll do like 1 or 2 Desert Raiders just to get the camel debuff for someone like the King or a unit like the Ghazi Raider. Archer able to tank up that Knight charge. Villagers don't take the damage. Knight trying to burn down this outpost, but I don't think he's going to be able to do enough over the course of time, as the archers are going to be slowly picking away at his health, and villagers can always just run out en masse and quick build that down if they want.
I think the value here in this King is the fact that you are now going to go back, heal up, and at the same time, you've contested at gold mine for quite some time. Depending on what Deniskia wanted to do, that could actually influence the timings quite a bit. Love these little walls over here. You're up against French. You want to make sure that those knights cannot just pop out of nowhere and hit you in the behind. So far, I feel like this aggression is working reasonably well with Volta Esport. They're harassing the Ayubit player. And most importantly, they have Ghazi Raiders as well, which will be reasonably effective against those knights as well.
Yeah, one of the things we haven't talked about in the previous series, because it didn't happen too much, and I think that was mainly because of the maps that we saw, was there wasn't a lot of like attacking in between the team's bases, which is one of the primary focus when it comes to 2v2s. You want to split up the 2v2s and make it, 2 different 2v1s essentially. Don't allow the military masses to group on together. Don't allow the unit compositions to conjoin, and that's exactly what Team VES is doing right now. They're in between the bases of blue and teal with their units.
Knight King, it's finding value. It's finding value hitting that gold mine. This King has been doing a lot just to idle out those villagers. Really, Dragavan has been doing such a good job with very few commitments to army.
We see the pro scouts play from yellow.
Ooh. Now that I love. I absolutely love this approach from pro scouts. If you think about it, if you can continuously bring in all those deer carcasses, remember you have 4 patches of deer here, so you have a lot more well-available deer to actually bring in compared to 1v1s. 4 patches of deer on your side only, and then you could potentially try yoinking some from the other side as well. Nevertheless, it means that your night production will be very sustainable for quite some time because you have all that excess food to work with.
Yeah, very, very safe food eco. Kind of makes the Ghazi Raider play not feel great, because then the only resource they can hit on the French is gold. And then, okay, now Yellow knows that. He can just focus on defending his gold. Meanwhile, Deniskia just gets to play that defensive game. He's still been on just archers. He's still very condensed in his eco and able to slowly build that number up. He's got 23 archers out onto the field. Meanwhile, Dragavan, he is forced to make spear and longbow, which is really going to kind of diminish that value in the ranged war.
Yeah, the Ghazi Raiders are starting to look scary, though. Because, remember, Ghazi Raiders are reasonably good against archers, and they're also pretty good against the knights. So, of course, they're not as tanky to justify just going straight into the knight plus archer combo. But it's really a good unit that can respond to anything that Deniska and Yellow have on the field right now. And this is exactly what the... I'm not even going to say anything about that. There was an opportunity for a great surround. At least one knight falls, but this could have been so much better for Muhado.
Yeah, I thought it was about to be exactly what you were talking about. It's actually a 1-for-1 overall. 1 Ghazi falls, 1 knight falls. Still beneficial for Muhado. But no sacred sites have been secured at this point in the game. We're at the 940 mark. It feels like VES has had the map control, had the opportunity to move forward if they wanted to. And just now, as I say that, Scholars starting to make the trek.
We have the ability to mass produce the Scholars over here. We're not looking at a Tower of Victory build from Muhado, which means that he can actually afford to just run out and even sacrifice a couple of Scholars just to secure the sacred sites. But for that, they first have to fight this off, and this is not a good fight by any means for them. Not a single knight killed. They lost like 5 Ghazi Raiders.
Yeah, really good fight by Yellow there. Was actually paying attention, didn't have his units get surrounded, and had enough numbers there to take it very efficiently. And you're going to slowly see the drawback of English now. Cliffside, a great map for English, but in general, playing against, you know, quicker units, you get push-pulled. He wasn't a part of that fight. He's like, oh, I'm gonna come help. And now he's so far away from his base and not conjoined together with the Ghazi Raiders. He can so easily get surrounded when he's out of position here.
Yeah, he's coming through the Stealth Forest, though, and this might be a nasty surprise for Deniska and Yellow. Indeed, they have to think twice about that one. They do have 40 archers against just 18 longbows, so the numbers are definitely better in terms of archers for Deniska and Yellow. But at the same time, they're still facing a lot of Ghazi Raiders out here. For now, they'll just be fine contesting that sacred site. Still, Dragavan and Muhodo should be able to secure the other, and they do snipe the scout here.
The scout's so important. You mentioned the stealth force just a second ago. You might not know exactly what you're facing. Longbow's able to snipe out a knight during that fight. That's always the problem with longbows. You feel like you either have to take the engagement, or if not, you're slowly just getting trickled, you know, damage in. A volley here, a volley there, and then all of a sudden you lose a knight and you haven't done any damage to the longbows.
In the meantime, the other two sacred sites are being secured. Deniska is now looking at Castle Age, however, and that could be a big factor here. He's by a mile going to be the fastest player to Castle. And it looks like now there's a pivot from E-Gear to the left side. They are doing a really good job contesting these sacred sites. Minute 12, and we don't have a secured sacred site just yet for Muhodo and Dragavan. As I'm saying that, he just got the first one, but I don't know how long he can hold this.
Got the first and the second. They have been dropping walls, and it hasn't been the Delhi player building the walls because he doesn't have infantry units. He's only got Ghazi. It was actually Dragavan moving out with the villager, and he's building walls around the cliffside, and a good timing to do this, but Ghazis that were split off starting to get sniped out, taking a good bit of damage from that archer ball. Deniska doesn't want to take this fight. He's aging up now. Yellow and Deniska don't want to take this. Maybe a little misclick there from Yellow, but didn't lose any knights for it. Advancement wing is on the way, so wants to get this up, wants to finish it as quick as possible, and still have deer being brought in from the French player who is also thinking about Castle Age, it seems.
Yeah, Castle Age is now coming in here. Now, this is dangerous. Both players committing to a Castle Age means that you're spending a lot of resources on aging up and not on army. That's usually an opportunity for the opponent to make a timing push happen. And to be fair, Dragavan and Muhodo have twice the army size. Of course, value is a little different because on one side you have knights, but 35 Ghazi Raiders and 12 scholars as well, that's no joke. You could actually do a lot of combat healing with many of those scholars.
Yeah, I actually, at this point, I would be very, very scared if I'm Deniska and Yellow, if I kind of just took a picture right now. You mentioned it, both going castle is very greedy. But once the first one comes out, VES has to punish it. They have to go forward. If they wait a minute, it's going to be a completely different game. Upgrades are going to be through. Those archers from Deniska will shred the Ghazi. They'll shred the spears and they'll shred the longbows. He could just A-move the archers and then let the knights be the tank.
Yeah, now it's Dragavan and Muhodo that have to pull back. If they cannot fight this anymore, by the time they arrive, the opponents will have their Castle Age upgrades. And by the way, Deniska has... he's got a really good resource bank even after aging up to Castle Age. Looks like longbows will push up, but House of Learning coming in for Muhodo. And he's got 13 scholars out there. This is an opportunity to just quickly close the gap, get those techs in real quick, and he's going to have a massive tech advantage if he can pick all those techs up so quickly.
This is huge.
But this is great.
10 villagers should fall from this. This timing is perfect. There's 37 Ghazi, and it takes a lot of units to respond to that. There's no way those villagers can get out and away. Too many longbows, too many Ghazis. And just like that, 10 vills down for Deniska. He's down at 38 villagers. Yellow, though, still sitting untouched for the most part. And he is French, who also should have some royal knights. Yeah, an upgrade on the way. Don't think any villagers will be lost over there, just some more units. And there's the upgrades from the archers.
Yeah, now you cannot fight anymore. This is the time for Dragavan and Muhodo to pull back. They cannot afford to fight into a Castle Age army, even with double the numbers. the fights would just be too costly for them. But really, they committed to this, and they managed to get a lot of villagers. I felt like it was a little dangerous for them to commit because they risk losing the entire army if they fight into a Castle Age force, but they managed to find some good value. And now, as they should, they're pulling back behind the walls, waiting for Muhodo to get those Castle Age upgrades. The problem
Dragovan needs to fall back.
Yeah, and Dragovan is still in Feudal Age. He's nowhere close to Castle.
And they need to fall back. They don't need to take this fight. They have a wall right there. Just fall behind the wall and give yourself time. You're in a really good spot. Delhi, it takes time for their upgrades, but they're going to have so many upgrades coming through. They have sacred sites, and he has a ton of scholars out, so he should have a quick securing of the relics as well.
Nice little conversion there. Yoinked one knight. Relics are now coming in here. The problem for Voda Esport right now is that, oh boy, they're running through the knights here. Not the first time that this happens for Muhodo. This time around, he does get punished very badly for it. He's the only player in Castle Age. They still have almost double the army count, but it's 2 Castle Age armies against 1, and let's not forget, we're talking about Ayubid archers over here.
Yeah, I mean, it is one that upgrades have come all the way through, and Delhi...
Look at that red blob! Look at the red blob going into the enemy base untouched.
Yeah, there's nothing here to defend it. The archers for Daniska, just like we talked about the longbows for English, is very immobile, and he's moving on into the Delhi base. They're burning down the stables. They want to stop the only Castle Age player, like you mentioned a few times. That is their only worry right now. Just reposition the economy. Don't let the slow longbows do any damage here. But the Goldvilles were late. The Goldvilles were slow. Fight being taken. And there's a ton of those knights with royal bloodlines there, and nothing there to defend the longbows.
This is a big problem for Dragovan and Muhodo, because Daniska and Yellow can afford to lose one of the Castle Age players. They have a second one. But at the same time, if Muhodo gets beaten up here, Dragovan is not in a position to go to Castle and match this army, and this is not a fight they want to take under this DC. Even with all these Ghazi Raiders and a couple of Lancers out there, the numbers are just so much better here for E-Gear.
Yeah, I mean, it's fighting 2 versus 1 consistently. Dragovan wanted to push forward. He wanted to do damage, but his army's just too slow to do any damage. It got spotted out. He has a great mass. He's 95 military. That's more military than Daniska and Yellow have combined, but it's English. It's slow. He doesn't know where to go and what to do with it.
And it's a Feudal Age army, and it haunts him so badly. Feudal Age longbows against Castle Age Knights of the French, potentially with royal bloodlines, is just way too little. Now they're closing in from the north, and they have an opportunity to clean this up. Remember, numbers are still better for Dragovan and Muhodo. Eco count is dead even. Army count is a lot better, and that's a lot of longbows. This is actually a beautiful cleanup here. There might be a shot here for Dragovan and Muhodo to come back.
Archers should just continue to run away and through the economy and not take the fight here, do a little bit more damage. And then behind this, again, they're still Castle Age. They're still building on up. Muhodo, though, didn't take as much damage as expected here. King's Palace on the way. So those 75 units, they're about to get some Castle Age upgrades.
Things went from bad to worse here for Daniska and Yellow. It was ugly to have all these guys cleaned up. But now, they're outnumbered 2-1, and if Dragovan gets to Castle Age, not only is he going to have all these longbows upgraded to veterans, he's also going to have that second TC, so they are going to start pulling ahead in terms of economy. And it's not like Muhodo took a big beating. Muhodo is at 53 villagers, that's kind of the same as Daniskaya right now. He has all these scholars out there, he's got all the technologies in by this point. He's got a bunch of sacred sites as well. And I don't know how you stop 70 longbows with veterancy over here when you only have essentially 50 units combined.
Yeah, Yellow is having a huge macro problem right now. He can't get to gold, it seems. Well, he's on gold or maybe trying to build a keep, but he's got 3,000 food in the bank. He could have so many knights out and about roaming and doing things, and you mentioned only having 50 units out. It's because he's got 50 units worth of res in the bank.
Yeah, well, absent of gold. That's the problem, right? He's got a lot of food in the bank, but simply not enough gold to work with, and these walls might just be a little too late here. Longbows are crossing over. Veterancy is just now coming in for them, and this is a great timing here. If you can hit these villagers before they start collecting gold, again, the French player simply isn't going to have enough gold to make those knights. Right now, the Niska and Yellow need a little time to regroup and get that 9 count back up.
Yep, just now starting to see 6 knights back into the queue. He's on that gold with the keep next to it, but he's got to go help his teammates soon. And there's not a lot of answers here for 73 longbows. Even with Royal Bloodlines, those knights will get torched.
The Lancers going to the left side. I think they found the villagers. Only one villager getting picked off here. They don't continue going down. They don't have that scout to provide vision. So they couldn't find all those villagers building walls. Still, however, now it's double the army count here for Dragavan and Muhodo. In fact, it's getting closer and closer to being triple at this point. That's way too many longbows to deal with. Crossbows are now being mixed in to deal with the knights as well. On the other side, 13 Lancers from the Delhi facing off against 21 knights. This is getting progressively better here for Volta Esport.
Deniska hits Imperial Age, and that changes a few things. Also, what I love Muhodo's doing, he's walling off the east side. He's taking away a lot of these resources in the long term and taking more and more of the map for themselves. Oh, he went up. Oh, I love this. He went up with the Desert Raider wing. So it gives you like 7 Desert Raiders, I think, is what it is every minute and a half or 2 minutes or whatever. It is crazy how many resources it provides. And that army number you were talking about them lacking, that helps significantly just by waiting, stalling, delaying.
Yeah, and Imperial Age is going to be a big thing here. However, Dragavan could think about it himself. He's not very far away from imping. And if he gets up to Imperial, they're going to be in a really good spot, because as long as this mass is alive, things will be good. Now, Spearmen will hold the front line here, and that is huge. Archers coming in from the other side, however.
And there's more knights in reinforcements. There weren't as many spears as I thought, and it seems like the spear count has been thinned out. Deniska focusing a few of those, and did Team VES overstay their welcome a little bit, as those are Royal Bloodlines knights. Deniska is Imperial Age, and their mass is starting to be thinned and thinned out fast.
Yeah, knights, they're doing a good job just shielding the retreat of these archers, and really, Dragavan has to be happy that he could pull these back at least, because this was about to spell disaster for them. I think he wanted to go Imperial here. For a moment, he had the resources for it, but now he's doubling down on army production, realizing that a counterattack is imminent. And again, as you said, these are Royal Bloodlines Knights. They're almost like Imperial Age Knights, and you have Imp Archers following them. This is basically an Imperial Age army fighting against full Castle Age troops.
33 Royal Bloodlines Knights. We didn't know what the answer was for that English army, and Yellow knew exactly what the answer was. Just keep making knights. He needed to get back to that gold that we saw for a while, and he just needs this knight count to stay healthy, stay forward and front for that archer mass, for those Imperial Age units. Imp Desert Raiders now. And the Imperial Age Desert Raiders provide so much extra benefit for those knight versus knight fights that we're seeing over on the right side.
That is huge. Even just one camel debuffing the enemy cavalry means that the advantage for Yellow is even greater. Tower is just now coming up to provide network of castles, but it's going to be too little too late. Army count is dead even.
Villagers.
Elephants are coming up though.
Elephants can be that great unit to fight head-on against the knights. Villagers of Yellow just ran through the fight, clearly because the walls, you can see where some outlines are on the right behind the orange walls. They just tried to make the full trek through the base and just all died. I think it was 5 to 10 villagers.
All right. A bit of a reset coming up here, because let's not forget, Dragavan and Muhodo have 40 eco worth of a lead. If they can find a way to Imperial, their position is going to be great. Until then, however, the armies are just looking so much better for Aegir.
He's confused. He keeps on sending them. He's like, I'm trying to go over. It looks like maybe the woodline or the berries. And he's like, what? Where are they going?
Oh. Yeah, he didn't scout the walls, right?
Mm-hmm. Knights diving through, but there's a keep and little short walls and a sprinkled emplacement in that keep. So a few of those Lancers fall. And Deniska and Yellow continuing to extend this game. This is where I feel like Deniska usually is the one to make mass crossbows.
Up the stone walls. On a map like this, if you can get those stone walls going, it means that it's going to be difficult for Deniska and Yellow to use this cavalry mass. And again, if Dragavan and Muhodo find a way to Imperial, I feel like their advantage is going to be pretty substantial. They still have all 3 sacred sites, by the way. Again, in a couple of minutes, that could become a realistic win condition if they can hold them.
3 TCs have been dropped now by Deniska, but I feel like it's just so late. They don't have much eco online at all. Where they're keeping the eco numbers even are things like this. Yellow just diving with his knights. There is not an army there to deal with it. Army's out of position, villagers out of position, and now there's knights behind the walls that could roam the economy.
If you play elephants, you gotta place wall in every possible position, because if these knights ever break through your walls, you will never catch them with the elephants.
And that's what we're about to see here now. Farms starting to be idled, more villagers that should take damage. Not all of them got garrisoned on in. I think I saw some textile. Oh, actually, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think textiles at this point now with those villagers. So, yep, they are able to stay alive a little bit longer, but so much damage that Mahodo's taken here. And all of a sudden, these eco numbers up at the top are going to be looking a lot more even, especially with 3 TCs working behind.
And he aged with the House of Learning. He cannot just spam castles and mass produce villagers from those. He's down to 48 eco. Silver lining is that Dragavan was basically untouched for the last few minutes, and he's trying to get up to Imperial. He's about to get pushed by Deniskaya, though. And oh boy, this could be a terrible placement for that landmark. If Deniskaya finds this before it's completed, that could be the game.
It doesn't look like Deniska is pushing on in, but that being said, it does feel like this game has now turned back over again with the Knights roaming, with the TCs built up behind for Deniska and Yellow. It's just one that it felt like before they were super all in. Now they have trade. Now they have multiple TCs, each of them. Now they're actually reinforcing their eco with the military mass and the military hold that they've been able to do.
They are still down by 30 eco, and we also have 2 sacred sites for the Delhi, a couple of relics as well. So I feel like Dragavan and Muhodo still have that edge in terms of economy, but you're right. I love the addition of extra town centers here. Make sure that you have that economic dominance to go into late game with. I also love how they start setting up the trade early on, just to make sure that they have that fallback option in case they get pushed away from the gold. But at the same time, Dragavan is up to Imperial. And he still has a respectable force here. Quite a lot of men-at-arms, quite a few longbows to work with. And also, let's not forget about 6 elephants with a gazillion scholars. They still outnumber their opponents 2-1 when it comes to the army count.
Yeah. Knights are still behind enemy lines for Yellow. They've been chilling, waiting, watching in the very, very bottom corner and healing on up, but I'm sure he's just going to go right back into those Delhi farms once he sees Delhi's army move forward and fighting, which isn't going to be too long here as they're starting to push through some walls and starting to group together here. Tons of elephants here with that English mass.
And it's not just the elephants, it's the healing power behind them that's scary. Dragavan is... I wonder if Dragavan will start sending resources to Muhodo to get him up to Imperial. Because if there's one player that benefits a lot from Imperial, that's Muhodo. He can pick up every single technology in the blink of an eye with all that scholar mass that he has. But he's still stuck in Castle Age, and yeah, there we go. 1,000 food being sent over, leveraging that English farming, trying to get the teammate up to Imperial as well.
And it shouldn't be too long. Delhi Imperial is not what Delhi Imperial used to be. It's actually super, super strong with how quick their techs come through, how quick of a timing that they get everything. And I mean every single thing.
I don't know if you want to push, though, if you're trying to get Muhodo up to Imperial. Maybe they just want to buffer this up and say, okay, if we are pushing, at least they're distracted and they won't counterattack us while I'm aging. But Muhodo is going on for Imperial, and remember, they still have a 50% army advantage, and that gets even better once you actually get the Imperial Age techs, which should happen very, very quickly. They want to make sure they don't get pinched, though, because I feel like Yellow and Deniske are trying to set up a surround here.
You can see yellow did the all army hotkey. Those knights on the backside just ran through everything and ran through all the villagers and just didn't kill anything. I was watching on the mini map, just kind of laughing about it. Palace of the Sultan is on the way though. Deniska is holding this right now, 1v2, but a lot of those longbows are attacking lumberer camps or attacking the House of Wisdom. Half the army mass wasn't even there. That was a really good fight for Deniska, as it was basically 1v half of what was in his base.
You don't have a lot of knights here for yellow, by the way. Now push on this gold mine as well. Remember, Deniska and yellow are still behind in terms of eco, and you don't want to take this fight. Sure, you have royal bloodlines, but you're fighting into elite English spearmen now.
Yep, and villagers, look at where they had to run back from that gold, right through the longbows, right through the knights. The elephants now are fighting into the Desert Raiders, and the fight is being taken by Deniska and yellow without the numbers, and Dragovan and Mahodo look like they are taking a winning fight. The spears over here on the side, while they may be losing, they're taking down knights, and that is a fine trade overall.
It's a cleanup, but those knights are as good as that, and at the same time, look at this graveyard of all these camels. These knights will not be able to contribute much with all that low HP they have, and at the same time, Deniskaya is getting cleaned up here. Now we have hand cannon elephants coming in here. New crossbows, new longbows on the way as well for Dragovan. That healing is going to come in clutch for yellow. They need some time until those knights are back up, but how much time they have with all these elephants just stampeding through the base of Deniskaya, I do not know.
A forward keep being dropped. They want to draw their line in the sand, start maybe sieging down the House of Wisdom. In this game, they should continue to push through, and the thing I love is they're attacking in between the bases. Yellow comes in with the knights, and it feels like he's just not timing it when Deniska is actually fighting as well. So now Dragovan and Mahodo winning fight after winning fight. And forget the Treb down the House of Wisdom. He's got elephants.
That's no joke out there. And he doesn't even have the scholars out here to heal, because I think he's getting all the techs. He should be pretty much set on basically all Imperial Age techs in the next few minutes. And once that happens, he can pull a dozen scholars to heal these elephants back up as well.
I laugh at the town center fire on that top elephant. You can barely see its health going down. It's been tanking it the whole entire time. It will end up falling after this next volley. Oh, one more volley. But oh my gosh, the whole entire 10,000 health House of Wisdom ended up 17,000 health House of Wisdom fell.
At the same time, look at this. A gazillion knights jumping on a single elephant. But I guess bad news, you still have to face 13 of them with 3 more in queue. And I absolutely love Muhodo's stone walls on the right side. One way for yellow to get back into this game would be to just launch a counterattack and just decimate the enemy eco. Make this game drag out a little, force the elephants to chase in a way. But Muhodo and Dragovan simply don't allow that. They have a very slow-moving army, and they are making sure that the opponent cannot exploit that by dropping stone walls.
Yep, it's just that, you can't raid us if you have to do something to get through these walls. Even if they had rams stuff taken down the walls, that gives them time to react to the raids. And they got to react to someone knocking on the doorstep, and it's not just someone, it's a whole entire mass of elephants, longbows, everything. And I love that Mahodo just sends the melee elephants over onto the side of yellow. That's the perfect counter unit. Knights do not want to be diving into those.
Well, it's because Deniska doesn't have anything against this. He's playing Desert Raiders and Archers, and longbows will deal with all of them. These are now longbows with volley, they have incendiary arrows, they have the network of citadels buff, and now the elephants will just start diving deep here. I think the longbows could push up as well to start sniping the backline here. Yellow is looking for a fight here, though. They might be forced to take this fight here, even though it's probably going to be suboptimal.
Oh, nice. Able to circle around onto the longbows. They kite back, though, rather quickly in front of the elephants. And then as the knights run away, I don't think they took down more longbows than what they fell.
Yeah, in fact, I think it was like 5 or so longbows dying in exchange for a dozen knights. And if you just keep 1 or 2 elephants on that side, you can actually send the rest of them into the base of Deniskaya. Oh boy, this is not a fight you want to take.
And this is where I think Mahodo just moves the base with that many elephants, right?
And now he's getting the hand cannon elephants going as well. They're just like slowly marching forward, non-stop firing. The army counts are neck and neck, but the army value is just so much better right now for Dragavan and Muhodo.
Yeah, this is one where I always laugh. Like the graph won't be the full true story either, because there's elephants here, and so that's where the numbers aren't always the truth when there's a lot of value there. Same thing for yellow though. He had a ton of royal knights, and it's like, you know, their full value doesn't show on the graph either. But this game looks like it might be coming to a close soon, as Muhodo and Dragavan, they want to end this, and they can end this with that many elephants.
Are you sure? Of course you are. Like 21 elephants, 2 hand cannon elephants on the back line as well. They're going to take out all the houses as well. And yellow is just now aging. We totally forgot about the fact that he's still Castle Age. Red Palace is coming up, but it's just going to be too little too late.
And it's coming up on like the most back corner behind their bases to maybe protect the trade line. But if Dragavan and Muhodo are at that point in time, the game is already over, and that is what we're seeing now. The game is over. Military counts almost back to being doubled, and that is the number 2, not including the value. Value's probably quadruple right now for Dragavan and Muhodo. There is no base for Deniska anymore. There is no House of Wisdom, no bonuses there, and that is what a Ubits is all about.
And now you just march to the base of yellow here. He's going to be up to Imperial, and there's going to be a dozen elephants inside his base. Mind you, most of the eco of Deniska and yellow is actually in the form of a trade. They have 40 or so traders. That's about 1/4 of their whole eco. And these elephants and longbows are actually marching towards that trade line on the right side.
Yeah, they spot out the Red Palace. They say, no, we don't want to fight under the Red Palace. That is a way to allow for a comeback. But if they just move on over to the right, they can just kill all the farming eco and do exactly what they did to Deniska's base to yellow here now.
And now it's just a death ball that's unstoppable. I really love how Dragavan and Muhodo played this. This kind of a build is very situational to a map that can be sectioned off so well, like Cliffside. But they have actually leveraged the, I guess, features of this map, and they have built a composition that's just straight up difficult to fight off. Whereas when you look at Deniska and yellow, they have a good general purpose composition, but it's not the most optimal composition for a map like this.
Yeah, if this were Dry Arabia, a lot more of an open map, it would have been a lot harder for Dragavan and Muhodo to execute this strat, but that's probably why they waited and pulled this strat on a map like this and not for Dry Arabia. TC gets taken down, Cannon's still alive and fine. It will start taking down the rest of those buildings. Elephants turn and fight. Longbows are taking down the Arbs that are sitting under the keep. And again, trade's just constantly favoring VES.
And now they find the trade. I don't even know if VES knew about the trade up until this point. Now they do. They can just start marching towards the trade and wipe it out. They're going to focus down the castle to deprive the opponent of all that production bonus. And this is the final hurrah from yellow. Elite Knights, this is the best he has, and it's just way too insufficient.
And the elephants, they're just waiting as the traders come. They're like, all right, who cares about mobility? You're walking into me. I'm just going to sit here and wait, and you are just going to get absolutely slaughtered, decimated, and numbers are falling and falling fast for Team E Gear.
Yeah, this is just... At this point, I don't think it's a matter of who, it's a matter of when. Landmarks are slowly going down, and sure enough, you cannot eliminate one player by taking out their landmarks, but if you take out all 6, as you can see at the top of the screen, now that's enough to win a game.
That is enough to end that game, but I feel like E-Gear should forfeit before that happens, and there it is. Game number 1 goes over to Dragavan and Muhodo.
There were some very dicey moments for them here, but at the end of the day, I feel like they got to the stage that they wanted to. Once it was Imperial Age for both of them, there was basically no way for Deniska and Yellow to win this game. Again, we go back to those compositions. Deniska and Yellow had a good general purpose composition, which is a good way to play this game until the walls come up. But once those walls were up, they just had no opportunity to use that mobility. And when it comes to straight up direct combat, there is basically nothing better than English longbows and Delhi elephants.
Yeah, it was a really, really fun game to watch. It really felt like both sides could have won it at different opportunities, but overall, Dragavan and Mahodo able to split Yellow and Daniska's bases from each other, really not allowed them to help, walled themselves off, and took advantage of the army compositions.
Well, that was a hard-fought victory here, 40 minutes. But Dragavan and Muhodo win this game. This is actually their first win in the group stage here. They got 3-0 by the Canadians, but then again, as we talked about, that's a very, very difficult matchup. And you look back at these moments here, the game started out with these casual feudal age skirmishes. In fact, we actually saw a lot of these feudal age skirmishes out there. I think one thing that characterized the style that Volta Esport was playing with is all-out aggression. They never had this moment where they felt like they need to play defensive, even if they tried to age. They always were aggressive, and sometimes maybe a little overzealous. They didn't get punished for it in this game, but that's something that they need to think about going into game number 2.
Yeah, and this is one where we saw some of the Civ picks. We saw the map, and then get this one out of the way. The question's going to be, what are the next Civ picks and what is the next map? As that is kind of, I always love getting into the later stages of the series. It's exciting. You don't know if these players are on their comfort Civs or on a Civ that they're needing to just get out of the way in between the next.
And as we go through these little highlights here, there were quite a few of them. And I feel like, again, the thing I highlighted just now, Muhodo is aging in this very moment, in this little clip. Yet they are still in the enemy base looking for things to destroy. And this can be a very double-edged sword. If it works out, it's spectacular, but this also provides opportunities to slip up. And there was an instance where Dragavan almost lost his whole longbow mass being caught off guard in the middle of the map.
Yeah, I really feel like the drawback for Team Eager was them going castle together. They both went castle age at the same timing. Meanwhile, the other side's both sitting feudal age, which means they have 3,000 plus worth of resources in army that you don't. And that's where right when that happened, you saw the Gazis and the highlight clip right before this just burn down the 2 outposts, take down an extra 10 villagers, and it was just over from there. But that was, you know, you can kind of see the rest of these highlights, the bars at the top. Even at this point, you can just see that military lead that VES was able to hold. They kept this military lead for just an extended time in this game and never really let it equalize without having an extra eco behind it.
And that was a big factor. In fact, I think Igir was doing a really good job just dropping those extra town centers, understanding that they need to catch up. And this was the moment that I kind of highlighted. There were some scary moments where those longbows almost got caught off guard. That's something that you need to pay attention to going forward. But it's not going to be a thing here. You're not going to have your archers caught off guard in the middle of the map on a map like Archipelago, because that is where we're heading here. A fundamentally different map from this one. This is a staggered, slow-paced land map, and now we're going into naval combat. Fundamentally different. I don't know what to expect from this, though, because I don't even know if Igir played Archipelago before. They did not play this in the group stage. I would have to go back to the logs of the qualifiers to check if they did. But Japanese, from what I've seen back in the past on water maps, water-heavy maps, I should say, Japanese has been one of the big carry civilizations out there. Chinese and Jushi were the main takeaways, though. So looks like both these teams felt like they needed Chinese or Chinese variant, but both of those were taken away by the opponents. Let's see how this game looks like going into game number 2 on Archipelago. HRE and Japanese versus the Order of the Dragon and the Abbasids.
And we're starting here now. VS spawning in on this west side. E-Gear spawning in the east. Dragvan Ramen purple and pink versus Deniskin yellow, green and yellow. And yellow is playing as yellow.
Okay, I appreciate that. I truly appreciate it. At least the viewers won't be confused for at least one game. But let's talk about this map here, Dapston, because this is not the Archipelago that you've seen back in the past. I remember when this game first came out, Archipelago was a map, and it was just complete RNG. The island sizes were weird. The way that you spawned was very weird. And in many ways, the outcome was essentially decided by the map generation, not actual player skill. But now, this is a very well-defined generation. It's actually pretty much a preset, 4 little circle islands in the middle, 2 sacred sites on those little atolls, and then each player basically has 1 island to, I guess, fall back onto. A better way to look at it, though, is when you look at right versus left, Deniska and yellow, they have an island behind them that they can share. Same goes for Dragavan and Ramen on the far left. And then there are 2 neutral islands that can be contested by the teams. Those are between 2 opposing players.
Yeah, and a lot of times what you'll see is, you know, as the game unfolds, if it gets to that point, you know, Castle Age goes down, they're needing to expand out to their other islands. They'll drop a keep on one of those islands to make sure they've secured it on up. And having HRE, you're going to most likely put a relic inside that keep because each island, if you haven't noticed yet, has 2 relics to secure. So a lot of nice gold income that you can get in the long run.
All right, I think when you look at these maps, though, one of the key indicators when it comes to early strategy will be the dock placement. If it's at the back, you're probably focusing more on eco buildup and fishing and slowly building up your navy. Whereas if you put it on the front, you are trying to just be 1 step ahead of your opponent, try to be the first one to arrive at a combat ship to an enemy base. So the fact that we have most players placing docks all the way back tells you that, you know, they're not really interested in rushing the enemy. Instead, they want that slow progressive build-up. And as a side note here, Ramen is not going for a dock at all. He's just rushing Feudal Age altogether.
He ends up deleting his scout as well for some extra pop space. And this seems very odd in my eyes. Like, yes, you get feudal quick, which inspires all your eco, but like you're now behind substantially. And being behind in villagers or fishing ships, it really starts to add up over the course of time. Where they can kind of make up for it a bit is how cheap Japanese fishing boats are. You know, his teammate can make up for it, but even 3 fishing boats at this point is very scary. That's 10% extra eco, essentially.
I truly wonder if this is trying to be a semi-fast castle build from Ramen. He pulled away the villagers from gold, so I don't think he's just going to go straight into castle. But one thing to highlight here is that there are 2 relics on the island behind him. There are 2 relics on the island next to him. If he can sneak those out with the Ragnates, that's going to be a big buff to his eco. Now, the risk that you run with this is, of course, that, you know, first of all, if you don't have water control, that's not going to happen. But I'm starting to see that instead he's dropping a dock on the front. And remember, if you go for a Dark Age dock and a Dark Age fishing eco, you delay your Feudal Age. And that forward dock, that's going to be the first dock in this game to pop out a combat ship and start harassing the Niskaya.
Yeah, but this is where, you know, most players at the high elo, here's the reaction you're supposed to make from this. You saw 6 fishing boats from Deniska. All you need are 2 docks to hold all your fishing boats. So yeah, you might get idled for a bit. You wait 5 seconds. You wait for your springled ship or your own galley to pop out. And then you jump back out with all your fishing boats and their military ship has to go away. And you are now still up your 6 eco.
Yeah. It's an interesting change up here from Ramen, though, because maybe the idea is just to say, okay, I know I'm going to be behind in fishing boats, but part of that gets offset by the Aachen Chapel. Remember, this map spawn you have on this map, the little island you start with, it basically guarantees that every single villager you have is buffed by the Aachen. And at the end of the day, you're still the first player out there with a combat ship, and that might be the momentum that they're looking for.
Yep, and we can see where that combat ship is starting to make its move across the map. Hasn't been able to scout out any fishing, hasn't been able to scout any dock, and we actually saw Deniska following that with his scout. He knows exactly where it is, and yet again, 3 fishing boats can easily just jump on inside. Waiting. And there it is. So jumps inside, doesn't take any damage, and then again, still behind this, the rest of the fishing boats are working. It moves on past, and he goes back to work. So it's not really providing that much value here, as he just needs a few more seconds, and his own chapel will finish, and then Feudal Age boats will start coming out for himself. And Ramen is not going fast castle. He's nowhere near here. It looks like he's just trying to get this timing push. 3 more boats jump inside. There actually might be 1 loss here. Oh no.
Yeah, I think one thing to highlight here is that this is not your classic 1v1 water build when Players build up a couple of fishing boats, then rush feudal for naval combat. Basically every single player but Ramen went for multiple docks and a gazillion fishing boats. And I think that's part of the reason why this early ship opening didn't work out as good as maybe Ramen would have hoped for. Because you have multiple docks and the fishing eco is spread out. Having said that, he's still the only player with a combat ship. There is one in queue for the Niskaya, but you already have a Demo, you already have a Hawk as well for Ramen. And now he's piling up a lot of food here, and actually, the player that's going to fast castle is not going to be Ramen, it's going to be Dragavan.
Yeah, so the whole idea is Ramen's making the sacrifice. I'm not going to build any ships. I'm not going to build feudal age ships. I'm going to let you get to fast castle. And now Japanese will be the one that is trying to do some things out of the map with castle age timing. But again, what I'm scared for is if the military ships fall, then now Deniska and Yellow should have full control of water. And even with Dragavan being castle, you got to get upgrades and you have to have your own fleet to be able to move out and do things.
Yeah, I wonder if Ramen's purpose here is just to run circles around the enemy. Because it's a risky approach to fast castle like this. And when you do that, you could get punished by the enemy navy if you take direct fights. If you're Ramen, you just want to make sure you distract your opponent, because this way, you're not going to have Dragavan facing any combat ships for the next few minutes.
Well, we just saw 2 fall, and now that means Deniska and Yellow's numbers start to climb. And where Ramen was kind of like 1v2ing, he was on different spots. Now we're just seeing boats get cleaned up. And the problem when your boats get cleaned up and you don't have a lot of return damage is that the boats just go back to a dock and get back to full health. So then they come back even stronger, where it was 1, 2 boats. Now we're going to see 5, 6, 7 boats start to build up. And the upgrades won't matter.
Gate, it's being built so slow. If you're rushing Castle Age, oh no. Why? Just why? Like, if you're rushing Castle Age, it's life and death to get up to Castle Age in time. 3 villagers is just way too slow. Ramen cannot delay that much.
Well, I know why. He actually, I don't mind it because he needs his own fleet out. Going castle doesn't mean anything if you just get upgrades like armored hull. You need armored hull to mean something. So he's sacrificing, you know, his timing to get more of a fleet out so the upgrade works. It's like, you know, you don't get royal bloodlines with 2 knights. You want royal bloodlines with 15. That's kind of how this is.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the concern is that the combination of these 2 things is just way too slow. You're right. If you get up to Castle Age but you don't have any resources, it's useless. But at the same time, and now Dragavan is actually sending resources to Ramen out there. I think they want to get Ramen into Castle Age as well now. But the problem is that they're getting outnumbered very badly in terms of fleet. It just took so much time for this floating gate to complete. Right now, you're not seeing any benefits of this soon-to-be Castle Age just yet. And the moment you're up to Castle, you're going to see Deniska and Yellow commit to this because they need to fight before the upgrades come in.
Exactly, and even still, Ramen has 0 fishing still. He doesn't have any extra bonus. The Castle Age finishes, and it's like, okay, are you moving out to grab relics now? It's not like a land map where you can just start moving out and walking out. You need a transport ship. You need to have even more resource investment to secure the long-term eco play. And slowly, not only do we see Ramen and Dragavan grouping together here in the middle, we see Yellow starting to make a little bit of a move down south, and we see Deniska kind of starting to move in the center. So we'll see. I think he wants to make sure that the relics aren't being taken is kind of his main goal here.
Yeah, I think so as well. Remember, Dragavan can pick those relics up just as much as the HRE players can. He has the Shinto priests out there. And when you look at Deniska and Yellow, they both went for a transport ship. Now Yellow is aging. Remember, he's opposites. He cannot really expedite this. So that's an opportunity for Dragavan and Ramen to do damage. But you can just see that Deniska and Yellow want to make sure that those relics fall into their hands.
Oh,
but given
this
the
is going to be
circumstances, I think they're just a little slow here. They're giving a lot of opportunities for the Dragavan to leverage that Castle Age.
I still feel like he's not getting too much value from it. He is built up to 10 Springald ships and should get the upgrade through. Yellow, though, what I like is he's going military wing, which if he's able to get a transport ship drop with those camel lancers he comes out with, or camel riders that it comes out with, then it forces a ton of reaction onto the land as well. And now we're seeing Regnitz out from Deniska. Ramen and Dragovan, though, they're moving across through the center, just like last game, where they're fighting together.
This timing is terrible here for Deniska and Yellow. They're both aging up, and they're both very far away. And now you have a full fleet, 11 Hawks, I guess, Springald ships here for Dragovan with the upgrades. And I love the composition, by the way. One player going Archer ships to snipe demos, the other one going for the Hawk-style ship. You also have demos here for Ramen as well. But the general idea is that you're playing a composition. It's not every player making a fleet that answers everything. They are using a complementary composition. So as long as they stay together, this fleet is extremely difficult to push into.
Yep, and they're just playing it delayed now. You can see Dragovan and Ramen, the further they get through this, the better for them as it splits the fleets apart even further. Great timing here, but Demo ship pops out.
Oh,
and a great, at least, first connection. It doesn't kill anything, but Demos immediately get exploded to take down that forward dock. Demos get sniped on out, but a Demo trade.
Oh, that was huge. Without that demo trade, the demos would have just flooded Deniska's ships. Deniska only has 2 galleys, but at the same time, they can have vision on those lumberjacks, and now the lumberjacks are being pushed away. And I just don't see enough archer ships on the other side. There is nothing that counters demos coming from from Ramen.
Yeah, Yellow was super slow to react with his fleet. Now he can start cutting off reinforcements, and they can do a little pincer movement behind this. But do they have enough to close this on out? We can see Dragovan now starting to turn. Ramen starting to turn as well. Demos are going to keep popping out of the docks. They got to be careful. Demos coming from either side. They don't know where to go. Connections starting to happen. A lot of the fleet getting heavily damaged. You can see the split screen to see the bottom fleet of Yellow.
Demos coming in, they're looking for that one connection. Indeed, maybe Ramen and Dragovan got a little overzealous. We talked about this in the context of the previous game. They are playing very aggressive, maybe a little too aggressive at times, and now they got pretty badly punished for it. They got surrounded from 2 sides. Army count, or I should say Navy count, is still in their favor, however, and now they're pushing that fleet from Yellow down south. Nice little connections with the demos as well.
Yeah, and Yellow's fleet starting to get pushed back. Dragovan just did a full turn and said, all right, I have enough to take down Yellow, and let's do exactly that. But timing is key here. Again, the villagers on the land, I don't know if they're getting spotted out. They have to reposition over to the other side woodline. He needs to get further and further across. And this is, I already mentioned it earlier, keeps going down on those middle islands is so crucial. We just saw the woodlines for Deniska and Yellow. Well, the woodlines for Ramen and Dragovan will be running thin. They will have this timing soon that they have to move across, and it delays your military production on the sea so heavily.
That's the big thing. If you time this right, and you hit that wood line just when it's about to run out, or when you hit the water in general, you can prevent your opponent from getting any access to wood. Yellow and Deniska already started migrating to the neutral islands. That's not something we're seeing from Dragovan and Ramen. They're just now making transport ships. And that's actually a bit of a slip up here from Dragovan. He never got the relics despite having a bunch of Shinto priests.
Yeah, and relics are starting to be snagged at the top by Deniska because he's on that island, built a monastery on there. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Yellow do the same in the south side. Still, Ramen and Dragovan grouping here in the center and keeping that mass built up. Ramen still feudal age, though, and hold my food for Yellow. We see it
He
again.
had a lot of fishing boats, and he's got enough gold as well to age. I think he probably could and should age. And I just want to highlight real quick, Deniska and Yellow did a really good job getting the foothold on both of those central and neutral islands. That actually means that they will have 2 relics from the north, 2 from the south, and they also have 2 at the back. They basically secure 6 out of the 8 relics available on this map.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Yellow just drop a secondary TC on that island that he has to keep at. Just go ahead, get himself some extra eco on that island as far as villagers go. Make it to where, you know, maybe the fishing, if you lose it, won't matter as much. You can secure up your gold for yourself, since the gold on your main island is starting to get shot down by some Springald ships, and you're losing villas and you're not reacting.
It's a lot worse. Oh, the villagers are stranded. They need to get out of here. The transport is barely alive.
The transport almost went down.
Look at the surround, though. Look at the surround. 2 fleets coming from 2 sides, and Deniska is nowhere to be found. Is he going to be too late for this?
Villagers still trying to get onto that middle ship. Oh my, fishing boats! 10 fishing boats go down from those demos. Look at the eco numbers. It is all of a sudden heavily tilted in Dragavan and Ramen's favor. Ramen has fishing boats for himself again. And guess what? His deep sea fish are going to be nice and close and very, very full because he has not been on them this whole time. But this is where now the game starts to get crazy. Villagers quick
Yellow
open
is
outpost.
aging. Yellow is aging, but he lost so much eco out there. The fishing boats and the gold as well.
This outpost goes down. The villagers don't have anywhere to go. They need to pull a transport ship back over here as fast as possible. And that's exactly, it's not just a transport ship. They're pulling the full fleet back this way.
Ramen was in feudal the whole time, by the way. He's just now aging with the Ragnitz Cathedral. And they still haven't taken the relics. I think he's going to get the relics for his own Ragnitz. But on the other side, the other players have secured the majority of those islands with the relics already.
Yeah, he can only get 2 on the back island. They need to migrate to the back island, though. We talked about the wood line. I felt like that was a couple minutes ago. Well, now their wood lines on their main islands should be fully out.
And now look at Deniskaya. With all those gold, with all that gold income from the relics, now he's thinking about Imperial as well. Ramen could go fast Imperial here too. He's piling up a lot of food and gold. I would wager that that's the plan for him.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy because now we've gotten to the point where water kind of somewhat got given up. Not really. It's like they're still fighting for it, but it does feel like Dragavan and Ramen have a strong foothold on the water. But Deniska and Yellow made the moves for the outside islands way sooner. Yellow starting to try to deny this. And oh my gosh, those are all villagers in the transport.
Gotta pop out. Just make a run for it.
He's not looking. Everything just fell over there. Island goes down. That siege workshop he just built gonna be absolutely worthless. Meanwhile, they still have their fleets in the centers, but Deniska and Yellow doing a great job to try to keep them split. They're on the north side, they're on the complete south side. Which one are you gonna go defend? Demo ships, though.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful, but now we're having a Carrack out there, or I guess I should say a Xebek here. Not something that you see very frequently for the Abyss's beautiful demos, though.
More and more demos. You always got to be careful when you're sieging down docks for this exact thing. The demos have such a short pop out time to where you're sieging them down. It's so easy to get connections if you look away for just a split second. Deniska, though, his fleet is now respectable. He's circling around. Ramen, he has to read macro where his fishing is, remove all his fishing boats, and it feels like E-Gear has now kind of retaken advantage of this timing. It felt like they were struggling for a bit. They were taking a lot of damage, and the ecos, they're still behind by some eco, but they have the islands and the majority of islands.
I think the attention to detail pays off here for Deniska and Yellow. They were the first ones to expand towards the neutral islands, and they secured those relics. Whereas when you look at the other side, Dragavan and Ramen just now secured the second relic for themselves. Having said that, you still have a bunch of ships circling around that fishing eco for Deniska, and 20 eco difference is no slouch, even though you do have all those relics out there for Deniska and Yellow. Now Ramen is thinking about Imperial. Love this little landing.
There's the Camel Rider drop. I thought it was going to happen earlier. They couldn't make it happen with the way that the water was at this point in time. But now Camel Rider's in the base. Fight being taken north of Deniska's base, and it's orange, or sorry, it's purple versus green, and the purple is closer to the green base. So that means reinforcements could be coming out, but the mass is so big.
There is no reinforcements. A demo is coming in from the flank. Now reinforcements coming in from Dragavan. Demo looking for a connection. Nice little splits, but the demo might still get a kill. 2 demos connect, and now it's the Yellow fleet closing in.
Yellow helping out as well. Even if these are trades, they're kind of fine with this S, where this game has been beforehand. It was so hectic. These are Imperial Age ships now, so even trades are fine because now they have the tech advantage. They get to remass up, and look at how much damage those Imp ships can do now.
It's just game, I feel. Ramen doesn't have a fleet. There's barely anything left for Dragavan, and they are also an age behind compared to Yellow. They need some miraculous demo connections here to make a comeback.
Yeah, Doc's starting to be taken down. You can see pop cap right now. There are no houses available in the spot to have units even pop out. And the further that these boats go into the middle of these two bases, the less docks there will be, the less land you can actually gather from. And as boats pop out, they should fall.
Yeah, Eco is still nominally better for Dragavan and Ramen, but they don't have all those relics out there. And speaking of relics, Deniska is sitting on 5,000 gold without a single gold miner. That just tells you how good of a job they did picking up all these relics out here. I don't know. Yeah. I don't really see this at this point for Volta Esport.
Yeah, they had that timing earlier that it felt like they had their positioning point. They had numbers, both military and economic, but now those numbers are being flipped upside down. They still have some ego.
We talked about this. All they need is good demo hits, and Deniska doesn't have a single archer ship.
Big splits, but the splits won't matter with how many demos there are. 4 Springfield chips fall, another 3 gonna get connected on, and Deniska's whole fleet just got obliterated by demos.
What an oversight. He could easily afford the archer ships. And at this point, when you have such a big advantage, you split the map, you might just play 2 separate 1v1s. Just go for a full ship composition, you can afford it. But without it, there was nothing that prevented those demos, and now Dragavan and Ramen are picking up momentum here. They still need to find their way to Imperial, though. They will be 2 versus none when it comes to Imperial Age. Ramen I think, is thinking about aging right now. They will have to age at some point.
Yep, Deniska hitting Imp. The problem now is, though, as time goes on, that Swabi on the backside island for Deniska will be working hard as the Order of the Dragon, so we'll really, really support that eco behind it, give him a ton of food income, and there is the Palace of Swabi as well for Ramen, so he said, all right, I'll match you there.
There's a bigger problem here for Dragavan and Ramen. It's the neutral resources available. You're out of wood on your starting island. You're starting to run low on gold. So you're now splitting that single neutral island behind the 2 of you between 2 players. Meanwhile, when you look at the other side, Deniska and Yellow have 3 neutral islands. They have so many more resources to work with. At some point, Dragavan and Ramen need to find a way to contest one of those islands.
Yeah, as time goes on.
That's trade.
Yeah, there is some water trade going on. I saw like them having 6 to 8 ships up earlier. I just didn't know how efficient the route actually was. And looking at where they're trading to, it doesn't look that efficient at all.
Yeah, long term, it might pay off, but I don't think this is a map where you need a lot of water trade. You have so many more neutral resources that you can just live off of them for so long.
A lot of demos ready and waiting for Ramen, and it's mainly Imperial Age ships, so the demos work out perfect to take these down in an efficient manner, resource efficient manner for sure.
Yeah, there are no galleys here whatsoever. Now, the Xebecs are a pretty mobile cannon ship, but you still don't want to run into a bunch of demos like that.
And you can see demos trying to close the gap now. They are moving on forward. Trying to kite, Yellow kiting as best as he possibly can as he moves on away, but the demo's finally closing that gap. First one does not connect. Second ones get taken out, able to take down one of those Imperial ships, and now Deniska's there with the galleys to help on out, and none of those demos really end up connecting. Only 2 Imp ships went down.
Yeah, that was oh my! Ships catching fire now from the incendiary arrows. Demos coming in as well from Yellow too. Now the numbers are looking so much better for E-Gear. Now their demos are connecting, and this might just be it. Castle of the Crow coming in here for the Dragavan, but they are once again reset to such a tiny fleet.
It just feels like this is a little too late on these Imperial Age timings. Deniska and Yellow, their fleet is just so much stronger. A lot of those demos just can't even get close to connecting now with all of those galleys from Deniska. He's just mass galley, and they're flaming galleys.
They do have Carracks though, but they're slow. And that's actually where these Xebecs get very interesting here. Demo once again getting a connection. Xebecs are quick. They can chase this navy down, and that's exactly what Yellow and Deniska are doing. And Ramen and Dragavan just have nowhere to go.
Yeah, it's almost reverse of what we saw at the beginning of this game. Now Deniska and Yellow attacking in between Dragavan and Ramen, making it harder for their two armies and two fleets to fight as one. And now we can see the military numbers have been diminished to under 50. We see Deniska and Yellow basically tripling the army on the other side as units and ships just fall and continue to get shot down as they pop out.
It's the timings. It's all about the timings here. Now that Dragon and Ramen are up to Imperial, they should be on par with the techs, but by the time this happened, it's just way too late in terms of the Navy. They're still trying to come back into this one, and a lot of these cannon ships from Yellow are heavily damaged, so maybe, just very maybe, it still looks like a long shot right now for Volta Esport.
Yeah, you can't forget they got 36 extra traders there up at the top for eco numbers, but those traders now are starting to get taken down. The back island is going to have ships on it too. A lot of those fish are going to shoreline fish, not deep sea fish, so very inefficient economy, and also going to start getting taken down as well.
Atakavune now joining the fray over here, but a lot of them are heavily damaged here, and sure enough, they can take out some of those Xebec, but you don't have the firepower at this point to one-shot those demos, and the demos just finish you off. This has to be a game for Aegir, and again, you gotta credit them for being active and securing those islands first. I feel like this is where that game started to swing in their favor. They went for those islands early, they secured the relics that way, they secured a bunch of extra gold and wood, and they never had to invest in stuff like trade because they had so much more wood and gold to work with.
Yeah, it really feel like VES lost a lot of their timing. Right when the movement to the other islands happened, you're idled off of wood for quite a significant time, which means all of your military ships production goes right down the drain. Yeah, you might have some food coming in, you might have some gold coming in, but yeah, you need wood to make these ships.
And now the Atakabune are doing their best to hold this off. Fishing boats are being rallied to try and somehow repair these, but the demos, yeah, that's gotta be it. That has just gotta be it.
As 4 or 5 of those popped out, they just immediately got demoed down. And Deniska and Yellow still just sitting here in between the bases, taking down more docks, taking down more reinforcements. Just feels like Dragavan and Ramen, they know that they're trying to hold, but they're just throwing resources down the drain. Speaking of resources, Deniska just sent 3K on over to Yellow.
Yellow somehow has 3 crossbows. I don't know where they are. I don't know what they are for. But I mean, at this point, everything is in their favor. 140 army or navy, whatever you want to call it, versus just 20. Again, those timings to the neutral, yeah, those timings to the neutral island just made it all happen. The relics were very quick, and I feel like if we, at the end of the game, if we look at the overall resources collected, that's going to show you why this game fell into the hands of Deniska and Yellow. Even with all these carracks going down, they just have all that momentum. And game number 2.
Series tied up already. It is 1-1, and this is just our second series of the day. Crazy back and forth. Again, another one that just felt like it could have gone either way consistently. Leans one way, then it leans back the other, and then it flips right on upside down again.
Wow. Just wow. And really, we talked about this game before the game. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but in a previous game, one of the things I highlighted with Dragavan, and in general Volta Esport, Dragavan and Ramen, is that sometimes they stayed aggressive despite the timings not necessarily being there. And they were risking getting caught off guard. We've actually seen them being punished for that in this game. In particular, they decided to dive very deep with that navy. And then they got pinched from 2 sides. I feel like that was the first time they lost momentum. And that is what was leveraged by Deniska and Yellow to secure the neutral islands.
Yeah, and I mean, just another just super, super exciting back and forth there. Crazy, crazy second game of this series. And I mean, if these series continue like this, we got a lot of excitement here for the rest of the day. And so now they will be getting that third game all set on up. We'll get the map choice here in a second. We'll get the Civ selections here in just a little bit as well. But first, some of the highlights from the game before here, as this is where early on Ramen and Dragovan were really in the driver's seat. It felt like Ramen went early feudal, was having a bunch of military ships. Deniska and Yellow were able to pick up these 2 galleys very early on, which gave them a little bit of more freedom in their fishing eco to start here.
Again, one thing to look back at was that weird-ish Castle Age timing that we've seen from Ramen at the beginning. It definitely caused some distraction, but I mean, this is the kind of pincer that we are talking about over here. They have a dominant navy here, but they do get surrounded over here. They did their best to split the opponents, but at the same time, slowly but surely, they got surrounded. We've actually seen a reversal of that later on in the game, where Dragovan and Ramen were able to clean up Deniska and Yellow like that. But this is probably the window where they felt a little overzealous. You have Dragovan and Castle Age, you gotta go for those relics. And at the same time, this is where you may just want to play a little bit more of a contained game and make sure that you play for a bigger purpose, securing those neutral islands, getting that map control. I felt like they wanted to be very aggressive and finish the game right here. But after they got cleaned up, it kind of started snowballing the other way.
Yeah, this is a very, very close back and forth series here. And again, this was just game number 2 we're casting over here. And both games just felt like it could be 2-0 either way. And instead, we're going to be going on to a game 3 of a best of 5 over here. Now getting to see the next map. It's a classic aggressive map, coastal cliffs. Just imagine a dry Arabia, but a little bit smaller coastline with the cliffs. Really just kind of narrows the field and doesn't allow as much room. So it's a very aggro focused map.
It's very similar to Dry Arabia, a map that is still available in this series. It is just a lot more condensed. That little patch of water is simply inaccessible. It is just there to essentially reduce the size of the map, but it's separated by a cliff, so you cannot really access it. So in a way, you're playing essentially mini Arabia.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where you can see the civs kind of match that in a sense. You see a lot of Mali and Delhi on this map, which we see split between the 2 sides. Even though there's only 2 sacred sites, Delhi is just known for that feudal aggressiveness, able to take map control. They can wall off and segment off this map really well, and then also have 10, 15 scholars behind it. We saw how strong Delhi was in game number 1.
Well, Delhi and Rus, so it's your classic Knights plus Archer combo from E-Gear. I wonder if they're going to play a little bit more aggressive. Whereas on the other side, Malians and Chinese, it's a great combo if you want to play late game, or even like mid-late game, beyond mid-Castle Age, essentially. But whether you get there or not is a big question mark, I feel, because this map is usually pretty quick. Resources are difficult to defend. In general, the map size is small, which means that if you're doing damage, you're likely doing a lot of damage. There are not a lot of fallback options for players. So I wonder if that composition is going to help Volta Esport on a map like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's one that the big thing to spot out first with a map like this is where Mali's gold veins. Sometimes you can see some really awkward secondary golds, and having a first, forward gold to start out makes it a very, very easy spot to focus your aggressiveness to. But at the same time, China, you can't let them boom up and play their own game either. They can, either play the all-in game, or they can just play the hey, I'm gonna go 2TC Song or Song Dynasty and become this very, very scary economic boom.
I'm looking at the draft right here. I'm wondering what the alternative plans would have been for these teams here, because Byzantines, when you look at Volta Esport, now that's a civilization I love for this map. It's understandable why it was sniped on the other side. I'm not exactly sure about HRE, but one thing that you have to consider with these drafts is that you pick 3 civilizations and 1 gets taken away. So you basically have to set your draft up such that any civilization that gets sniped away leaves 2 that actually synergize well together.
Yeah, exactly. And so this is also one where now that we've seen 3 games in the series, we know there's going to be a 4th one. You can see a lot of these civs starting to get out of the way. We have Dry Arabian Pigeons Valleys left, which are 2 again. I would say just Pigeons Valley's not plain Jane. It's almost like the jousting fields of the old day, if you're familiar with that one. It's kind of almost like 1v1s where you're split, but you also can see some cheese builds where you try to, you know, wall off one of the players and then just 2v1 another.
Well, remaining maps, Pigeons Valley and Dry Arabia. I would love to see a Pigeons Valley game out here. But there's a chance that we're just going to have Dry Arabia here for game number 4. We're going to have at least 4 games to settle this, because right now it's 1 apiece. It's a full best of 5. Winner is going to play a decider game tomorrow. It is going to be against the Devils team, that is BLB, Gotkovsky, and Jigglypuff. And the loser is going to be, unfortunately, out here in the group stage. But so far, we've been seeing a very closely matched series.
It definitely has been a crazy back and forth. You could throw a 2-0 on either side. I wouldn't be surprised with how the games have gone, and that's why 1-1 makes perfect sense. HRE not being allowed, Byzantines not being allowed, and now we're about to get into this 3rd game. Let's see if one of these teams can start to kind of get a leg up on the other, kind of start to make a little bit of a spread for themselves here.
Big game coming up over here. One of the teams will move on to match point here on Coastal Cliffs. We haven't really seen a map like this in this series so far. We had Archipelago, we had Cliffside. We haven't really seen this open land map style, and definitely not an aggressive one like Coastal Cliffs. It's a small map. It's just like Dry Arabia, but much, much smaller. And I feel like both of these teams have been playing very aggressive so far. It's going to be interesting to see how they open this map. We head into game number 3 here in Volta Esport versus E-Gear.
And checking in on these spawns, it's Dragavan on the west side as Molly in purple, Ramen playing again as the Chinese in the color pink, Deniska playing as Rus in the color green, and finally Yellow playing the color yellow as the Delhi. And so again, we've seen Team VES make some little subs over here. It's been Dragavan and Mahoto first game, and then Dragavan Ramen, and now Ramen getting another shot at it. He wants to get a win under his belt over here.
They need these games. I think, especially because the remaining maps are Dry Arabia and Pigeons Valley. Pigeons Valley is a bit of a wild card. It's not a well-established map. It's not a meta map. So when you look at that, it's always danger zone. So whoever is one up in this one is going to feel very comfortable, because they might just avoid Pigeons Valley altogether, or in general, you're going to be the one having that game up before you get to that uncertain territory of Pigeons Valley. And of course, you also have Dry Arabia there, which, given the performance of these two teams, could also be a coin flip between them. But I feel like, considering those 2 remaining maps, you do want to have, you know, that one up going into game number 4.
Yeah, and looking at these spawns, you can see Molly does indeed have that forward gold. And looking at where those secondary golds are, we can see the highlight here from the Observer Vodka. We got triple golds in one single screen, and those are essentially the secondary golds for Ramen / Dragavan. Very kind of front forward, easy to focus too. So a lot of easy kind of spots to attack that no real safe resources behind the base other than a little bit of food.
You know, looking at the composition here, or the potential composition for Deniska and Yellow, I think it's a pretty clear setup. You have the Delhi here, aggressive civilization, probably, I would assume it might just be an archer play here, supporting Rus Knights, although I could also see that Ghazi Raider plus Rus Archer combo working out. On the other side, though, I'm curious about the Chinese. It could just be a full Jugenu play. And I wonder how Malians will be played here. I think that's the biggest wild card here. How is Dragavan going to play Malians? Are we going to see Warrior Scouts with Pro Scouts maybe to ferry in some carcasses? Or is this going to be a semi-fast castle? I think his strategy is the wild card going into this game.
Yeah, they have a lot of different options that we can kind of see here. You've seen some players, especially with where the boar is on this map. I wouldn't hate to see Ramen drop a forward Borbican on the sacred site and kind of have a 2-for-1 where you deny the sacred site, you get a boar for yourself for the long run. Really kind of takes advantage of one of the drawbacks of China, which people like to punish them in their mid-game food transition. They kind of struggle quite a bit, and having a nice boar under your belt early really relieves a lot of that pressure.
Golden Gate, Dome of Faith coming up here. And I think that Dome of Faith is the first thing to look out for. I would be surprised on a kind of condensed map like this, one where you expect a lot of aggression. I'd be surprised if Yellow was committing very heavily into Feudal Age Archers, going up with the Dome of Faith. If they wanted to play super aggro, I think they would be leaning more towards the Tower of Victory here.
Yeah, and as well, I mean, I kind of expected the dome build anyways. Everyone's been leaning towards that a little bit further just because of how strong people have been talking about their Castle Age tech build. You can get so many scholars while still forcing your opponents to play this kind of Feudal Age play. And then all of a sudden, you click Castle and they blink and you've gotten every single tech. And that's really where the Dome of the Faith strength arises, just is the timing that the Feudal Age goes, and you get more and more scholars, and all of a sudden everything's free.
Mansaquari and Imperial Academy on the other side, although the Barbican is coming up as well. That's a beautiful Barbican spot. You talked about that 3-pack of gold mines plus deer and berries as well. This is exactly where you want that Barbican to be. Just secures a lot of space for these players out there.
Yeah, lovely location. We see triple scout from Deniska starting to burn the houses. And so, you know, while him being Roos, you might be like, why did he make 3 scouts? It's like, well, first, he didn't have to idle his TC for these, but also he might be playing a little pro scouts play later on, and stealing some of those deer from your opponent's side could be huge. So that's one of the things I kind of want to monitor throughout in this earlier Feudal Age is it going to be that pro scouts play from Deniska? 2 houses already falling.
This is a big thing here when you look at the scouts opening. Usually, you don't have that much torching power for Deniskaya, or in general for players trying to torch down Malian houses. But in a 2v2, it's completely different because you can bundle your scouts together, and suddenly you can get rid of a lot of these houses out here.
Yeah, it almost feels like the old days of having the animation canceling scouts, where all of a sudden, you know, players would go 3-4 scouts early and you could just kill villagers, you could kill anything and everything out there. This time, they're just using their torches very effectively. Mali, though, going with a little bit of extra scouts themselves, and those are warrior scouts from Mali, not regular scouts, so we'll force those away, but not before, was it 3 houses that got burnt down?
Yeah, it's a lot of damage done, and at the end of the day, sure enough, you can rebuild those. But it's not just the resources that you know, you have to spend on those new houses. It's also the fact that you have to spend a villager to do this.
Yeah, and I saw an upgrade coming through on that hunting cabin from Deniska. I'm wondering if it's wheelbarrow or if it's pro scouts, and it is that pro scouts play that I was wanting. Not only that, it's going to be a pro scouts and a fast castle play together.
Oh wow, that's intriguing. It feels a little risky because pro scouts requires you to have map control of some sort. And if you play fast castle, that by definition means that you cannot really contribute to that map control being achieved. So you're basically reliant on your teammate in actually securing that map control.
I think it's almost like what we saw the French do with the pro scouts earlier. He's going to secure just the first few from his side, make it to where he can snag deer under his town center, and then utilize, you know, his castle to be castle as well, and retake that map control. And they haven't been punished at all. They've been the ones kind of being more of the aggressor. We've seen Dragvan doing some nice micro with those warrior scouts and the healing, but Yellow can always pull back those Gazis, get him healed on up with scholars as well, who has 6 scholars already starting to build.
Yeah, I was wondering if Dragavan is going to go warrior scouts here, because that's actually a very cost-effective and versatile way of contesting map control and getting some potential eco benefits from that as well. Remember, these warrior scouts could also play pro scouts and bring in some carcasses, while also not being super expensive and providing you with light cavalry to deal with the Ghazi Raiders. But Deniska is about to get the Castle Age here. He had a little bit of a shortage of gold, and that's going to delay his Castle Age timing by a bit. At least he's going to have a bunch of backup food to work with. And this is starting to look really good, I feel, for E-Gear.
I think Deniska misclicked a ticket.
Oh no, that could have been it.
He's
But
got 100. He had 150 stone that he's had for like 2 or 3 minutes that he had for no reason.
You're right. And that explains why this Castle Age is delayed. Still, at the end of the day, he's going to be in Castle Age, and his teammate is still able to secure enough map control to get the Sacred Site. I feel like this combination is just working really well right now.
Yeah, and it feels like where Ramen has been making military, he hasn't had a presence with his military. He hasn't been moving out. He hasn't been doing anything with it. And now we finally see them move out. There's a couple spears, but
not enough spears.
He's not reacting either, and there's scholars here to heal it up. There's not enough spears, and as he moves out, he gets wiped. Him and his teammate not talking a little bit on different pages here.
They are, and there was no scout accompanying this force. This came out of nowhere here. Yellow had a scout. He knew fully well that this army was approaching. He knew that he could take this fight. There was no scout accompanying this force of spearmen and Jugenu, and they just got intercepted out there. There were more spearmen out there for Ramen, but not all of them were in that group, and now they're diving in here. Right now, Yellow is playing a 1v2, and his teammate is in Castle Age coming up with horse archers. Imagine how strong they will be when Deniska comes online with the horse archers.
Yeah, he was playing the 1v2 or the 1v1 against Dragovan really well. Ramen decided to come help and support, albeit too late and a little bit of off communication there. Lost his mass, and then, you know, Yellow goes and takes advantage of Dragovan moving forward, not helping either. Kills a few villagers, takes down a pit mine, it looks like. A few more spears come, and those should get taken out as well.
That's the problem, right? Spearmen technically counter cavalry, but you need at least reasonable numbers of spearmen. You won't fight off 15 horsemen with just a handful of spears. And now the pit mine is gone. Love how Yellow is just playing this safe. He's not risking anything. He's pulling back the moment he got his value, I guess. And he's not overstaying his welcome. He's retaining this force. And again, his job is not necessarily to win the game right here. His job is just to be annoying and do damage until these horse archers arrive.
And that horse archer number already climbing to the double digits. We see Grand Fulani Corral being dropped, a good amount of cows behind it. But look at all the relics right now. And then let's check back in a few minutes and see how many relics are going to be left over. Because Deniska could drop a monastery. There it is. I was about to say,
yeah,
you could drop a monastery. And this is, I always love Roos when they drop the monastery, they get enough passive gold to make the warrior monk. And then all of a sudden, it's only passive gold they're dealing with. It's just, that's all they need. And it supports more than enough for their whole entire eco, blacksmith upgrades, eco upgrades, everything they want.
And again, I think the most important thing here is that this is a fast-paced map. You cannot really afford to play 2 TCs whatsoever because you need immediate returns. He's trying to volley low on the villagers. He's trying to volley low on the vills.
Makes them move back. I love that he goes for like the super aggressive relic, although he's not going to be getting it here. It's just always, it's fun doing that. Especially if you're able to just slowly pull it back, get some aggression. Getting those forward relics or the contested ones, the ones behind should be easily, and you know you're securing those.
And again, I just want to get back to the point of immediate returns. Relics return the investment very quickly. You make a monastery, you make a couple of warrior monks, and you're going to get those resources very quickly from the relics. Which means that you get a massive boost in a fast-paced map, exactly what you need to finish the game quickly. Now the horse archers move in. They need to be careful with all these spearmen being nearby, though.
Yeah, they definitely do indeed. It is all cavalry for Yellow and Deniska. We have the Ghazis, we got the horse archers, so if the spears are able to close the gap, they will do damage. The problem is, if they're able to close the gap, those horse archers got range, and both cav units got a lot of mobility.
And it's an interesting setup on this map, because this map is not necessarily one where you need an awful lot of mobility. It's a pretty condensed map. But at the same time, as long as you micro your forces well, and as long as you leverage that little extra advantage of mobility you have, you still will be able to look at opportunities to hit the enemy eco before the Chugenu can catch up to you. And exactly like this. You dive in, you potentially snipe that stable if the Chugenu don't come in time, and then you just disengage. These choke points make it difficult to fight direct engagements, but these little skirmishes that Yellow and Deniska are taking is exactly how they need to play this map.
Yeah, they look like they might be wanting to turn here. There are a lot of spears. If they focus down the spears early, they will be okay, but you never want to be fighting horsemen versus spears. Scholars kind of left out to dry. They will be the sacrifice here.
Yeah, you're just going to sacrifice them right now. I don't know. I think Yellow was trying to get to Castle Age here, and they probably should. Remember, these Spearmen and Jugenu, they cannot overextend. If you go too far out, the Ghazi Raiders will just dive your eco, or the Horse Archers will. And you can actually see that Ramen and Dragavan, they're playing a lot more cautiously in here. I think if you're Yellow, you go to Castle Age and you switch to Men-at-Arms, or you can just slap a gigantic wall across the map to make sure that those Jugenu don't come through.
And it's going to be Deniska slapping the gigantic wall across the map. And that's not just a regular wall. That's going to be a reinforced wall being Roos. And so not the easiest to burn on down either. Sofa.
Compound of the Defender coming up.
The Sofa number builds up quick as, you know, we have had that full cow boom come on behind it. So Drakenvan will have a scary eco, even though he doesn't have that eco number necessarily. Ramen is actually the one with the highest eco number and the highest military count as well.
This is a good timing here for Dragavan and Ramen. They do have a scary force. Jugenu and Spearmen in large quantities like that, this is a problem. Horse Archers can snipe the Spearmen, but then again, the Horse Archers, they have to stand in a position to fire a volley, and when you have that many Spearmen out there, they close distance. Even just a couple of pokes from those spears will make life very, very difficult. I think once you get to Castle Age, if you're Yellow, once you start getting Men-at-Arms out, things could get better. But until then, this force of Chugenu and Spearmen are still scary.
Wall trying to be built, but should get denied. Horse Archer starting to step up, kite a few more units. But this is where the timing is key. Yellow getting all of those free upgrades in as the deli. Deniska floating resources for Castle, maybe even thinking about Imp here in a little bit.
Oh, wow. That would be... I think that might be a mistake. I don't think on a map like this you want to imp. Second DC, somewhat understandable. It had a bunch of stone anyways from that potential misclick you touched on. I don't know about imp though. I think you just double down on this. You have two players in Castle Age against just one. You have a decent economy and a scary army as well with all these Horse Archers. You get a dozen Men-at-Arms out there for Yellow, and I think you can take a fight.
Yeah, agreed. I think you have to stay all in, you know, and defend this big push. Once you have that, you will be on great footing to just end this game. Yellow is making the transition into those heavier armored units, having more of that front line. Imperial Palace, though, on the way as well. And I love the Imperial Palace on this map because of how small and condensed it is. It provides vision of the whole entire central point. You can see everything. Obviously, with the ability, you can see all the villagers, but it really just allows no mid-map stuff to be taken without, you know, you having knowledge of it.
Imperial Palace now coming in. Love the landmark. One of my favorite landmarks out there, I think. Especially in team games, one of the most underrated landmarks as well. Map is being sectioned off here, preventing that cavalry raid. I absolutely love it. You're up against Ghazi Raiders and Horse Archers, and one of the best ways to keep Horse Archers in particular at bay is walls. They simply cannot get through them, and that just means that you can run around and or prevent them from running around and secure most of your eco. Walls are basically complete on both sides. Now I wonder what Deniska is up to. Because now you could start thinking about maybe an Imperial that you touched on. He needs to do something with those resources, spend it on army or, you know, get decks, go into Imperial, but he needs to do something with that.
Yeah, has a ton of gold income coming in with 0 on gold, and I feel like it's pretty similar for Yellow over there, having not a ton on to gold because he doesn't really need a ton on the gold being Delhi.
Oh, nice. I was going to say nice wrap, and then for a moment it looked like they were just going to run past each other, but This is a nice cleanup by Yellow. Doesn't seem like it's much, but every time you get one-sided engagements like this, you're happy about it.
Yeah, it very kind of starts to tilt the scales. Speaking of tilting the scales, Deniska and Yellow finally have taken a military lead for themselves.
It's also the army value. Let's not forget about that. Chugenu and Spears are nice, but they're not high-value units. And I think the concern is that they are not going to be good against the Gulam. And that's, I don't think Dragavan and Ramen have seen those just yet. If they start mixing in crossbows, this becomes a good composition for them. But this could be a nasty surprise for them. If they get jumped by a dozen men in arms, especially when you have 14 scholars healing as well, I don't think their army is capable of fighting that off.
Yeah, and that scholar number is looking real scary. I would be interested to see how many technologies Yellow has finished or almost finished at this point. Meanwhile, the other side, we can see some of that granary transition has come in, and the Griot Bara is on the way.
Yeah, the trenches have been dug, and players haven't been very aggressively fighting off against one another. And that just means that Dragavan said, okay, I'm going to go Imperial. They're also going to set up trade here. Remember, you don't have an awful lot of gold that's safe to work with. They're definitely setting themselves up for a long game. I feel like this approach leaves them a little exposed short term. Imperial and then a big commitment to trade, that's just screaming for a counterattack. But we'll have to see if that counterattack ever comes, especially because you're sitting behind walls and half of your opponent's army is in the form of horse archers. Now we have Mangonels though. And I feel like Deniska and Yellow will have at least one good opportunity to do a lot of damage with this full Castle Age army just when Dragavan hits Imperial.
Yeah, and I mean, it's all about these timings. Are they going to punish it, or are they just going to try to match the timing themselves, you know, build up their own resource bank and not allow a timing push to come on through? You can see Yellow trying to drop a defensive keep, moving on over with his Ghazi mass to fight these Sofa trying to burn down the walls. They're
Ghazi Raiders still repelling them. It's going to come down to those Mangonels to a certain extent. If those Mangonels can get some good hits on that clump of Chugenu, it's going to get real ugly real soon. Imperial Age now hits for Dragavan. So this is almost a do or die now for Yellow and Deniskaya.
I mean, numbers are just so even still, and you talked about it, the value might not be there, but it's still hard to push into that spear mass with that many cav.
Yeah, I feel like the problem now for Deniska and Yellow is that they are going to face 40 or so Sofas with imported armor and elite upgrades. And they don't really have anything that really deals with that. They have a bunch of Ghazi Raiders, but those are Castle Age units. They have a bunch of men-at-arms, they don't do a lot of damage against the Sofas. And Horse Archers, they're also going to be Castle Age troops.
The thing about the Horse Archers now is it feels a little bit safer for them to just sit there and keep attacking with 6 Mangonels behind this. The Chuk mass can't really step up and fire on the Horse Archers without just having to worry about a bunch of rocks falling on top of them. Still surprised.
Elephants now coming in here for Yellow, though. We've actually seen this in game number 1, and it was a very reminiscent game to this. Map sectioned off, narrow choke point fights, Elephants will reign supreme. In that game, it was Dragavan and Ramen who pulled that. I'm curious how it's going to work for Yellow because he's just now starting to build it up. Deniska also is floating a lot of resources. I think he's trying Imperial, but now Ramen is going to go Imp. I feel like this is too late for Deniska and Yellow. If Ramen also hits Imperial and this whole army turns into an Imp force, it's a problem.
They still, I feel like, just don't have an answer for the Mangonels, though. The Horse Archers are going to always stay circled and surrounded. They might not do much damage to Sofa, but those Mangonels will make a melee mass stay together. Gulam still be in the front line. Sofa trying to dive around the Mangonels, and the Chuk stepping on up. This engagement is finally going down, and who will be the one to come to the close? 3 Mangonels still fully surrounded, able to continually firing down. Dragavan and Ramen pushing on forward.
The spears just absolutely eviscerated all the horsemen. They've butchered the elephants as well. And Horse Archers now need to kite back. They have to ignore or avoid the Mangonels at this point. They cannot stay there. And remember, behind this, Ramen could go into Imperial here. He's got a lot more resource bank to work with. Yellow is basically out of food, out of gold. it's going to be a bit of a reset, but I feel like the casualties were just so much bigger for Deniska and Yellow. Dragavan has 17 more sofas in queue here. He's still in Imperial, and now Ramen is going to go to Imperial as well. I feel like when it comes to sustainability, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, and I always, looking up at the eco numbers, Dragavan having, almost equal Vil numbers compared to the other side. Well, he has all those cows under the Grand Filani working. And that is so many Sofa can just be in the queue consistently without having any eco, to worry about.
And there is going to be the Great Wall Gatehouse being placed. The stone walls are being built as we speak. And once the Great Wall Gatehouse is complete, you're looking at 2 Imperial Age players against none. Army counts are neck and neck, and this puts Deniska and Yellow into a very precarious position. If they ever choose to age, they'll be exposed for an attack immediately from an army that's just as big as theirs, but also has better tech.
Yep, they need to try to match up that tech, and it looks like Deniska is not too far behind it. Delhi's going to struggle a little bit more, don't really have the same kind of boom behind it, actually. It surprisingly has a somewhat equivalent villager count now, with having those keeps starting to work as well, though. Horse archers circling back and forth. There's the Spasskaya on the way. Looks like he's trying to build it near that other sacred site, but needs to watch out for any other military. I don't think, I'm not sure if the Imperial Palace can spot this on out, or if it's just outside the edge of the vision. It's like 2 tiles away.
Deniska is playing with fire there. That could have lost the game for them. An Imperial getting just stuck in there and potentially having all the villagers cleaned up would have been catastrophic. Still, the army count is double right now for Dragavan and Ramen. In fact, I think the concern is Yellow's army count. He's got 22 army on the field. A couple of men-at-arms, couple of Ghazi Raiders, that's basically it. You look at the other side, you have a bunch of passive resource income, and now this Spasskaya Tower gets revealed. Castle's gonna have to be cancelled here by Ramen, but they're going for the sacred sites now. They have a 7-minute countdown on this sacred site count, and if they cannot break through the walls, they will try to win with the sacred sites.
This is a huge blessing for Deniska over here that they're taking this fight. It allows them to just relieve pressure. You mentioned Yellow's army. Well, now Yellow has timing for his farm transition that he made behind this to actually start going into military instead of just being empty resource in the bank. But looks like Yellow is actually going to go Empire and then start to make units. Imperial Age should be dropped here in just a second.
There's a big problem for him, though. In that previous engagement, he lost all of the scholars. He's down to 4 scholars, which means that it will take forever for him to get those Delhi techs.
Huge fall.
They're contesting the sacred site, though. 7 minutes on the countdown. It is getting close to becoming a victory condition. The men-at-arms are on stand ground, though. They won't really fight back here unless you beat up the specific unit, because they just need to stay on site here. Horse archers looking to flank on the other side. Stone walls are coming up for Ramen. And once the stone walls are up, the horse archers become obsolete. I think if you're Deniska, you're starting to pivot into Streltsy, because the horse archers, now you don't need mobility, you need brute force power.
Yep, and that's exactly what he is starting to queue up. Spears and Streltsy. Wouldn't be too surprised to start seeing him get a little bit more siege out and about too. But this game is now extending. Lines in the sand have been drawn, keeps have been dropped, and ecos are set in stone. We could see both sides trading 25 plus traders on either side.
87 sofas is scary, though. And I think this is a big difference maker. When you look at Voda Esport, they're 400 out of 400 pop and in Imperial Age. From now on, it's right-click forward and trade units. That's not the case on the other side. Yellow is still building up his forces. And sure enough, he's going for elephants, which is going to get scouted immediately. I think this is exactly what Dragavan needs to do. There's still a massive hole in the middle of the map. Just send the cavalry in and make sure that those elephants cannot take direct fights. The game number 1, where the Dragavan and Ramen won with elephants, they had the map fully walled to prevent such things from happening.
Yeah, and this is where you can already see the Sofa starting to cause a destruction. Elephants too slow to chase. Spears too slow to chase. You can't chase those units. You need more wall segments. You need more choke points for them to struggle to walk on through. More Sofa diving on forward, taking damage from the keep. There's only a few elephants, and there's too many Sofa here. Looks like Dragavan and Ramen not pulling the trigger. Don't think they have enough to close out the game, though. And Deniska, 4 Mangonels again, so starting to reinforce into more and more siege. And what scares me is when you start getting the Mangonel upgrade in Imperial Age, those things become like old Mangonels.
Is that going to be a factor, though? Mangonels will have to take direct fights, and that's a lot of cavalry out there. Everybody in Imperial now, remember, Sacred Site Countdown is gone. The Sacred Site to the north was decapped, so that victory condition is now gone from Volda Esport, but they still have 90 or so Sofas. And the biggest concern is that E-Gear is still not up to full population. They need a little bit more time to build up those elephants.
Yep, Yellow has been getting closer and closer, but still not at the healthy number he wants. But Dragavan and Ramen have been dragging their feet, going slow, not making the moves to fully close out this game. And I feel like they've given time for Deniska and Yellow to get back on their feet, to recuperate, to you know, they stumbled and now there's no stumble anymore. Military numbers getting closer and closer to maxed out for the side of E-Gear. Yellow is not too far away from Max Pop himself, and he's been the last one and the only one we've been waiting on here for a good little bit.
Still, I don't know if Stonewalls are complete for Deniska out there. He's got the Spaskaya Tower, but yeah, these are only essentially fortified palisades here. Now, Spaskaya Tower is a very tanky landmark, has 10,000 HP, but it's still going to be short-lived against that much cavalry. Biggest thing, though, these are still palisades. If you break through them, you get all that cavalry into the enemy backline, it might just be game.
Yeah, 2 villagers trying to repair this. It's not going to be enough. If I'm Deniska, I try to drop another quick layer here. They need time for the army to come on over, but Siege is grouped with that army. It's walking at a very slow pace on over that way.
And oh no, these walls were never completed. There was a major overchop, and this is what Dragavan was looking for. If you're Dragavan, you just right-click. This is actually a mistake, torching down all these buildings. I think he just A-clicked, but he's missing a golden opportunity to just run by and destroy everything that Deniskaya has at the back.
Yeah, there could be so much damage into the trade, the markets, the gold vein villagers instead. It's just a few buildings getting taken down. Might actually lose some of that relic gold that he's been generating. But the nice part for Dragavan is every Sofa that gets lost, he's got more than enough res to recoup this up. He's got 25 in queue right now, and he's got 7,000 extra res to sit there in the bank.
And now the Spearmen are pushing in as well. The Sofas, some of them got detached and they're hitting the back line here. I still don't think he's gonna fight into this.
No, there's so many Streltsy that we're getting untouched, having that, you know, static time where they get more attack speed, more damage over time. They were just shredding everything in their path. And then the Mangonels, again, weren't getting touched either.
I really feel like Dragavan should have just sent all that cavalry to the back line. Even if he gets cleaned up, as you said, he's got so many resources, but it would have done massive damage. In fact, when you look at the overall eco, even that small group he sent back did a lot of damage. Yellow's got basically no gold to work with. Deniskaya has limited gold income as well right now. Definitely not enough to sustain mass Streltsy. Yet, you know, Dragavan retains 90 or so Sofas. I understand they didn't want to take that direct engagement there, but I feel like he could have sent a lot more to the backline and did a lot more eco damage.
Yeah, Volta Esports has a definite lead as far as the eco goes, but the military ball is what I'm scared for. It feels like E-Gear has this ball that is just almost unstoppable. Need the siege to move on up, fire across that back line, but the elephants, look at how tanky they are. They're just tanking as much of the sofa as the one set of the sofa are trying to circle back around, but the Mangonels finally firing off. Remember, the Spasskaya was there. It's going to cause a pathing issue. You can't get on top of those Mangonels easily. One does fall, but there's still 3 there.
I feel like Dragavan and Ramen are doing the very thing that they're not supposed to do, taking direct fights here. And now the Sofa numbers are down to just 40. They might have just enough to clean this up. Remember, the eco from Daniska and Yellow are much weaker. But I feel like they've taken the worst possible engagement.
And finally, we see a few of those Mangonels fall, but there's still 2 left. The hand cannoneer mass doesn't want to step up into that. And all this time, Daniska and Yellow, they're fighting under 2 keeps and a bombard. I think that's a cannon emplacement on that outpost. Oh, no, it's a spring emplacement on the outpost. But still, it looks like Dragavan and Ramen can hold with all the static defense they have there, even after the awful fight.
Exactly. This is not a okay, they're in a decent position because they did this. They're in a decent position despite doing all this. They had a golden opportunity to send all that cavalry into the enemy backline, and the Streltsy or the Elephants aren't able to catch those. Maybe there's a counterattack, sure enough, but again, at the end of the day, you have so much mass of cavalry that you could have just shattered the backline entirely. They've done a decent amount of damage, but this is not the kind of game that they want to play with this army composition. And remember, we've looked at this in game number 1. A classic composition, cavalry plus ranged, is good on open maps. But once you have the map sectioned off in a smaller or tighter map like this, these more unorthodox compositions like elephants and Streltsy, or elephants and longbows in game number 1, those become a lot better in direct engagements. So Dragavan and Ramen, they need to find opportunities to stretch out the map and try to hit the eco. These are still palisade walls. They can break through to the south with 15, 20 sofas and hit the eco again. That's the thing that they gotta do.
And as you say that, I'm pretty sure about 10 sofas split on into the south side, but we still have a main battle here in the middle. Mangonel still on the backside, but getting focused down by the bombard. And it looks like Daniska and Yellow are finally starting to run out of steam, slowly losing this front mass. They do not have this unstoppable ball. They lost that diving double keep, double outpost, and now Dragavan and Ramen are finally pushing through, finally doing what they need to do to end this game, to close this game. They've had the lead, they've had the numbers, but they have not been able to end it yet.
Again, the question is how long can Daniska and Yellow sustain this where they somewhat fractured eco at the back. Having said that, Dragavan and Ramen, we talked about the lack of efficiency for these fights. They lost a lot of sofas fighting into elephants, and now you look at their gold bank and it's gone. The mineable gold is basically gone from the map, so it's all about the trade now. And it's going to get increasingly difficult to replace all these sofas. At the same time, these elephants are very tough to kill. They're expensive, but the resource retention on them is just so much better. I feel like, again, these are not the kind of fights that you want to take if you're Dragavan and Ramen, even with the Musafari gunners helping out.
The good thing is, look at the Q difference between the two teams. So that's the only reason why I say taking these fights is fine. You got 3 elephants, 4 elephants in Q, and that's it. You have 4 spears, 8 Streltsy in Q. On the other side, you have 70 spears in Q, and then you still have, you know, the Sofa and the Musafati gunner buildup, and 8,000 wood, 5,000 wood to sell. They can sell the res for gold if they need, but they're just taking these to take the trades. It's fine. They just need to continue on the onslaught, make Daniska and Yellow continue to use their resources. If they're using their resources, they're not building this up, and they aren't able to get to that max pop number that Dragavan and Ramen should never be able to stray away from.
And really, it's that massive resource bank that Dragavan and Ramen built up that's carrying them right now. They had like 6,000 food, 6,000 gold each. And that's part of the reason why they can still continue this push. Daniska and Yellow never had that resource bank. They took really good engagements, but there was just nothing behind it. Once they lost the initial layer, there is just no reinforcements coming in. Daniskaya is tapping out here. He had no army to work with, and it is Volta Esport moving on to a match point.
Wow. What? I mean, just again, this whole series, crazy back and forth, felt like the other side had the opportunity to take that game. E-Gear had the momentum going for a while, but Dragavan and Ramen held strong, turned it back around, went over and pressured the other side and took the game on over. You can see that graph. It just both sides for Ramen. The pink graph was just sky high, was able to go Song Dynasty, never have any damage over on his way, was able to mass up a ton of spears, a ton of shooks, and that mass never really got fully taken out. You see that big dive at like 20 minutes, but everyone lost that mass, and he still had 50 plus at the end of it.
I think I prefaced this game saying that, you know, you look at Chinese and you look at Malians, it doesn't strike you as your ultra aggressive early mid game combination. It's a late game combo. And at the time, one of the conversation points was that how is this combination of civilizations going to be utilized early game? This is not a map that usually drags out this much. It was a 40-minute game after all. But obviously now that we've gotten to the later stages, these civilizations do come online. The Malian passive resource income is immensely valuable. Population, as I like to say, is a resource in late game. So having that passive resource income is very valuable. They have a lot of good late game techs as well. I feel like the problem, in a way, for the Niskan Yellow for the majority of the game was that they were always kind of on the back foot economically. They never had this rapid eco build-up, which would have resulted in a massive resource bank. So even though they took some good fights, especially that one engagement with the elephants against the sofas, they just never had the resources to replenish those losses, or at least not to the extent that we've seen it from VES.
Yeah, and even when we saw those fights go in their favor, you know, a good example is right here. They win a fight, they have some numbers, they have definitely the military value on their side as well, and then they go and burn 3/4 of a stables and don't really get any villager kills. They don't really get any value. Then they take this fight that's, you know, spears going up against horsemen and cav, and now they got to back away. And from here, this is where Dragavan and Ramen are in the positioning point that they go, all right, we got through our toughest spot. Now we just need to play our own game.
And now it's actually interesting because we've actually seen two very similar games here. Well, absent of the Islands game, which is just like fundamentally different for a land map. But at the end of the day, I think we are starting to see a pattern over here. Teams like to drag these games out, and so far late game has been the domain of Voda Esports. So if you're the Niskan Yellow, you're trying to finish these games quickly because so far they're 0 out of 2 for late game.
So far, indeed. Although it feels like they've had some close opportunities, they just haven't been able to put all the pieces together in the right manner. You can see here again where it was just too easy. Once that Ramen and Dragavan had that buildup, they just kept the pedal on the metal and just never let off the gas.
Well, it looks like we will be given a Pigeons Valley game here. I'm really hyped for this one. I don't know about you, but Pigeons Valley has been one of the most awaited games or most awaited maps for me. I haven't really seen a lot of games being played on this one. And it looks like we could be well set up for some late game shenanigans here with the Rus Abbasids facing off against the Chinese and the English.
Yeah, and Pigeon Valley, it's one where, as you can see by the picture, you're separate from your teammate by some 2 rivers. And from there, you also have, you know, this middle of the ground pack that's split on by the wood line. So it's not the easiest to grab the middle sacred site and kind of splits you off from your teammates.
This is your late game map, basically. A lot of opportunities to wall. It's kind of a weird one because this middle segment is kind of blocked off, and then you have these waterways allowing you to potentially get some ships going, and you can have a lot of shenanigans out here. I don't know what to expect from this.
I will say, I think I saw VES play this map in maybe the qualifier. I don't know. It might have been against Devils. And I want to say that they did some proxy archery range shenanigans in the middle behind the wood lines. Not sure if that'll happen again. Obviously, it changes up depending on the civs that they're playing. But I honestly think it might have been Abba Roos, or, you know, do some early cheese with Abba. You can do the whether it's the siege tower or whether it's some early rams, and then have some archer support from Roos with the proxy base like they used to do.
Yeah, last map would be Dry Arabia, by the way. So we would actually get, you know, the most classic map that you can possibly get, Dry Arabia here. Which, I mean, given these two teams, who knows, that could be a 5-hour-long game as well. But here on Pigeon as well, this could easily be a grind fest. I don't know what to expect, though, because so far these long and grindy games kind of fell in the hands of VES. English and Chinese are no pushover, though. It's so weird, because you look at English and Chinese, I think one of the issues that you face with that combination is that you don't have very population-efficient late-game units. You are making a lot of, let's say, longbows. You're making a lot of, I don't know, Juginu hand cannoneers. The population efficiency isn't really there like you do have for lancers, for elephants. Kind of a similar thing for Rus and Abbasids, but I think the Rus have, you know, the knights out there. Abbasids, maybe late-game camel archers. We've seen some of that in 1v1s. So I feel like the population efficiency in late game is just much more in the favor of the VES team composition.
Yeah, I will say that China have the strongest hand cannons in the game, the extra, what is it, half range that they are able to get with their upgrade. And then it also is dependent, you can't forget about some wind guard units if English decides to go that route. But I think if we're getting Imperial Age on this map, I think both teams kind of will find themselves in a point that they're fine with. Like if you go into this seeing both civs and going imp, you're like, I like English imp, you like China imp, Rus imp has their own positives, and same thing with ABBA. But I will say that all the games we have that have been close, they've still been crazy back and forth. There's been a lot of feudal pressure, but then kind of a standstill in the mid game. So let's see if that kind of continues to happen in this game number 4. Let's see if E-Gear can get the feet back under him, can tie up the series and extend it to a game 5.
Well, just 20 seconds left to go. This has definitely been a nail biter, and so far that has been the theme for, you know, basically all of these series or the games that we've seen today. I think that's one of the cool things about today's series so far. It's not just that the series were neck and neck, the individual games were also neck and neck, and we could easily see another nail biter here going into game number 4. VES up 2-1 here, match point for them as we head to Pigeons Valley.
And here we go. Let's see these spawns. Dragavan and Ramen spawning in the northwest side. The pink and purple duo. Dragavan on the Abbasid and Ramen on the Rus. Meanwhile, the south and the east side, we got Deniska and Yellow playing as yellow and green color combination on China and English.
I gotta say, I appreciate that Yellow is now continuing to play with a yellow color just to avoid the confusion here. But I think one of the key things to look out for on this map is that the two players, the two teammates, are spawning on, you know, one side of the map such that the middle area between them on this little patch of land, I guess, is separated by a tree line. What this means is that it's reasonably easy for the players to wall themselves because they're shielded essentially by the teammate on one flank, and then the water, the trees in the middle. Really, they just gotta wall the front of their base, and they are nice and secure.
Yeah, doesn't cost a lot of resources for yourself, but also means that, you know, if your opponent moves forward, walls off the bridge, your teammate can't really get to you very easily. It becomes a very easy 2v1 situation. So that while it's easy to wall yourself, it's also easy to get walled on out too.
Oh, it certainly is. I wonder how this is going to be played, though, because this is a map where you could just wall, sit back, and play slow. At the same time, if you do that and you don't realize that you're facing, let's say, a very aggressive opponent, then you could easily get punished and it's game over. And I feel like if you're Dragavan and Ramen, you can afford to take that risk to a certain extent because you are the team up by a score.
Yeah, exactly. This is one where, you know, knowing that you have an extra game, you can perhaps do some cheese if you so desire. You can really do some weird strategies and maybe, you know, surprise your opponent out of nowhere and give yourself a little bit of a free win that you wouldn't feel as comfortable doing if you're sitting in the position where you're down 1-2.
Yeah, that's one of the things I always like to highlight. One of the advantages of being on match point is that you can roll the dice a little bit more than your opponent can, especially in an elimination set. If this is the opening round, or if this is not a direct elimination round, you can gamble a little because you have a second life. But here, that's not the case. If E-Gear loses this game, it's all done for them. So they need to be a little bit more cautious on doing risky things, whereas Dragavan and Ramen have that one-up, which allows them to potentially gamble a little more and play for the upsides.
But looking at the backside, it is a golden gate and an economic wing. So it doesn't look like anything too cheesy. Just some plain, simple, typical builds that we see here. No proxy stuff going on. I'm sure Dragavan's going to go with an extra TC, moving out onto the stone already. Maybe even 2 extra TCs, depending on what he's feeling.
Yeah, I don't know. 2 extra TCs, that would be a little ambitious, so to say. Again, you gotta be cautious. I think it's a balancing act. You gotta have good scouting here and understand what your opponent is up to. Because one of the things that I've seen from today's games and even in the previous days is that if you can get an eco advantage untouched, you don't get punished for being greedy, that is how you win team games. At the same time, if you go too greedy, you're just gonna get absolutely annihilated and it's game over. So I feel like this is one of those maps where you just gotta go super greedy, but you need to do so knowing what your opponent is up to. So thorough scouting is a big thing, and you know, Ramen with the Roost does have 2 scouts out there, allows him to get a lot of intel. Want to make sure that he knows what his opponent is up to. Same thing here for Dragavan. I love the use of that Stealth Forest just to hide the scout.
Yeah, him getting the vision of the Abbey is one thing. He really needs to know what English is doing. Are they going Abbey Fast Castle? Or, as we know with God Vision, is he going 2 TCs very quick? Because if he's going 2 TCs very quick, well, now that could impact Dragavan's decision making. Does he want to go up with 3? Now we can see that Yellow moving out for a nice forward aggressive Barbican in that mid map. Couple of shots firing off on the scout, nothing too crazy, and the second TC drop being forward on the stone. This typically means a 3rd TC. It doesn't always, but usually if you're dropping on that stone, it means a 3rd. If you drop it on the gold or the wood line, it kind of means you're playing just 2.
Interesting idea. I think one of the cool things to look out for is whether a team is going to trade. Because this is a map where you can very easily secure a corner-to-corner trade. And I can see the upside of that.
It just takes a while to set up, and trading to your teammate, I think, got nerfed a patch or 2 ago, so they made it like 10% less as well. So you really want to be starting trade to a neutral market, and you also will have some weird pathing issues with the bridges. So like, you, instead of dropping it corner to corner, they don't just get to run directly, you know, on the backside. They'd have to run across the bridges, thus making it have a longer walking time, but the same gold drop off.
And also the bridges are destructible, so that's one thing to consider.
That is absolutely the case indeed. Those bridges can always get destroyed, although I haven't seen it too often here. Usually at the point where you're starting to see bridges get destroyed, it's kind of over from there. And it is indeed that 3rd town center like I was expecting. And this is one of those that I think he made this decision based off of the scouting. You see your opponent go 2 TCs, and as Abba, you always go, I can one-up that. I can go 3. I want extra TCs because my villagers cost less, means you can produce more military and actually support these TCs and have a much quicker payoff timing.
And Deniska knows about this. He saw the stone mine, so he should know how much stone his opponent mined. Means that he knows about that 3rd TC coming up. At the same time, Ramen, he is only on 1 TC, rushing up that high trade house though. keep in mind that this map doesn't have a gazillion relics out there. In fact, it's just 5 in total, and some of them are pretty difficult to access. In fact, some of them might be borderline impossible. And at the end of the day, rushing that castle age has less benefit for a player looking for the relics than some other maps do.
Yep. Meanwhile, one side rushing castle, his opponent on his side of the river is about to be dropping his second TC and Song Dynasty. So villager counts on either side. With all the TCs being dropped, it still will end up favoring Deniska and Yellow.
Yeah, I feel like this might come down to whoever is able to essentially transition this massive eco buildup into an army buildup. It's an eco race right now, but whoever is able to make the pivot to the army a little quicker and start getting on the map, start punishing the enemy, I think that's going to be the team that's going to be in a good position, because that's usually what you see in these games. We've seen that in some old 1v1s. I think one of the problems when you just go full boom on both players is that basically the player that transitions to army a little quicker is going to win. So a lot is going to come down, I feel, to the transition to this army, and I absolutely love this from Yellow. It's not a big investment, but a handful of crossbows, or Juyunu, I should say, harassing that hunt. This is exactly how you start off. Just start poking around and then wall in the relics. Love this little, you know, cheekiness, I guess, from Yellow. Just being smart with what he has available military-wise.
And you can see over on the other side, Ramen does not want this wall to finish on up, but there is a Barbican protecting this. He could definitely take down the villager. Oh, that's his own jukes. I'm an idiot. But wall, so yeah, wall gets finished up fine. And so Ramen, what does he gain with his fast castle play now? He even got delayed a little bit himself off of the things. He's going knights, and now that allows Yellow to just go, okay, I can play defensive into spears and kind of section off the maps.
Yeah, I really was wondering about that fast castle play, especially because even if he can secure all that map control, even if the relics aren't walled in, again, you just don't have very many relics here. And I don't think that High Trade House is also remarkably good. I think it's like a reasonable High Trade House, but it's definitely not something that's going to offset the differential in eco. 184, it's actually better than I anticipated. Still, let's not forget that his opponent is a Chinese Song Dynasty player. And now Deniska is going up with the White Tower. I do believe it's inside his base. And now we're actually seeing those bridges being walled off. At least Deniska is doing it on his side. So players are indeed sectioning off the map, making sure that these fast-moving initial knights will not be able to roam around and harass.
Yeah, and this is really where Deniska can get this timing push against ABBA. Just like Ramen could have tried to do some timing against China, who's a little bit harder to do this timing against with hand cannon slits and things like that. But ABBA, it takes a lot of time for their castle age to come through. You can see Dragovich trying to build up those resources. He's actually moving forward with some units over here on the side. Causes a little idle time himself. I love this. It's not too much of an investment, but needs to watch out for those units, as now Deniska has a double production building, essentially, not quite, with the White Tower, and can get a lot of those castle age units pumping out fast.
You know, this could be a little dicey here for Dragovan, because he is still just in feudal age. He's going to click up the castle right now, and as you said, one thing that you get with the White Tower is that double production, and that allows you to escalate that knight count very well. Knight rate coming in here. One villager is found, although you could argue that when everybody's booming like this, losing a knight for a villager is not a good trade.
I would 100% agree that losing a knight for a villager right now is not a good trade, especially knowing that Ramen's 1 TC and Yellow's 2 TC Song. Every knight that Ramen loses is a huge win for Yellow.
This is good harassment, though, and these spearmen are coming in clutch here for Dragovan, because these are the ones that prevent these knights from ever charging in. It's just one knight out there. Deniska is having a lot of food, but he doesn't have the goal to mass produce these knights right now. So a lot of time is being bought here. Culture Ring now on the way for Dragovan, and we talked about this. Who's the first player to escalate that eco into army? And right now, Dragovan leads by a massive margin of villagers, and he could easily just play this as a separate 1v1, essentially. In fact, I think that's the direction that we're heading. 2 separate 1v1s, and I think Dragovan is kind of winning his side. I don't know about Ramen versus Yellow though. I think that's leaning towards Yellow right now.
Yeah, I think Yellow is definitely in the better positioning point in the long run on that side. However, you just mentioned it, Dragovan has a huge boom going on behind this. Yellow's already made a granary transition too, with all the extra eco he has comparative. He's up 18 villagers compared to his side, whereas Dragovan, he's up 16 compared to his. So overall, the eco numbers pretty even, but militaries is starting to build for Dragovan. He's about to have the culture wing finish, going to get a lot of upgrades on through, and Deniska still only has 3 knights to speak for himself.
One thing I like for Vest though is that they are the ones being active on both sides of the map. So if nothing else, like, sure enough, Ramen is losing knights here. I don't think these are good trades, but it ensures that Yellow keeps most of his army inside his base. And right now, I feel like he's just playing the delay game. He's waiting for his teammate to get up to Castle Age, and he's waiting for his teammate to just 1v1 the opposing player, Deniskaya. And at the same time, I wonder if Dragovan is thinking Imperial. Don't ask me why, but it looks like he's trying to go Imperial here.
I think that's just the typical ABBA going castle, and you want to save to spin.
I confused. Never mind. I confused the lines. I thought it's Ramen piling up resources.
Yeah. ABBA, but even still, he's still building up the resources. He doesn't have a lot in the queue, so I'm not really sure here. But usually, this happens a lot with ABBA, where you want to get all those techs in. You're waiting for castle. You're waiting for castle age units, and then all of a sudden you castle, and you're like, I can go imp almost.
He's not producing any units, basically. He's got 2 spears in queue. I think this might be a genuine imp.
He is going.
Remember, he would get trade wing.
Well, he's waiting for preservation of knowledge, so he will have enough for imp here, because isn't it 20% discounted?
Yeah, it's gotta be imp. I think they're setting up for trade wing, and I'm starting to see a similar pattern here for Dragovan and Ramen compared to the previous game. They basically rush imp, and because the opponents weren't investing very heavily into the army, it's not like they can just launch a counterattack and punish this imp. But if you don't launch an immediate counterattack, by the time you do, your opponent will have the techs. So right now, Dragovan is basically building a tech advantage because he knows that he cannot be punished for this quick Imperial.
And instead of trade wing, doesn't really see the value in trade wings. Once military wing opens up a lot of upgrades, drops 3 hand cannoneers right off the bat when it finishes, which might not seem like much, but hand cannoneers are a very, very scary unit, especially when you have the amount and the numbers that Dragovan's already started to build up.
Now this is getting weird because Deniska is also imping, but guess what? Deniska is on 6 knights and he's facing off against 15 archers and 22 spearmen. So as he's imping, he's actually facing a substantially bigger army.
Oh,
gets his nice round. Oh, that is beautiful. And I think Deniska didn't expect this many spearmen to be nearby. And now this is nasty. He's up to Imperial with no army and basically no resources to work with.
The walls are really what got him. He was running to try to do some raiding, and the walls in the middle, he ran and just had himself full cornered, spears surrounded, and he had nowhere to go. Lost all those knights for nothing right as he imped, like you said. He will have the Windguard Palace, so can get some cool specialized units from that if you click a button.
I think this is now looking grim for Deniska and Yellow. They're outnumbered 2-1 in army. And Ramen has been building up knights as well. He's got 13 knights, 22 archers. This is not a fight that Yellow can win alone. But at the same time, there are 2 options right now. If Yellow doesn't help Deniskaya, he's going to get overwhelmed. If he does, Ramen is going to commit with the knights and the archers and just steamroll his base. I don't think there's a good answer here for Deniska and Yellow. Their position is just looking very grim.
Yeah, he's trying. You can see Deniska's trying to get production down. He doesn't have a lot of production because remember, he goes castle, had the white tower that he was relying on for production, and that's just not enough. Meanwhile, Dragovan, he's dropping more and more forward production. He is about to start this non-stop, just purple supply line across the map on that side with how many resources he's going to be able to put into military. He might be thinking imp, or not imp, next imp age later on if they need to run and they run out of gold, but there's no need. It's just going to be all into this military, and in Deniska, do not allow that Imperial Age to come online.
What a timing is so good, and we talked about this. Transition from that eco boom to army count is what matters the most. And now you see Yellow had to pull all his army to fight this. On paper, it looks good. They might be able to hold this off. The moment this happens, expect Ramen to push his side. That clump of units, archers and knights, they will start moving towards Ramen immediately, and that's a lot of damage done. Farms have been taken out, villagers are being idled out. And remember, at the end of the day, Dragavan is up to Imperial, he's got a sizable army. Deniska is up to Imperial, and he's getting no benefit from it. He's got no army to upgrade.
Yeah, no production really for Deniska. He's not really just able to be on a lot of resources, having that super condensed English eco. More farms attempting to be dropped. I think Dragavan trying to do a little cheeky play here, hide out in the back side of this wood line, wait and see, you know, watch and wait and make sure that the other side forgets about these units or has another fight and then does some raiding again.
I don't like this army kind of being trapped in here. Because now with the Jugenu approaching, you can clean up the Spearman and let the Knights do the job. But look at the right side. This is what I was talking about. The moment you get confirmation that Yellow is going to help the teammate, you just commit on the other side. And it's not like there is much back at home here for Yellow. And this is, I think, what Dragavan and Ramen did exceptionally well. They force Yellow to move to the other side, and the moment he does that, they're going to commit on this side. And that choke point is also working so well for these Abbasid Spearmen. Way too many casualties here for Deniska. These are expensive knights for a player that took a beating on the eco.
Yeah, and it felt like this was a really good fight, and it's just dragged on way longer than expected. And overall, Dragavan has to be really, really happy looking back at this. They're also stopping the bridge over from the teammates, so they're going to deny any help. White Tower being rammed down. This is looking good for Team VES.
Deniska doesn't have production. That's the only building that he's producing units on. He's got now a stable to the right side, but he cannot spend the resources. It's not like he has many of those anyways, but now he's going to get housed and at the same time push on the right side happening as well. And I just want to highlight in that little fight down south, this small skirmishing force is still alive. Some of the Gulams mixed in were heavily focused by the Jugenu. Those spearmen lived a lot longer than they were supposed to. And now it's just things getting very, very dicey. Basically, it's just these Wingard riders that are trying to somehow salvage this game for the Niskaya, but army count is almost triple right now for the Dragavan and Ramen.
Yeah, and you can see both sides of the bases. There's pink all into Yellow's base. There's purple all into Deniska's base, and it is not looking good for Team E-Gear. They're having losses and losses continue to mount up. The military numbers are falling. Deniska is at 3 military count. Yellow has a little bit, you know, to hold his own, but over on the other side, there is absolutely nothing. Maybe a wolf will be their hope.
And Yellow has no gold. And that is getting very, very alarming right now for them. They're just getting overwhelmed on all sides. And really, at the end of the day, this came down to 2 separate 1v1s in a way. Ramen, all he did was wait until Yellow went to help his teammate. The moment he did that, he moved out. His job was basically nothing more than just to harass and distract and let Dragavan do his thing on the other side. And when Yellow moves out to help against Dragavan, Ramen commits. Love this synergy over here. Again, I feel like the transition to army from eco was just a lot quicker for Volta Esport. And at the end of the day, that's what's going to secure them this game and also this series as a whole.
Yeah, I feel like ABBA just allows you to do that so much better. Cheaper villager costs. They all of a sudden had 30 extra villagers too as well. And what a good series by Team VES to move along and send E-Gear packing home.
Wow. This was a tightly contested set. VES had to fight tooth and nail for these games. But at the end of the day, I feel like in every single map they put down a good performance. Even on the Islands map, they did a really good job. It's just that the strategy that they went with was just a little janky, and I feel like there was a better approach taken by the Niska and Yellow. But at the end of the day, every single time that the games went long, they had a really good setup. And I think for the team that's about to face them tomorrow, that is the Bills team with Jigglypuff, BLB, and Gotkovsky, this is one of the things that they're going to need to focus on. Do not let Volta Esport play late game, because late game seems to be their domain.
Well, if we know anything about Jiggly, it's that he likes knights and cataphracts and raiding, and that is the recipe for not letting a team get to late game. So maybe as a good old matchup for Team Devils, maybe they're happy to see the outcome that we saw here today.
Well, what an absolute beauty of a series. But we're far from being done today, folks. We will take a break here. I do suggest that you bring in some snacks and refreshments as well, because we will be back with the elimination matches here in the Winter Team Championship 2. We'll be back after a short break.
Okay, I was about to say, having to save the reinforcements, doesn't want to take the engagements into the Camel Lancers. Don't see a ton of spears here for Scarlet Devil yet.
No, they're just dancing back and forth, trying to keep as many archers alive as possible. Decent mango hit, though, on the jab throwers.
And that's what they were waiting on. Didn't want to take the full head-on engagements until the mangonels got there. Now that they did, you can see Louis basically just moved into the frontline mass, allowing the archers to do everything they want to. Javelin throwers are not firing on the archers. They're firing on the knights. While they have that high base damage, and Louis MT circling around both of those knight masses can join together and decide to take the fight after Scarlet Devil has thinned out that front line of spears. There's not too...
Yeah, where did that army go? Camel Lancers coming in now to try to pick off those knights, try to defend here. Jab throwers doing the best they can to thin out the archer numbers. But Team Elephant just continues to mass, and they are raiding. Look at that.
So, speaking of bow chads, we'll probably see some bow chads soon. Chooks, though, just moving into that front line. Camel Lancers are a great unit to go into that. Camel Archers, not so much. We saw Flaming Arrows come into play super quick, and oh no, that's the bees. There's 10 of them here. It doesn't matter that those are melee units. The just pure AoE damage, the base damage that it's gonna do, you can't dodge those fires. You're fighting at a choke point.
Treb's looking to counter siege the nest of bees a little bit. And now the nest of bees a little far forward, taking shots from the Berkshire.
Every time those nest of bees turn, though, they just get so much damage off. Frontline now is into the mix. There's only 6 nest of bees left instead of the 10, but back wood lines are
Yeah, they're just trying to survive as much as they can with that static defense from the TC. Mangudai circling around, getting their shots in. Knights just trying to stay on the archers.
But he is forced to take this so he can get enough gold to do things. And I don't think he's going to kill any units here.
No. You can see that amazing micro from Louis. He's pulling away those injured ones. We saw a horseman get out of there early, take a gulp, get back into the fray. This Myriad not going to be able to create anything. There's going to be a final stand here. They have to engage, looks like, but it's not really going to go well for the Magyar Marauders.
The Lancers onto the backside, onto the archers. Archer mass now has cataphracts in the middle. It makes it so hard to micro, makes it so hard to actually get good damage out, and you can see how the numbers get affected by it. It is an absolute decimation wipe. Magyar Marauders have gotten cleaned up.
4 is here for some defense, establishing that Kuraltai. Like we've seen all game, those Ayubid villagers running away, running to safety, getting out of this area, but this fight just looks like it's being dominated by oil here.
Look at it's just pure numbers. Baltoon has 80 units out on the field. Iona and Core have 38. It's just he just has too much. He's even got the prelates here to help and heal, and they have 135 units. Sass running on here with the Ghulams. They want to take this fight. It's a good spot to take the fight. Cataphracts are watching, about to do a nice trample through, I'm sure. Watch for the trample. Units are sewn together. Crossbows onto the backside. The elephants are starting to get focused down, though.
Yeah, there they go. There's 2 down. There's 1 left, and it's just dying under a hail of crossbows. Look at that.
Ghazi's taking the dive, though. Baltoon trying to fight here at a Pachote point, but it is a huge, huge mass. Elephant there to play as well. Villagers starting to die. Sass running around his TC, trying to circle back, utilize that pathing. slow elephants and take a winning fight for themselves in this defensive side. His Olive Grove starting to get taken down. Crossbows on the backside. It's crossbow v crossbows. Is there going to be enough here from Baltoon and Sass to hold this?
And it will be
full
under the
keep and a full wooden fortress. Spears, Gulams, everything starting to go on in. Elephant starting to be focused down and focused down quick. There were a ton at the start of this fight. You're already starting to see 2, 3, 4 fall.
Starting to melt away. Cataphract's doing a good job on the backside, preventing those Ghazi Raiders from getting into the crossbows. Doing a good job of delaying them out. Great positioning there.
Royal Bloodlines Knights. The only thing that can help against that's 18 spears, and he would wreck that in a fight regularly. So he's feeling pretty good. The Knights win the Knights pretty hard. There's an elephant even here to help out in the fight. Chooks aren't going to be doing too much damage even with upgrades. And so Baltoon and Sass look to again be taking a winning fight and a potential game deciding fight here. Cataphract number thinning. If the archers get left alone, they are as good as dead. It's all about the Cataphract staying alive right now.
And there it is. There was an opening. Those knights get in onto the archers. Look at the massive damage on that surround. So many archers going down, others being baited towards the TC. Knights able to clear out quite a bit. Horse archers basically untouched this entire engagement. Those spears, though, getting picked off every time they try to get close. We got to trample through.
Though. Followed up by the gulp. The mounted samurai, though, they're A moving, and there's so many mounted samurai here. There just aren't enough cataphracts. You can see Mahodo just decided to turn and run.
There's the mounted samurais trying to engage. Spearmen there as well. Cataphracts trying to hold, trying to be that wall, but those numbers are thinning out. Gulps coming in. Mounted Samurais now able to get in onto the archers, and VES losing a lot of military here.
Yeah, and this is where I laugh at the overlay where, like, you see the numbers, you're like, oh, it seems close. It's like, nah. There's 5 cataphracts. There's 23 mounted samurai.
Exactly how you get back when you're in this sort of position. But we do see an attempt here on the water. Dragavan coming out, Mahodo. Springald ships are shooting. Demo trying to maneuver into position. Not gonna happen. There are just so many ships from Wham here. Puppy Paw right behind with his units.
A horseman number with Triumph. There are no spears here right now. I think they're building the rams. Where are the spears?
Spears aren't here. I have no idea where they're at. This is looking pretty bad for VES now. Oh, all those units super exposed. Finally, the 2 spears coming down the hill way late. Ah, those Byzantine horsemen just did a number on that entire army. Longbows eaten up.
Oh, this is going to be a slaughter. Boys and girls, kids, close your eyes.
Yeah, this is, oh, the poor English. It's just brutal.
I mean, Sass kind of has most of what he's going to get, right? He has the royals to play, so
Fight's
probably
coming
won't play
in.
for yourself, but he's probably have to replace a lot of losses here. Clash coming through. Back
Sean
goes
has
back
to
to the
stay
back.
safe. He's getting a lot of experience here. There we go. Level 3 comes in.
However, the army count is really what's going to matter here. Jean de Cleve doesn't even want to be anywhere near these war elephants because you are now on horseback, which means you do take bonus damage. Divine Restoration Pump comes through, but mainly on the Donzos, and of course those aren't going to last long in the first place.
Welcome back to EGC TV Winter Team Championship. Here we have the Scatter School versus Core and Aliona. Is that right? Yeah. Oh yeah. It's right. Scatter School versus. I got confused because this is the Group D, and usually like we went A, B, and so forth. So I was confused for a moment, but it is indeed right. It's the Group D deciders. Scatterbrain Stopper and Will Clock versus Core and Aliona and Chuck Francis. We've actually seen Chuck Francis play some games in the qualifiers. I'm not sure how much he's going to play today, though, because I think that day Core was simply unavailable. Game number 1 coming up is going to be on Dry Arabia. It is going to be Byzantines and HRE versus the French and the Delhi. So right off the get-go, seed number 12 versus seed number 13. I do see, you know, that very classic combination for Core and Aliona, and something a little bit more unusual on the other side.
Yeah, and that's one where we'll get into these Civ matchups here in just a second. We'll be able to talk through it through the Dark Age, as I'm already starting to maybe hear a little bit of the sheep behind us. Game is now at 0, and we are jumping into the first game of set number 3 of the day.
Here we go, fellas. Scatterbrained, whose username is so long that it doesn't even fit the overlay, but just ignore that. Scatterbrained and Stopper versus Core and Alyona. Core and Alyona with the cold colors, blue and teal, and on the other side, red and orange. How do you feel about these civilizations, though, here, real quick? Because, again, we have that classic combination of French and Delhi versus a much more unusual setup. And speaking of unusual, this is definitely one of those things.
Well, you were asking what I think about these Civs. I actually like both HRE and Biz almost in any combination in team games. They both play that role of I can play feudal, I can play castle, I can play really whatever I want to play. And speaking of whatever I want to play, we do have a good old Dark Age spear rush coming in, which I always think actually works out well when, you know, especially against two civs like this, you just go on over to the French gold that's forward and try to delay or deny that first knight. Even if it's they still get one knight, it's a lot better than having 3, 4, 5 knights constantly in queue for the next couple minutes to worry about.
I feel like one of the things with the Dark Age spear rushes is that you are basically sacrificing yourself as a player to throw off your opponent's better player or potentially both of the players on the opposing team. And essentially, you're just buying time for your teammate to be untouched, to get to the timing that he wants. And I think that's going to be the major takeaway here. Can Scatterbrain do enough damage, enough delay, such that Stopper gets to the point where he wants to be with the Biz?
Yeah, and that kind of alludes, you know, leads me to the next spot where it's like, all right, does that mean the Biz is going to go in for that fast castle cataphract build, really get aggressive here? Speaking of aggressive, the spear starting to do some attacks. Alyona able to get enough to age up, but there will be no knight. There will be no economic upgrade coming on in. And this is kind of the point where you'd expect HRE to cut the spears. You've done your job. You've denied the gold. And you'll continue to burn the mining camp. I could have even seen him do 1 or 2 less spear at this point. You know, 3 spears would have been more than enough. And we see a pressure tower coming in from Alyona. Nice and behind the mining camp. Doesn't want to lose the mining camp. But this is quite a bit of a delay. Pretty good success here from Scatterbrains.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to do. And again, the value of this Dark Age rush depends on the civilization matchup. In some matchups, you need to throw off both of the opposing players. But especially when your opponent has French, this is exactly what you want to do. Force a tower out, prevent the knight from coming out. Alyona is sitting on basically no gold right now. He might be able to get a knight out immediately upon hitting feudal age, but you see, he's got no food, no gold. This is exactly what you want to do. Delay. And delay that knight timing out there. Now that the tower is up, he is switching to the opposing player. Dome of Faith for Core. If you can hit that gold mine, you can start potentially harassing that ability to make new scholars. And this is exactly what you want if you're Scatterbrained. And now he's making a mine work though now. That I did not expect.
That is something I was not expecting by any means. Spear are over at the gold vein, but this was scouted out the whole way. Alyona did a great job, and obviously they're in party chat talking. They're saying, hey, you know, spear's coming over your way, and Core did a great job of waiting until they got there, dropped off the last bit of gold, and then went back over to a safe spot. Didn't take any damage, and didn't really even take any idle time other than a little bit of walking to a different resource.
And Knight, it looks like Alyona is able to squeeze it in, so his timing wasn't thrown off atrociously bad. But still, he was forced to drop a timer, or a tower, I should say. And that's a very uncomfortable tower if you think about it. Now this other mining camp is getting torched down. Core isn't going to have a lot of gold to work with. He queued up 2 scholars, so for now he's fine. But remember, when you look at the Delhi, they want those scholars out because they need to expedite the techs for feudal age, especially before you start getting sacred sites. You want to have that ability to get the sacred site, and then you want to start moving out with the scholars. If you can slow that down, that's immensely valuable.
Yeah, that you mentioned that tower location. That's definitely one that doesn't feel the greatest. We kind of we make fun of our buddies for that one. That's why I called it the pressure tower. Is it doesn't feel good. It doesn't really accomplish too much. You're kind of on the backside, but you feel like you got to do something.
And this is exactly what you're looking for when you look at the Dark Age Spear Rush. I've seen so many Dark Age Spear Rushes, even in team games, where you do something, you harass the villagers a little, but at the end of the day, you slow yourself down more than you slow down the opponent. Remember, Scatterbrained is just now reaching Feudal Age here, so sure enough, you slow down your opponent, but how does that compare to the delay that you yourself suffer from this early investment?
Yeah, and you can see here that Shopter's just been idled on this gold consistently. His tower's in a little bit better location, but still doesn't really accomplish too much. Get some arrow fire down back on that Knight, and Knight will slowly take some damage over time. Outpost is on the gold of Scatter as well. He has a range and a barracks down, so he's getting ready to start his own bit of production himself.
Knights looking to push in. It's Gordon and Iona are playing the most classic team game setup that's humanly possible. Archers from the Delhi player, Knights from the French player. This is as predictable and as standard as possible. Now, what I do not know is what Stopper is up to. Because right now it looks like it's a kind of semi-fast castle approach, but this is getting ugly. HRE player having to commit to double ranges is never something that you like to see. And at the end of the day, they just don't have any army. Scatter School does. And this is the problem that you're looking at. If this Dark Age Rush doesn't delay this Knight and Archer push enough, you're in a deep trouble. Because Scatterbrained, he just now got up to Feudal Age. And Stopper is still not at the point where he needs to be. I presume he wanted a fast castle here, just looking at the resources. But he's nowhere close to that.
Yeah, denied off of the berries a little bit early, is back over to the food. He has enough gold for the age up now, even with all that idle time, which makes this feel even worse, because I would have expected him to be, you know, a little bit too much food instead, being idle on gold so much, but instead not macroed correctly, delayed up, and should definitely be aging up here at this point. Scatterbrain doing a decent job trying to hold this push, but he's still having to make spears. Meanwhile, Core, he's laughing at that, only making archers and massing more and more archers, so going to be able to win those trades over the long term when he outmasses and is able to start one-shotting.
And now the Knights just need to focus down those villagers on the gold. You have 5 Knights out now. You can be a little bit more aggressive diving under that DC. If Stopper is really going Castle Age here, which seems to be the case, just looking at his trajectory with the resources, now what you want to do is deny that by denying the gold. It's a little too late now, but there are so many opportunities here for Cord and Iona. In fact, when it comes to Iona, he needs that scout nearby. He needs that scout to acquire targets for these Knights.
Somehow Stopper is stealing those berries out and about, far out, sneaking them away. Gold is being idled. He's aging up with the cistern though, and Keshik's finally come out. I feel like he definitely should have had, you know, 2 sets of Keshik here at this point, and maybe it was just delayed on building the Merc House. Positioning point for the cistern or the first hill is pretty far out as well.
You gotta torch it. If you start torching it now, you're going to prevent a replacement. Stopper cannot get out here. He simply cannot get this up right out here. If Iona starts torching
going.
Yep, it's a cancel. And now it's a Golden Horn Tower. It's a complete replacement. But I feel like you dive this. You dive it with the archers because the damage that you can do is just so good. Remember, the HRE player is playing archers with the Minework Palace. That's not good. So if you can annihilate the Byzantine player here, things will get very ugly for Scatter School.
Yeah, just Nightmass being this built up and alive, there's really nothing to deal with the Knights now. Scatter's not been built, or the Archer Mass from Scatter got killed on out, and so the 2 Keshiks are the only things that are 4 now, are the only things that trade decently into the Knights, which you can see are tanking this town center fine, allowing Core to dive under it with his archers. Every single villain in that wood line needs to run on away. Keshik are gonna fall, and we're seeing Castle Age is nowhere close. Fully idled out Byzantine player.
This is very nasty. Now remember, Stopper also has a bunch of villagers to the north here on the berries, and now HRE archers are making a pivot. Well, whoop-de-doo, I guess. This is actually a nice cleanup here by him. finds a couple of these archers, but he doesn't really have a good answer to knights right now. We're looking at 8 knights, and he only has 1 spearman. Stopper has taken a big beating. He's going to be up to Castle Age with limited resources available. And he still has that pack of workers to the north that, you know, if it ever gets found out, it's going to be ugly.
Yeah, and knights are still denying gold over and over and over. Stopper is basically tried to fast castle and just gets up at 10 minutes and 30 seconds. It's so delayed, and he has such little eco behind it. Actually, both him and his teammate are down so many numbers. Core's now been grabbing sacred sites. He's 2 out of the 3, and this is really when Delhi just goes crazy online. Scholar number up to 8. We're gonna look back. It's gonna be a 15 in a little bit, and he's gonna start trading away the gold to get castle faster because he's gonna have too much gold than he knows what to do with.
Ah, that's ugly though. 2 knights going down here, almost a 3rd one as well. Really, I guess the position for Stopper and Scatterbrained is pretty underwhelming right now. It's Cataphracts right now coming out for Stopper. The problem is that you're also not playing to the strength of the HRE here. Archers with the HRE just feel underwhelming. And again, these little pockets of eco could still be found by Alyona. In fact, I'm surprised that Alyona is not adding a new scout here. He's actually losing a lot of opportunities because he doesn't have the vision to boost these knights with.
Also, the Cataphracts are not the same when you don't have gold. And he got forced off of the Cistern of the First Hill, went Golden Horn Tower, which I think is the better landmark, but he's not playing the way the Golden Horn plays. He's playing like he's playing the Gold build, and he's not going to have that ability.
And now a push coming in towards Scatterbrained. Stopper is beaten up in terms of eco. He takes time to build up his forces. And now if you can dive this wood line, you can just do so much eco damage that it's almost impossible to come back from. It's already a 12 eco lead at minute 12 for Core and Alyona. Picking off a couple of these HRE wheels would probably put the final nail in the coffin here for Scatterbrained and Stopper. It's looking grim for them. And they're also slow responding to all these knights here because they don't have that highly mobile unit to counter those with.
Yeah, and Core's at the point too where he can kind of just A-move with that many archers. There's not even enough Cataphracts for the trample to matter. It's 1-2 Cataphracts out right now, and with that archer number, they will end up taking down the Cataphracts enough.
It's 43 archers now for the Delhi player, and Core is sitting on 1,000 gold. He's sitting on 1,000 gold, 9 scholars. If he gets to Castle Age, he's going to have the upgrades real quick. And again, I feel like the primary target needs to be Scatterbrained now. He is still the more powerful player, I guess, on Scatter School. He's got the HR eco as well, a lot of army too. If you can cut into this eco even more, things will get very ugly. Here is the flank with the Keshik and the single Cataphract. Make it 2 Cataphracts. Well, the numbers are still just looking so much better for Core and Alyona. Cataphracts trying their way to trample through, but it's just not enough, and there's so much idle time behind this. Villagers aren't falling for Scatterbrain, but he still has a dozen idols.
Yeah, a dozen idled, and you know after the army gets cleaned up, knights are going to start splitting off. Archers are going to keep pushing through. As look at how many knights there are here from Alyona, and they still feel like they're just tanking so much, even with those Castle Age Cataphracts there.
And remember, Stopper has a lot of his villagers out in little pocket ecos. Alyona hasn't been punishing that, but if he ever begins doing that, it's going to get even uglier. Look at this. The knight is roaming the map looking for targets. Same thing here. Scatterbrained and Stopper are spreading out, and that is not being punished currently.
Yeah,
As I'm saying that this knight, I think, is heading towards the corner. This should be a big warning sign for Core and Alyona that their opponents are spreading out a lot. And even if the villagers fight this knight off, this knight is so heavily beaten up. Now, I think the most important thing is Core and Alyona know about this little expansion, and not just this one, but now they probably anticipate the opponents spreading out a little more.
Yeah, and it's so easily punished by the French, or they could just keep diving the TCs. They have so many units, they're so far ahead that if they know they just continue to have these pokes and prods and keep their numbers alive and healthy, it'll be this easy win. Deny off the gold. Byzantines can't make those Cataphracts anymore. We'll have to, you know, start making horsemen or Gulam with a little bit of gold he may have left.
Again, I feel like Core and Alyona could have won this game by now if they actually find these little pocket ecos. But now it's Rams coming in for Core. He's going up with the compound of the defender as well. Will allow him to escalate his eco once he gets to that stage with multiple keeps. And I think they can dive this. They can take out these production buildings. Stopper still has a bunch of villagers on the wood line as well. A lot of juicy targets over here for Core.
Yeah, it has started to build that cataphract number decently. It's up to 5, but there's just still so many knights here from Alyona. 5 cataphracts feel like nothing to 19, 20 knights.
Yeah. And these are French knights as well. They're better than normal, quote-unquote, normal feudal age knights like the Rus. And when you look at Alyona, he's shifting villagers more towards the gold. He's got 20 villagers on gold now. He's also moving out towards the boar. I think he's trying to castle as well. And when that happens, he's going to have 20+ knights, probably with royal bloodlines.
One archer here. They saw how many vills were here earlier. He says, all right, I'll send an archer over there, see what's going on. Be a little scouting unit there.
Imagine if those knights ever hit one of these little pockets.
Oh my gosh. Even still, the problem with putting that many vills on the berries is like, yeah, they gather the food, great, but then it runs out so fast, and then you have so much idle time trying to go to the next food spot, if there even is a next food spot for you.
Core and Alyona are actually very cautious with this game. You really feel like they could have won this long ago, but they're playing it safe. I don't blame them. Core is actually up to Castle Age. He's got a bunch of gold and food in the bank. He's waiting for a text with 16 scholars. It shouldn't take long. And they're right now waiting for, yeah, look at this. All the text will be in about a minute. But when the Royal Institute hits, I think that's their timer.
Yeah, it's a minute and a half for Royal Bloodlines, and Alyona, you can already see with the resources in the bank. I actually see this, like, so many players not do this, where they'll keep like making knights and knights and knights. It's like you actually have to idle for a little bit. Make sure you have enough to immediately click that Royal Bloodlines upgrade. It takes a long time. It's a minute and a half, and you really want to be able to punish with that timing. And so he's going to be able to do exactly that. Pretty sure he just clicked it himself. But idled off of the gold, and a good raid here by...
That's good.
Oh, 2 different good raids here by Stopper.
Yeah, this has been really a lifeline right now, and this is a big difference between the teams. I talked about this. Core and Alyona didn't utilize those exposed pockets of ecos up until this point, although that's a lot of spearmen. You don't want to fight into that. And frankly, when you look at the overall villager kill count, I think the 2 teams are now evenly matched. Archers are diving down. These are veterans. This is not a fight that Scatterbrain wants or can take.
Yeah,
still, that's a lot of eco damage done on Alyona. Way too much.
The problem is what's going to happen to their economy after the armies get cleaned. They have nothing to be able to hold this push. Those are Royal Bloodlines knights in a little bit. Even still now, they're just regular knights for the time being, or not regular Castle Age knights for the time being, but should be soon enough. And still has 24 alive and no, no sight of them taking any damage here soon.
Yeah, Core and Alyona need to win with this army now, though, because Alyona is down to 34 villas. He took a big beating. If this army ever gets cleaned up, then Stopper and Scatterbrain are back at it.
Great micro by Core to move an archer pack over to the spears. Make sure those spears don't close the gap on the knights. And now the knights should be able to continue to move towards the archers here. Those cataphracts, though, so tanky here.
They are, and I feel like if you're Stopper and Scatterbrain, you're happy about this. Remember, you still have the HRE eco out there. You just cleaned up this whole army, and sure, you still have Core out there. He's going men-at-arms, but once you start getting up to that cataphract mass with the trample ability, the men-at-arms from Core will not be enough. And Alyona took a gigantic beating. He is the player who has the lowest vill count by a mile. And you look back at how things transpired in the last few minutes, you really gotta say, Scatter School did such a good job raiding those little pockets of eco, and that has not been the case the other way around.
Yeah, they've really not been punished for all the little pockets that they went out on. And now they're in a point where they find themselves with more villagers, might not have more military, but they might have more military value with that many cataphracts. It's so hard to deal with cataphracts too if they're splitting off and then you're going to pocket ecos. You can't just send gulags out to deal with cataphracts. They'll just dive right through, trample through onto the vills, and then run on away.
Exactly. And most importantly, Alyona still has a bunch of knights, but now cataphracts should be able to deal with that. And Core's army is slow moving. Stopper can do the same thing that he did to Alyona, run into Core's economy and start beating it up. Now remember, Core could still carry this. He is a Delhi player. He had multiple sacred sites for a while. He basically has all Castle Age decks, and he's got village fortresses. He's getting to the stage where he can just get a bunch of keeps down and basically 1v2 this in terms of economy.
And he went castle with that many scholars. I'm sure he's got a good relic count there going for himself, if I had to guess as well. Still seeing a good raid here from the cataphracts, and this is what we're talking about. They're just going to hit a few and then just continue to outrun away. And they're tanky enough to take a good bit of damage. They can tank some charges up and be fine.
And now Scatterbrain wants to go to Castle. That's the only missing piece they still have. They are behind in tech. Core is looking to launch a big assault, though, and this could be concerning. That's a lot of... well, it's mostly crossbows, though. You have a couple of men-at-arms, sure enough, but the majority of this army is actually crossbows, so 36 or so archers plus 20 cataphracts swinging over should be able to clean this, I feel.
And Burgrave Palace finally coming down for Scatter. He needs to do it fast, but another good raid coming here from Stopper.
It's getting worse and worse for Core and Alyona. Iona's position economically is still bad. He hasn't really been adding a lot of knights. He's at 16 knights, no more in queue. And at the same time, Core's army, if it's in the enemy base, it's not defending his. If you're Scatterbrain, you just run circles here. You delay this army and let Stopper just butcher all the eco that Core has.
Yeah, and you can see they're trying to do exactly that for the time being. Villagers still out on pocket ecos for all these players. Core getting raided as well. Couple Keshik into those farms. I don't think there's enough military. Yeah, it's a lot of archers though. Great micro by Scatterbrain. He's focusing down all the crossbows first, ignoring the gulags, and now the cataphracts are here, gonna be able to clean up the gulags very easily, and the crossbows don't pose any damage with how much they've been thinned out.
This is exactly what they wanted. I love how these archers were essentially sacrificed against the man-at-arms just to pick off the crossbows. Now you clean this whole thing with the cataphracts. As you said, crossbows now gone. And suddenly you're looking at a game where everybody is in Castle Age. In fact, Scatterbrain is not far away from clicking Imperial and just recovering all those lost villagers. The army counts are neck and neck. And Iona's eco is still a little underwhelming right now. And 21 cataphracts are no joke. I love the walls from Core, by the way. But at the same time, walls are coming up for Stopper as well. And is that... where did all that food go from Scatterbrain? Oh, he sent it over to Stopper. He's slinging his teammate to Imperial. Now that's intriguing.
Yeah, not what I was expecting, but some good raids finally from Alyona. Roaming with some knights. He's been denying walls and trying to equalize that Vill damage that he took, and he slowly has been. He felt like he was down 15 villagers or so. He's dropped a second TC now, and he is French. Those TCs produce a little faster, and he's doing some much better raiding here.
Frankly, I think it would have been better if Scatterbrain goes to Imp instead of Stopper, although it looks like Stopper is just going to use all that food for more cataphracts. I could have seen Scatter going into Imperial and just starting to escalate the eco a lot, but instead they want to pounce on this. Core is now making a pivot to elephants, but we talked about this so many times today. This map is too open for elephants. You're going to have to play catch-up to all these cataphracts raiding the eco. If Core finishes the walls, however, things could get changed very quickly.
The problem here is the elephants, they can just go attack the base. If Scatter's just been slinging his teammate, he's not going to have a ton to defend against elephants, and the Katas will then have to pull back, take the fight. There are 29 cataphracts, though. That is enough to end some games, if I don't say so myself.
Same time, though, Alyona is back in terms of knights. 21 knights with Castle Age versus all these cataphracts. That's a decent match. And remember, I think one concern here is that Alyona is low on food. I think we are reaching the point where he needs to make a farm transition as the French, and that could get very uncomfortable very soon, especially because now his villagers are beaten up once again. Raw Bloodlines is late.
I talked about it so much that he had the resources to do it right when he aged up. He just never clicked it. I cannot believe it.
That's huge. Without Bloodlines, he cannot fight this, and as a consequence, he's got half of his eco idled out.
Cataphracts are behind, but the elephants have come over. Core's been able to come over. The Cataphracts able to take down a few more villagers. Has the Night Flank behind. Yep.
You just keep running around until the elephants cannot chase you, right? That's the only thing that you can do. There is reinforcements coming in from Scatterbrained as well. Quite a few crossbows coming over.
Here comes the turn. No elephants there. Great trample.
That's exactly how you want to use it, although he didn't finish off many of the knights.
Yeah, he decided to run away and not finish off the fight, although I felt like he could have.
He should have. Look at all those dead bodies. All of them are Cataphracts, not knights.
Doesn't have the gulp ability still.
Well, he went with the Golden Horn Tower.
Yeah, exactly. So those Cataphracts really fall off, I feel like, especially once you get this many elephants, this many knights, this many crossbows. Makes it hard to take those head-on engagements. You want to just kind of raid with them. So then, you know, you don't really need 25. You only need 2 to 10 to kind of do the job.
And oh boy, Core needs this castle up right on the gold mine. Archers aren't really focusing the villagers in time, and the castle is going to go up. Suddenly, you have a massive swing in economies. Core has been very active raiding with the Ghazi Raiders. He also has multiple keeps now to mass-produce villagers with. And now Core and Alyona are up by 30 or so eco.
Yeah, Elyona's been on that second town center as French for a good bit too, while taking some damage. Still, those are 2 TC French town centers working very, very hard.
Now I think it's not even coming down to ecos. I think it's going to come down to compositions. Those French knights will be fine dealing with the Cataphracts. The problem is that the HRE is not a civilization that's currently being used to its strengths. Crossbows and archers is just not the composition you want from HRE.
Yeah, and still getting some good Ghazi raids, still getting some good idle time all throughout this behind eco. So Core and Elyona are up 40 eco and still idling more. So the military numbers should start to tilt in their favor more and more. And they have some high res units themselves with elephants.
That's the main problem, I feel like, here for Scatterbrained and Stopper. Now that the map is sectioned off, we're looking at a setup where these elephants will get exponentially better. And let's not forget, Core has been untouched for the majority of the game, absent of a couple of villagers being picked off on the eco. Now he's getting into Imperial, and he still has 3,000 or 2,500 gold left in the bank, despite going into Imp. Again, he was untouched for so long. Alyona took a big beating. In fact, for some time, this game felt very scary for Core and Alyona. Alyona losing so many veils and Core and Alyona being unable to hit those pocket ecos, that just wasn't good. But Core has done a really good job with these Ghazi Raider raids. Now they have a definitive eco lead. And now, if they can hold this assault off, I think they will be in a really good position just to slowly grind the opponents down.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be too hard to hold the assault off considering half of the army is still in the base cleaning up raids that Core's been doing still. So such a good job by Core. The Cataphracts are having to just run on away. They're running through the eco, and Core hits Imp with 19 scholars. His Imp is going to pay off so much quicker. Yes, Swabby, a great job. It's going to take you 10 minutes to catch what Core's going to have already in villager count.
There's a bigger issue, I feel, with the Swabia. I always like to say that HRE is great when it comes to getting into Imperial. HRE is not great when it comes to being an Imperial. You don't really have any of those extremely powerful late-game upgrades or compositions to go with. You don't have this big bowl of elephants, for instance. Your knights are not necessarily... Well, in fact, they're weaker than the French knights. And that's a big problem here. Once everybody's 200 out of 200 population, the HRE becomes a little underwhelming.
Yeah, and they don't have that relic boom either, you know, to support a lot of those Imperial Age upgrades that you want to get. You have to send the villagers over instead, so you really have to wait for that Swabia buildup. Scatter School's trying to do as much raiding as they possibly can, but even with all the raiding that they've been doing, they're still down 40 vil plus, and Core and Elyona are slowly going to equalize or build up their military numbers more and more, because it hasn't been military trades, it's been villager trades that they've been killing.
It's just rough now for Scatterbrain and Stopper. If they can get the Biz player into Imperial, it's a different story. But they don't really have a good food eco there. It's 20 villagers on food for Stopper. I don't know how much farming he has, or, well, I guess olive gardens. But at the same time, yeah, it's not an awful lot. It seems like a distant dream to get to Imperial. But without that, I feel like the worst civilization among these four to go into Imperial with is HRE. Especially in a setup like this. I don't see the contribution of that Imperial right now from Scatterbrain, right?
Yeah, and we're also at the point where the Knight buildup is kind of sky high here for Elyona, and Core is max population. He doesn't have much more to do, so what's he gonna do with all those extra resources? It's gonna start being slung to Elyona, who's gonna hit Imp, who's gonna have more Knights out on the field. That's usually where the way this ends up going in the team games. You got more than enough bank, Core. Send 4K gold over to your buddy.
And look at this. These cataphracts are just being ground down right now, and you're going to replace them with drum, it seems. Yep. It's just casually slinging your teammate all the way to Imperial.
Yeah, and this is, you're like, hey, go Imp. You can go ahead and get all the upgrades on your Knights too with the extra gold. Like, you're set up and good to go now.
And again, it's just a TBD until these elephants start rolling. Red Palace is now coming up as well. It's actually at a very aggressive spot as well to secure the front of the base. Will get scouted immediately by those cataphracts running by. But at this point, these cataphracts have been just running away for the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, they've just been and slowly been taking damage. They've gotten like you see it here, like 1 or 2 vills as they go, but then you lose cataphracts, and it's not like you're equalizing vill numbers at all, because Core has 6 town centers, and with all the keeps that he has out, and Elyona has 2 town centers on French, so he's not really feeling the losses as much as other civs would.
Oh, certainly. And remember, he does have chivalry. He's healing these knights back up. At the end of the day, these cataphracts are just going down one by one. The unit retention is also so much better here for Elyona. Now Core is sitting on 6,000 gold.
Oh my, I mean, again, and there's another 2K to Elyona. I mean, this is the point where you love it, because the French is always that civ that they always love more gold. They got stuff to spend it on. It's usually just more knights. They're just such a gold heavy civ, and so having that teammate that's max pop and sending you gold, this should just catapult them up to a level where there's nothing that Scatter School is going to be able to do as a 2 squad to deal with it on the other side.
And again, when you look at this late game composition for Core and Elyona, very tanky elephants, great anti-cav, some backline of crossbows and Henkenneers as well, and essentially a huge ball of French knights, one of the best in the game. You compare that with the other side, cataphracts, they're neat. Gulam, not necessarily what you want late game. It's not the tankiest and most population efficient unit out there. Crossbows and archers from HRE is definitely the weakest link in that chain.
And look at those knights. Those things are so tanky now that they are full on upgraded elite royal knights. Got the bloodlines already from earlier. And they're just happy to dive town centers now, happy to dive anything. A Culverin's popped out, gonna try to help take down all the elephant mass, but 1 Culverin is not enough to deal with that fast enough. Knight's gonna quickly close the gap, going for a surround. Got about half the unit surrounded, getting a little bit faster. Cataphracts doing the best they can with the trample on through, but those knights just blink and aren't taking any damage. Elephants helping with the support, and Core and Elyona are going to be wiping the other side. Scatter School is going to struggle here to recover.
those crossbows had no front line on Scatter School's side. The Cataphracts were just a little too late and they came in from the flank. The crossbows were surrounded by the knights, so they really didn't have that chance to just fire from the backline to slowly grind down the knights. They get killed way too quickly. Now it's an emergency castle coming up, but it's just a slow path towards the death end. Because, as you said, Core has so much gold income, or had so much gold income and such a huge gold bank, he was able to sling Alyona to a new batch of knights. Even with all these knights gone, Alyona's knight count barely changed. He has a second wave coming up as we speak.
Yeah, and this is usually too where you'll see French drop a market or two in the corner. There's a nice position neutral market and start trade booming too. Actually surprised it didn't happen a little bit earlier, but doesn't even need it with how much resources Core has been sending him. And Elephant's now spreading out through the eco, even with emergency repairs. Nothing that HRE can do to hold this. There's too many elephants. They're just going to swap whatever resource, whatever production building, whatever building they want to focus, and it is all but over.
It's indeed, there we go. Stopper tapping out of this one. A crazy back and forth game. There were moments where it seemed like Alyona and Core will just let this slip out of their grasp. The game started perfectly for them. There was a Dark Age rush that really threw off their builds a little, but once you get to like mid-feudal age, they had a definitive lead. Next thing you know, they kind of miss out on those opportunities to hit the farmers, I guess I should say the berry villagers on the flanks, the hunters, the gold miners, all these little pockets of eco that Scatter School had. And then Scatter School comes in, they do a big raid on Alyona, suddenly they have the eco lead. It looked very dicey at that time, and it required all that Delhi power off the back of the scholars, the village fortresses, so that Core could come back into this game and kind of get his teammate back as well with all that resource having been slung.
Really, really solid game. There was definitely points where Scatter School looked like they could close it on out. But now we see the matchup, we see the map on Scandinavia. HRE was sniped out, Ayubids was sniped out. So we're going to have Zushi in Japan versus Abba and Mongols. Probably going to see some Dark Age spear action potentially here.
Oh, wow. We talked about this map, Scandinavia. If you have the fish, you're in a great spot. But at the same time, you need to venture out essentially to mid-map to secure that fish. And that's going to cause problems against the potential Dark Age aggro civilization. Jushi is an interesting one, though. I don't think we've seen it today just yet. It was baked in some maps in the previous series, but it was always taken away. Instead, Core and Alyona opted to snipe out the Ayubids here. Means that Scatter School has a really nice combo of hybrid map civilizations. Jushi and Japanese are no pushover, but we're ready for game number 2. We'll be heading into Scandinavia. It's a 1-0 lead right now for Core and Alyona. One of these teams will be done at the end of the day. The other will play a decider. We head to Scandinavia for game number 2.
And here we go, already seeing the villager move on forward for Stopper, who is in the color green playing Japan. Teammate in the color yellow playing Zushi. And we have Alyona and Core on the other side in pink and purple as Abba and Mongols. Looking like a quicker age up coming in from Alyona as well, not moving out onto the water yet, so potentially just going for that faster feudal, and then wants to drop a dot, contest the fish a little bit, deny the fish on the other side, if there is any. As we can see over on the other side, Scatter just opting for some berries. No wood being gathered, which means no dock play.
Yeah, this is, I think, the biggest wild cards when you look at this map. It's not one of those classic hybrid maps where you can drop your dock and get very quick returns from deep water fish. You have to walk a little further away. Your dock is going to be more exposed. The deep fish in general spawns pretty far away from the shoreline. So Dark Age fishing is not as powerful as it is on many of the other hybrid maps.
Yeah, it still can really, really build up. Still something you can't just let happen for free. So if you are going with this fast feudal, you expect these players to do some sort of timing with it, whether it's deny a dock, whether it's drop a dock themselves and have some aggression, or as we see here now, Core already has a barracks out, already has the first set of spears rallied over to the dock he just scouted out, and should start the torch going.
This is exactly what you are afraid of when you are facing Mongols on this map. It's one thing. The villager is also heavily damaged, by the way. Love the con being used for this. It means that when the spearmen arrive, they can just hit that villager once or twice and it's gonna be gone. Meditation Gardens coming up, and you know, we've seen a lot of crazy Meditation Gardens in some of the other maps. This is definitely one of the more underwhelming ones, so to say. It's not like there are better options, but it's not one of those crazy Meditation Gardens that you often see on these maps.
Oh, the villager gets killed!
Yoink!
Oh, and that is such a feels bad, losing a Vil this early to the Khan. Feels like the Khan of the old days. Remember how much damage that thing used to do? And I mean, now we just see it slowly poking and prodding, and it's just enough to take out a Vil still.
All right. Yeah, I'm curious how aggressive Core is going to stay here with the Mongols, because he's going to be the last player to feudal. That is a given, I believe. Koga Township now coming up for Stopper. I don't like that. I'm trying to see a way to make this work. But Koga Township is your Shinobi landmark. I don't really see that being beneficial right here. It might help you fight off those initial spearmen, but I feel like it just translates very poorly into mid-late game. And it's not like you're getting a major value out of it, at least not the way I see it. Meanwhile, if you take a look at the Kura storehouse, you could have actually gotten those farms going, which would have been immensely valuable starting mid-feudal.
I think the way that he's looking at it is if he secures the fish, he doesn't need the farms. He's got the fish, and the Coca helps him secure the water and also deny the other side's water. Any dock or anything of the sort can easily be sabotaged very, very quickly if he chooses to, you know, go to the other side, or if he just chooses to go secure his first. So that's mainly the idea. Another dock can, you know, be dropped very quickly once spears get denied, but Core, spear number up to 6, he wants to go ahead and get that bounty bonus as well. And look at the quick reaction from Scatter on the north.
This is gonna be a big one though. Scatter needs that fish to work with. Or well, I guess eventually it's going to turn into fish, because right now it's just the galley patrolling the shoreline. In the meantime, Core is actually going for a delayed dock over here, and now Shinobi could become a lot more valuable because you actually have, you know, these old docks to at least block out and prevent combat shifts from being made on them, or even better, just to take them out altogether. At the same time, you're still looking to protect this dock over here if you're Scattered, and Scattered has no idea about this ram coming up.
Nor do they have any idea about the outpost Core just finished on the gold of Stopper.
This is up. No.
But he's just waiting for the upgrade. So Deerstones is coming in now, and then once the outpost finish, he's gonna get the upgrade on through, and we'll have arrow slits in there.
I forgot about the range buff there. That's gonna be a big thing indeed. It's chaos all over, I gotta say. We have Shinobis running around, a random ram taking out the dock. I don't know who's leading in this, frankly. It's just so chaotic all around.
Yeah, there's so many pings happening everywhere. Overall, I think the key here is the Stopper versus Core on this dock. Core putting a lot of resources into the dock. Another villager going down potentially from the Khan here. Khan's gonna commit, I think.
Yeah,
Yep.
you gotta. Shinobi have bonus damage against melee troops, so they actually eviscerate spearmen. But against the Khan, they're not necessarily great, so you can just stay and pick off that Vil. And at the same time, Eliona is now coming up here, picking off some valuable Jugenu. In these initial fights, even just a handful of units being picked off like this is immensely valuable.
And now this means he has fully denied scatter from the water. Ram takes down the dock, and he has the map control as far as the military units go. So isn't allowing any water, anything else. There is still, you know, those 2 galleys on out. So can't
still can't reach the vills.
water himself. Oh my gosh, it's so close.
If it's 1 tile closer, this gold mine is fully denied. Still, the Khan is going to be there to harass, and things are getting dicey here for Scatterbrain and Stopper now. Once you see more archers come out for Eliona, these Shinobi will be pretty obsolete very quickly.
Doc denied, though. Looks like Stopper has been able to take down the Daka core, but his teammate is in some trouble potentially. It's Chooks only, and there's a decent amount of horsemen there as the front line, able to take down those Chooks very quickly because there's not a big mass of them.
Right now, I see 2 separate 1v1s here. It doesn't look like either of the teams are kind of mixing their armies together. And Stopper did a really good job pushing core off from the water, but he's just now starting to build up that fishing eco. We haven't seen any fishing eco from him so far. At the same time, Eliona is now beating up Scatterbrained worse and worse, I guess. He's building up that army a lot quicker. Jugen, who are slowly coming out, but the gold mine has been taken away from Scatterbrained. You look at Stopper, his gold mine is still being harassed. He had to relocate the gold miners to the shore. I just feel like Cord and Eliona have a lot more confidence in what they're doing right now. It feels like they're a lot more decisive, and they're finding ways to hurt the opponent, whereas I don't see that the other way around right now.
Yeah, a couple spears here now out for Scatterbrain, so gonna be able to at least hold this push. Horsemen feel very, very ineffective once spears come out. It's just so much easier. You just feel like you really can't take a fight. If the spears connect to the horsemen at all, it's such a quick wipe. Horsemen, though, can hold the Chooks hostage pretty well, make it hard to move out, make it hard to rally reinforcements.
The horseman is a curious choice here, because when you see Jushi Jugenu, usually they're accompanied by spearmen, so you cannot really fight into those. But at the same time, again, Shinobi have bonus damage against melee, so at the very least, they do reasonably well against these horsemen. The only thing that you're getting from these is mobility, and that's what Eliona needs to leverage.
And that's exactly what he's leveraging. Runs on over to the side of Stopper instead. Almost gets a couple Vil kills, but good reaction. A couple low health Vils, and another dock attempt by Scatterbrain. Eliona has a couple spears there. Scatterbrain says, I'm sticking it. Finishes the dock.
But at what cost?
A Vil for it. But the dock's going to be up now.
Oh, it's getting ugly, though. So many villagers are falling. Sure, the dock is up, but you don't have any fishing boats right now. A lot of villagers are getting idled out here. We've seen raids on the side of Stopper as well. Now the ram is being built. Jugenu might make... Indeed, Eliona is just going to cancel that. Eco counts are still neck and neck, however. I think if you're Stopper, you gotta start changing up your composition. Shinobi will no longer cut it when you have this many troops out there. Horseman is a good choice, though.
Yeah, starting to mass up more horsemen. Horsemen feel a lot better when you have a fishing economy to support it, because they're just so food heavy, and then you're not as worried about running out of the deer, running out of the berries. You're like, oh, I still got deep sea fish. We're pumping.
Still, for the entirety of this game, it was Cord and Eliona being the aggressors. And I think that is the thing that Scatterbrain and Stopper will have to deal with, because if they don't, Cord and Eliona will dictate the tempo of the game, and as things stand, that's going to mean Eliona potentially going into Castle Age.
Yeah, and Eliona getting Castle Age as ABBA is just something that kind of unlocks the key to ABBA. They just have so much stuff come online with the next wing that they get, whichever wing they choose. Ram over here doing its job, taking some damage slowly but surely from those galleys, but will deny the dock by the time the Ram takes enough damage to fall.
And that's what matters here. You can have all the combat ships in the world. It doesn't matter if they don't protect anything. Basically, Eliona just wants to make this a land 1v1, and now, see, structures being cancelled. Those will give bounty to the Mongol player. Villagers getting picked off once again. All that they want to do, that is Cord and Eliona, is make sure that you don't have that fishing eco for Scatterbrained. They weren't able to achieve that for Stopper, though. Stopper does have a decent fishing eco. And if you are Scatter School, that's what you have to leverage.
Yeah, it looks like Scatter, though, at least has a little bit of military mass starting to build up in his base. He's going to need help from his teammate, though, because Core and Iona, their armies are both on the side of Scatter. Looks like they're grouping on up together, maybe going for a little bit of timing or just circling, making sure no villagers move out, that eco stays very condensed and not able to get the resources they want, not able to get back onto the water, things like that.
But this is the big change up, and this is why this position was so precarious for Scatterbrained and Stopper. They were on a par with their opponents in terms of economy, in terms of army count even. They didn't suffer from massive damage here. In fact, they're doing some decent raids here. But they haven't really been dictating the tempo of the game, and it's now starting to show. Because Eliona is heading into Castle Age, and when that happens, it suddenly turns things around quite a bit. He's going to have that tech advantage. We're going to see Lancers appearing. And that's where things will get very dicey, I feel, for Stopper and Scatterbrained.
Yeah, good raid by these couple horsemen, able to connect onto a lot of villagers, cause a lot of idle time. Obviously losing the 3 horsemen, but by the end of that, definitely worth it.
It is. Scatterbrained and Stopper now have the worker lead, I guess. Is that a Mangadai I'm seeing?
I think it's a Khan Hunter.
Oh yeah, it's the Khan Hunter. It's the Counter.
Yes. Exactly. A lot of the military, though, starting to be cleaned up. Pretty sure those Vills pulled out their shivs, got a little bit extra damage, tried to do some body blocking, you know, punish the pathing in this game. Double outpost as well, able to defend the other attempted woodline raid, and no Vills going down there. So really good hold there by Stopper and Scatter, and it looks like Scatter might have been able to get back onto the water, and he's looking to start some fishing himself.
And now look at the Castle Age coming in here. Stopper with the floating gate. I feel like, you know, as much as Core and Eliona have been dictating the tempo of the game, they also lost a lot of troops trying to get these raids going, and it's not like they got an awful lot of it. In fact, they're now down by 5 or 6 eco, which is not too bad when you have absolutely no water control. But now it's going to be a Castle Age as well for Stopper. And the floating gate is where the Japanese really come online. So far, Japanese were like, I'm not going to say a non-factor, but Japanese are not really your powerhouse civilization in Feudal. They will be your powerhouse in Castle.
Oh, good little raid here onto Elyona's Vills. Chook Mass is looking scary. A little bit of reshuffle, able to spread, get a little bit more of a gap. But what was that? 4 or 5 Vills going down. Outpost falling.
That's so much damage done. And this is the difference, I feel. Stopper and Scatterbrained send in a small group of troops. They get a lot of damage done, and then they get cleaned up. And on the other side, we see something similar, but the damage seems like it's a lot less, actually. I don't really recall any instance where Core and Eliona got like 3, 4, 5 villager kills and a bunch more idle time.
Yeah, able to spot out that Castle Age coming out from Core. So we have double Castle Age on one side versus one that's still stuck in Feudal, at least for the time being. Scatter's been pumping back up the fishing boat number. That's been his food eco for the time being, so he's going to rely on that for a good little bit.
This is a nice cleanup, though. These horsemen overstayed their welcome here. A second TC expansion is denied of Eliona. He knows that he took a big beating. They know that they don't have the fishing eco. They need a second TC, but that was denied. Core is up to Castle Age, though. So now the only player left in Feudal is going to be Scatterbrained. But now the Mounted Samurai start coming out, and you don't really have a good answer right now to all these Mounted Samurai. I don't see a single camel from Eliona.
No, there was, I felt like we saw one camel earlier and it got taken out rather quickly. Yeah, he has 2 camel archers out, but the main thing is that mounted samurai number is going to be able to climb super quickly because all that Stopper needs to focus on the land is getting gold. He's got all that fishing to just pump up his food count, pump up those food numbers. 37 on food for him and 26 on the gold. He has 1 onto the wood line, probably just for enough to continue to build houses, make sure he doesn't get pop capped.
And now that fishing eco is slowly snowballing out of control. We have a 20 eco lead now in the favor of a Scatter School. And that's going to be put to good use here. Because now you have the Yorishiros buffing your Mounted Samurai production. So you have a great food eco and you have the means of spending it quickly. That's a deadly combination.
Yep. Horsemen and Lancers running on by that Chook Mass, probably going to go for some raiding, which will do some damage considering Scatter has nothing to defend as far as good trading against Cav. But right as they see that army mass, that military has to turn right back around. They have to respect this push. There's so many units, more villagers falling. Great push here by Scatter and Stopper.
This is looking better and better for Scatter School now. They have a 30 eco lead, and they see the two town centers, but they're just simply unfazed. They're willing to trade the archers to the Jugenu, and it forces Core to also come over. This is everything that Core and Alyona have. Not the best fight over here for Scatter School, but the Core ulti is also a little too late. Reinforcements come in from Alyona, though, and this might quickly swing. If this is a cleanup, Core and Alyona might still have a shot.
Yeah, it was at least good focus at the start on to those camel archers, but Stopper said, nope, mounted samurai are not worth sacrificing for this fight. He's doing some other raiding at other parts of the map, still getting some good eco damage, so that lead is building up to 40 military trades that are somewhat even or not necessarily, you know, super tilted, are still good because of how much eco they have right now. We're seeing more and more damage come in. Mounted Samurai just spreading throughout the map, and he still has a good mass at home to defend on up and build for another push whenever they want.
It's the overall population that's concerning now for Core and Alyona. They're down massively in eco. We're getting to the stage where the resource income from fishing is so massive that it leads to an exponential escalation of the eco. You basically pull all your villagers off of food, and you just send all of them to, per se, wood, and you make more fishing boats, and it now starts to snowball out of control. Castlage is coming in now for Scatterbrained as well for the Mount Lu Academy. And once that happens, it's even-steven in terms of technologies, but eco is massively in the favor of Scatter School. Army count is still kind of similar-ish, but I feel like the army value is already in the favor of Scatter School as well.
Yeah, Scatterbrain threw away a lot of those chooks right before he goes up to Castle. Thought he might make an army swap, but decides to go right back onto the same unit. Another raid coming in from Stopper. Good little raiding party. Again, gets a few more vills here and there. And the key is, you know, how many losses is he taking here? Not too many, and does spot out the 2TC from Core here. Villagers just deciding to run, so more and more damage that Core is going to end up taking on that side.
Core and Alyona are doing the right thing here. If you cannot match up the fishing eco, you gotta go for multiple TCs. In fact, we have a third town center down for Alyona. The problem is that this is basically a Hail Mary. You're trying to recover the economy and get to the point where everybody is at the eco that they want to be, so they are no longer adding workers. But by the time that happens, Stopper and Scatterbrain will be given a window to just attack you. And if you're a Stopper and Scatterbrain, you see those multiple TCs, you're building up one big ball, and you're just trying to finish the game before that multi-town center build really comes in play.
Yeah, crossbows here, though, and what are the Mounted Samurai going to do? Just turn, run away, make the immobile unit get out of position, and then circle back around for some more raiding. And behind this, Scatter is rebuilding that more immobile army. There's still some regular samurai and some Onas starting to build up too. Probably gonna build for another big push. Watch out for the Wololo. Watch out for the Wololo. Watch out for the...
He actually got the 2 high HP mounted samurai, by the way, so it's as good as it gets. Some of those mounted samurai were badly beaten up. He actually got the ones that were full HP.
Yeah, and 2 mounted samurai transitioning on over to the other side does not feel good at all. But is it going to be enough here? Chook Mass has pushed forward. There's a few spears here as well, and the reinforcements are on the way. Not from Stopper. It's actually just Alyona turning back around that way. A little bit of a disjointed push.
This is still, though, it's causing a lot of damage on Alyona's eco. There's still a 30 eco lead right now in the favor of Scatter School, but more importantly, they have double the army size. That eco lead they had for the majority of the game is turning into army. And look at this Japanese army as well. 17 mounted samurai, 17 Onabu Geisha, a couple of foot samurai as well. This army is just so well-rounded. And oh no, I think those villagers heading down south from core, they're heading straight towards... Okay, that's an army. That makes it a little better. In fact, that could be nasty for Stopper if those gold miners get found.
I think Core's just trying to retake some water, deny all the fishing. He knows that's where the heart of the eco is for Japan. They have so much fishing. Those fishing boats are super cheap. He's got springboards on the backside to be ready for any sort of, you know, infantry mass that is expected from Japanese, which is exactly what we're going to be seeing here. Sacred site starting to be capped, and the question is when is the push? When do they pull the trigger and go for it? It looks like it might be soon.
Yeah, it's essentially two separate 1v1s right now, which actually hurt quite a bit for Scatter School. There's not enough supporting on either side, I feel, and indeed it looks like Scatterbrain might stall out. And at the same time, I wonder if Core also managed to stall out Stopper. It's double the army count right now for Scatter School. They should easily be stomping these fights.
Stopper's just not pushing with his mass, it feels like. He has the numbers, and now he's transitioning on over to all-in Elyona here.
Still, the army count is just too massive. Elyona is committing so much to repair that mangonel, but now with the mounted samurai coming in...
Mangonel's still alive, though. Stopper needs to take the fight. Mounted Samurai diving. The army of Elyona, army of Core being untouched. A lot of crossbows on that backside. Mangonel gets taken out. Villagers start to be taken out. And the Chooks are just moving. And there's still a massive front line from Stopper. There's no military anymore from Elyona. Down at single digits. And Core is the only army to hold here as more losses are mounting up.
It feels like it might just be over here for Core and Elyona. Rams are being built right next to their bases, and they just don't have a standing army. Elyona is down to 3 troops. Indeed, Elyona will tap out, and we're going into game number 3 at an even scoreline.
It is 1-1 series, all tied up. Water map goes into the favor of Scatter and Stopper, and now Bald Land for game number 3.
I've seen this map played once in the qualifiers. It was madness. This map in general is madness, and honestly, I feel like if you're Scatter School, that's what you like. They went into game number 1 with that Dark Age Spear Rush. This game, it was a more classic water map, although we've seen a lot of chaos at the beginning. But this map, I feel like, actually plays into the hands of Scatter School a little bit more. They are the ones who want to make these games chaotic, and they have the ability to do so on this map.
Yeah, and they have that classic duo. It's not French English, but it is French English essentially. It's JD and English together. They can push very, very scarily together, and they're known. This is kind of that civ that's known for just all-inning and feudal, knights, longbows, and that's all you need.
It certainly is. We're heading into game number 3 here. Bald Land is going to be the map of choice here. It's one apiece right now between Scatter School and Core Elyona. Here we go. Game number 3, Bald Land, Jeanne d'Arc and the English versus the Japanese and the Byzantines.
And seeing these spawns, we have Core and Elyona in the west, Core in the color orange, Elyona in the color red, Japan and Byzantines versus Scatterbrain and Stopper in the blue duos. We have blue and teal, English and JD.
The previous game was so good from Stopper and Scatterbrain. They didn't do anything crazy, but they played the map as it was meant to be played. Game number 1 was fundamentally different. Things didn't start well for them, but it ended up being a chaotic game, and there were moments. Remember, game number 1, they did a lot of damage to Elyona, and it really was Core who was untouched and was able to bring it back so that Core and Elyona could come away with a win. But it's not like Core and Elyona dominated that game anyways. In fact, there were moments where things got very, very dicey. And so far, I think one of the big difference makers between the teams was the ability to hit the eco. Every single raid felt a lot more effective on the side of Scatter School versus Core and Elyona.
Yeah, and the big thing with this map that is very, very scary when we're talking about these all-ins and we're talking about this pressure and who can deal with it and these pocket ecos is they know that people are going to have to take pocket ecos. There is not a lot of resources near and dear to your base. The wood lines especially, you have those two massive wood lines as you can see in the mini map. Other than that, you have a lot of these smaller pockets, and so any sort of couple longbows circling, if they're able to do so, and you didn't respect it with some horsemen early, can do a ton of damage and really cause some delay.
Yeah, I wonder if Scatterbrain and Stopper will just play this like super standard. One thing that's a little concerning with the English on this map is the availability of wood, or lack thereof. This is a map where if you run out of those initial trees, you are just going to have to go mid-map to pick up some more. And if you rely very heavily on wood-heavy longbows, that's a big problem.
Yes, it is. You have to take mid control if you're relying on longbows at all, and then that's an easy spot to focus. And it will be a council hall from Scatter. It will be the School of Cav. It is going to be this feudal age all in, it seems. Grand Winery being dropped by Eliona, and then Core is dropping the Cura Storehouse. Looks like some sheep being dropped off. Both Scatter and Stopper had a decent amount of some sheep build up. I don't see a lot. Oh, Core had a little bit of aggressive scout pattern, so he should be bringing his back now with, maybe 6 to 10 or so behind it.
Love the Cura Storehouse on this map, by the way, from Core. Again, this map is very wood deprived. So the fact that you get a bunch of farms for free, and even just a free trickle of wood, until all these farms are completed, or, well, until you don't chop down that patch of trees, it's immensely valuable. The Cura Storehouse is just very, very effective on this map, and I think when it comes to playing situationally for a given map, the effectiveness of this landmark is just amplified on a map like this.
Yeah, I mean, this map you just talked about, any sort of resource saving landmark that can kind of delay you from having to move out into pockets can be very, very crucial here. And the only one we're seeing really is the Cura Storehouse. We will see some olive groves around that winery very quick, which will allow Eliona to stay a lot more condensed. Might not have to, move on to the deer. Might allow that to be taken by his teammate if Core desires, although he likes some berries as well.
It's going to be a classic longbow opening here from Scatterbrain, and I wonder if we're just going to see players playing very aggressively and say, okay, we're just going to enter a slugfest here right from the get-go and try to just essentially play wood denial in a way, especially if you're Scatterbrained. You play aggressive and you say, okay, I need the wood, so I'm just going to secure the map and then expand towards it.
Oh, I knew the boar pull was going to be happening. Longbow takes a little bit of damage, but so does the scout. Scout's just slowly trying to add up as much damage as possible. Might not seem like much, but that longbow's moving across the map now at about half health already. And still just running and moving, taking the little bit of hits. The Knight's trying, I feel like almost trying to stay out of the vision, but is clearly going to be visible. Double outpost drop from Core. He clearly wants to go with the fast castle, wants to have a little bit of defense from his teammate who already has a barracks, already has some spears coming. Ooh.
Oh, nice little flank. Beautiful flank there. One villager getting picked off. And Knight is going to get away here in all certainty. I love how the scouts are just beating up these longbows, just trying to get any damage done to them.
That one longbow is almost he's under a quarter health, I think. Upgrade coming through in the outpost, and I feel like this is one of those things, once the upgrade comes through, it's like, all right, well, do we need a ram? Do we need enough knights to dive this? What's our game plan here, and how are we going to deny this gold from Japan? Because Core is slowly getting up to the point he wants. Good circle around by the knight again. No kill.
Oh,
and the knight falls, takes damage from the outpost as well as the TC. Core jumped on inside with a good amount of his villagers on the sheep.
Knights still coming in here. So far, we actually see the direct opposite of what we had in the previous game. Previous game, it was Core and Alyona setting the tempo of the game, just coming in with small groups of units doing some harassment. Now it's Stopper and Scatterbrained, because it looks like Core just wants to go into Castle Age. And one thing that you get on this map with this is you're close to your teammate. Your teammate is able to help you out a lot more, and Alyona going with the Javelin Throwers and Limitani, he's got a response to everything that the opponents have. But this ram is right now hidden. They don't know it's coming. It's deliberately placed behind this wood line, as I'm saying that the scout comes in from Alyona, but I love the placement here for Scatterbrained. He knows fully well that if the forest is there, you're just going to block the vision from the opponent, and they won't know about the ram for quite some time. Core wants to go to Castle. I don't know if he's going to be allowed to do so, though.
Yeah, the big problem, though, for Stopper and Scatter is that JD can't really move up too well with Javelin Throwers. She can die very, very easily. You can just see her using that first ability point. Spears trying to get sniped down. Javelins are really the key here. If they get focused, if they get sniped out, it really will allow Stopper and Scatter to do what they please. Longbows focusing everything they can. First ram about to fall. And it falls, goes down.
JD's doing a really good job from the back line with the archer variant. She's been really good when it comes to sniping down those fleeing units. Core finds a way up to Castle Age with a floating gate, but here's the problem. He's out of gold. So this could be one of those instances where you get into Castle Age, but you simply don't have any resources to spend. And if you are playing this Japanese, you want to play Mounted Samurai, you will need a lot of gold for that. And yeah, Core, it looks like he might just be migrating towards the teammate's gold mine here.
That's exactly what he had to do. Sends 8 villagers over to Alyona's gold. I think it might have even been scouted out by Scatter. I know he had a scout up in that northern side. They choose to go ahead and dive the outpost that's left alone. They don't even need a second ram. They can leave that low health ram, send it on its way if they want. And JD should get a little bit of extra XP from... Nope, I guess they're not going to... waiting on the ram.
Now, here's the problem for Core. Let's say you make it up to Castle Age. He's going to have just enough gold for a Mounted Samurai. But again, you're essentially gambling on the Yorishiro buffing your production to get those knights out. If you don't have a large supply of gold, that Yorishiro isn't going to have as big of an effect. And now you have to consider the fact that the Rams are going to start knocking down houses, so Core could get housed as well. So the combination of this is starting to get a little dicey for Core here. I don't think he's going to get as much out of this Castle Age as he hopes for.
I'm definitely concerned for him. He has 0 on the wood line, and you talked about him getting housed. I'm not sure if he is housed yet, but if this houses him, he needs to move on to wood. He already moved on over to it, but the timing is the key here. First Mounted Samurai comes out, and he does get housed. There's 2 Mounted Samurai alive now, though.
And now you're looking at a setup where they're trying to push this other gold mine. Farms being taken out here. I don't like this, though, for Scatterbrained. He's going to lose a ram on a wood-deprived map to just 2 Mounted Samurai. They tried to pivot into Alyona's base, realizing that that's where the gold miners are from the other player. But they just simply couldn't go because Alyona's got the Javelin Throwers and the Limitani. And this is buying extremely valuable moments for Core.
Yeah, and just as that Mounted Samurai number starts to climb, if it can climb once he builds houses, there we go, we see the first one pop up as another house finishes, then it really becomes scary because now the Mounted Samurai are just so much more effective fighting into the Knights if the number can get close to equalizing.
It still comes down to what Core can do with all these Mounted Samurai, because let's not forget, you're up against 13 Knights. And as long as, you know, you have all these Limitani and Javelin Throwers, you cannot fight into this if you're Scatterbrained and Stopper. But it's not like Alyona can really move out of his base right now. The moment he does, the Knights will swing around and hit the villagers.
And a great raid there by Stopper, circling on around, just like you said, connects, and doesn't even take too much damage on the low health Knights for it. Getting chased on down, but Alyona dropping down to 34 vills.
Core is sending over the Mounted Samurai. They know that they need to do eco damage. So this is where, if you're Stopper, you start essentially shadowing those with your own Knights, or just hit the berries once again. This is what they gotta do. Alyona cannot leave his base, and he has a slow-moving army. That is what you gotta leverage if you're Stopper and Scatterbrained. And as I'm saying that, Scatterbrained is thinking about Castle Age. Do you consider White Tower here and just trying to double down on maybe Knights production?
Mounted Samurai here trying to dive onto the gold. There's a few Knights here to defend, and enough to kind of deter Core away from going onto a dive and getting any eco damage. It's a King's Palace, not a White Tower. So going with that longer term eco play, even though their ecos are ahead already with the damage they've been doing.
I like this. I don't know if he gets immediate benefit from White Tower, although I wouldn't be surprised at anything at this point. But at the same time, they've, as you said, they've been doing a lot of damage on the eco. Bit of a jinx from me. Knights are getting butchered now by the Limitani, but there is another pack of Knights on the backside hunt. These Knights from Stopper have been really active when it comes to hitting the eco. And it's not just the kills, it's also the idle time.
Longbows went back on those berries again too. 5-6 Core's down to 31 eco right now. Huge raid. You can see that the I think, was that a that wasn't a knight, that was a
it's a new Bannerman. And a Bannerman being lost is just so painful here as well. The Bannerman goes down. Even if you clean this up now, Scatterbrained is making a pivot into into crossbows, I should say. And that's going to limit Core's ability to raid with these mounted samurai. Even just a handful of crossbows back at home will be able to pick apart most of the mounted samurai. Army count, as it's highlighted to us by our observer Vodka, is still in the favor of Core and Iona though. If Iona decides to go, he's gonna have a pretty good army though. Although it's only 11 javelins. I don't know how to feel about it. If he had a couple more javelins, this would be a reasonably scary army, but most of it is just Limitani.
I mean, if that's leading with a massive mounted samurai, what is there to defend it? There's 12 knights, and the crossbow number's not built up high enough yet, although Scatter is doing the best he can.
Nice body blocks by the Veils.
And that... Oh, yep. Town Center barely finishing it on off.
I feel like Core and Iona know that they gotta go now. Because they might even... I don't know if they saw the landmark from Scatterbrain, but even if they don't, they should anticipate that it could be an extra TC. They know they are behind an eco. They just have to roll the dice and they have to do a counterattack here. If they don't, it might just be game over, but the crossbows are doing so much against these expensive mounted samurai.
Yeah, sniped out a few of them already. The Knights are just trying to create enough space for the crossbows to not have to, take the fight head on. Let the crossbows keep kiting. Let the Knights be the front line, but don't run into a brace. JD very, very close to falling, but doesn't quite go to her death. And oh no.
This is the Achilles heel, I feel like, for Stopper and Scatterbrain. We've seen that in game number 1. They are spreading out. Oh, and they got found. There's no way of leaving.
Oh, no!
Oh, man. And we talked about this in game number 1. In game number 1, this wasn't punished. They got away with it. That's not the case now.
And there's 15 or so villagers that all just get thrown away. That being
Look at
said,
Stopper's gold.
Oh, no.
He's out of gold. He's out of gold. He's got 10 villagers on food. In fact, Core, the player who got such a big beating, is at 38 eco. Stopper is at 35.
Yeah, and this is what he had to go out for, was that gold. He ran out of gold at home and didn't have anywhere else to go. This is Baldlands. All your gold, everything is forward. You had to secure forward, and he did not have it secured.
Oh boy. I feel like Core and Eliona might have weathered the storm, and we're seeing a very similar game to game number 1 here. It looked grim for them for a while, and then next thing you know, they find opportunities to turn it around, and their macro game is kind of carrying them to Castle Age now. If you're Eliona, they are slowly securing map control, and one thing I learned about this map is that it's one thing to have map control. It's more about having map control at the right time, and that is when these wood lines start running low. We are reaching the point where map control will become immensely valuable, because now will be the time you expend towards these new wood lines.
Yeah, and at this point, Core should have been able to secure a good amount of the relics. We can still see that now. The only few relics on the map are the very, very far ones. So I believe he's probably at 4 or so in his base. Might have even given one on over to Iona at this point.
And once Castle Age hits, it's a different story. Because now Stopper is still in Feudal Age with absolutely no opportunities to go Castle. His eco is kind of weak. He's just now getting back to that Knight production. And you have a bunch of Limitani here, which in Shield Wall will be reasonable against this. I wonder if Iona should just switch into Archers here, or... It's a difficult thing, because Archers are wood heavy, and that's a problem on this map. At the same time, full Limitani might not work against that many crossbows.
Yep. Core and Iona having to move out for the gold now as well. Scatter trying to get an outpost up. Javelin throwers happy to start taking down some villagers. Happy to force JD back as well. And the mounted samurai still in the base. Not easy to take those out. Oh, it's not just one in the base. It's about to be a bigger mass circling back around.
That's... You have 15 mounted samurai right now for Core, and now he's splitting off some of them. He's trying to find villagers here, but frankly, there aren't very many left here for Stopper, but Scatterbrained is just not getting to this wood line. And I think this is something that Core does really well right now. He's looking for the wood lines, because you have so few wood lines that you're almost certainly going to bump into villagers if you just probe those.
Yep, and he's just circling out and about. Meanwhile, Iona is that mass in the center, being that just brick wall that they don't want to run through. Whoa, going in on the gold fields! Oh!
That's still value. That's -5.
Yep. It is not the +5, though. Deleted them just in time, I believe. Javelin throwers firing down onto the crossbows. Knights can't take the fight. There's too many Limitani here. And even still, the mounted samurai circle around. This is the fight that Core and Iona want, and they're forcing the fight. Scatter School have to take this fight. Units are too slow to run on away from those mounted samurai, and there's still a raid onto the gold, a raid onto the backside. Look at the double box. It is gonna be all over.
That's gotta be it. The army is getting cleaned, but even if that wasn't the case, the villagers are getting cleared. It's a 40 eco lead in a blink of an eye here for Core and Iona. And on the other side, you see that there's just no front line here against Shield Wall Limitani. The Knights cannot fight against Spearmen, and the crossbows don't do very much against all these Shield Wall Spearmen, essentially. They cannot stand and fight, but they also cannot run anymore. Population is just looking so much better for Core and Iona. It looked grim at the beginning, but they are turning this game around very quickly, and they should be extremely close to game number 3 victory here.
Yeah, they're about to be taking the lead up 2-1, doubling the military count, almost doubling the eco numbers, and it's going to be hard to see a way back in it for Scatter School.
I don't think there is a way. The problem is that Stopper is still in Feudal Age. They have 63 villagers combined. Iona has 58 alone. Core has 51 alone. And when it comes to the army, it's a triple advantage as well. I just don't know where they can go.
It doesn't look like anywhere, as they are not long for this world. About to be going on in, and it looks like we might be going to a game number 4, but there's still another game after this. It is a best of 5. It will just be 2-1, and they're still stalling. They're doing everything they can, but I don't... Oh, that's got to be the end of it there. The Knights get circled.
That's gotta be it. Every single Knight falls. The sacred sites are now under the control of Core and Iona. Buildings are being torched down left and right, and indeed, Scatter School taps out, and it is Core and Iona moving on to match point.
That's a round from Iona there at the end. Just kind of put the nail in the coffin. It was just a great finish to that game that did look scary for them for a while. They were down in eco, they were down in military, but able to circle it back, and it didn't even look like they ever were down at all at the end of that game, as it was very, very crazy. But now a typical Civ match, a Civ duo we've seen today a few times. We're seeing Rus and French together, and we're seeing the double Chinese.
Now that's awkward for Core and Iona. Kerlogar is the map coming up, and so far on open land maps where you don't have a lot of fishing going on, Core and Iona were the better team. But this is a highly unusual combination of civilizations, and I don't know what to expect from this. It could just be all in Jugenu. This could just be some absolute craziness. Who knows? Because on the other side, you have two night civilizations as well. I don't know what to expect. Let's just head into the game and see what these players have come up with. Core and Iona at match point against Scatter School here at Kerlogar.
Game on the line. It's win or go home for Scatter School. They are in this southwestern side in the lemon lime colors, playing French and Rus. In the northeastern side, it's Iona and Core playing the Chinese and the Chinese variant Sushi. We're seeing water being taken already by Core, dropping that dock out early. Looks like Iona moving out that way as well. Stopper has dropped his dock already, about to finish on up. And the only person not moving out for water is going to be Scatter on the Rus.
Now, I kind of touched on this at the beginning of the day. When you look at the draft format for this event, every single game you go into that game with 3 civilizations that you pick, and then one of those civilizations is taken away by the opponent, leaving you with just 2 to play. And one of the talking points regarding this is that you gotta pick civilizations such that any combination of 2 civilizations is reasonable, because you don't know what's gonna be taken away. And because of this, I don't know if this is a side product, or are we just seeing some unique and intriguing strategies being experimented with here? But we have 2 combinations that are extremely unusual here. Maybe French and Rus, you could argue that this is your knight and horse archer combo. But Chinese and Jushi, I don't even know if I've ever seen that combination being utilized in any team event, frankly.
I mean, the one thing I will say about them is at least they can do different builds. They aren't those civs that are like, we have to go fast castle and that's our only build, like some civs we know. They're able to play it out feudal. They're able to take water, compete on the water, do dark age spears, go fast castle, go 2Ts. So they have that variability to play different routes in different ways. But usually you kind of still will see a lot of infantry and not as much of that cav that you'll see like the other side's going to have. Scouts being super annoying on the villager on those fishing boats. And scouts there to defend it as well. But that means that's a lot of vision and information being taken from one side, because Scatter is able to make those extra scouts from his hunting cabins. Meanwhile, the other side isn't on extra scouts.
Yeah, I'm still puzzled by this choice here, especially from Core and Iona. Because so far we're seeing a reasonably standard setup over here from Scatterbrain and Stopper. Love the use of the Rus scouts just to try and get some torching power going. You combine those 3 scouts with the one that Stopper has, you actually have a decent amount of damage output against buildings.
Yeah, buildings and fishing boats as well, as you can kind of see here. Sometimes they will have their torches, and sometimes they'll be shooting those fishing boats. Depends on what they want to focus down on first. But this is where Iona and Core both focusing on a little bit of fishing, a little bit of some delayed feudal ages for them, but it won't be anything crazy, and they'll be able to obviously build and catch up very quick with the civilizations they have. Looks like Golden Gate and School of Cav. And usually when we're seeing Golden Gate, it is some type of faster castle play. So let's see if Scatterbrain will kind of play into that same thing we've been seeing, or will he lean into some feudal age gaming? You know, the OG Golden Gate build, go take, you know, the boar, maybe not need to take the boar at this point, but the triple archery range, quad archery range play, and just all out mass.
Meditation Gardens coming up. Let's take a look at that first, because we actually have double forward landmarks here now. That's an interesting meditation garden if I've ever seen one. If you want to play 2 TCs, this is the one that you're asking for.
2 TCs, free docking placements. I mean, whatever you really want. Like, that is a nice spot. And you know it's going to be safe and secure with your good old buddy Eliona dropping a Barbican. Scouts, though, for Scat are proven to be that annoyance, that pain in the side that you don't always expect. Did that dock just fall? The dock fell.
That's a problem. That renders those fishing boats very much useless, although I don't think they would survive very long against those knights coming up anyways. Scatterbrain is trying to go Costlace here, by the way. And one thing to highlight is that Eliona and Core are not contesting that by any means. In fact, I mean, Scatterbrain will click up a couple of seconds after their opponents have reached Feudal Age. So this was very much part of the plan here, I feel, for Core and Eliona. They knew fully well that the Roost player is going to beat them to Castle. So the question becomes, how do you deal with that initial influx of horse archers?
Yeah, the nice part is the Barbican will provide them a good amount of vision, provide those, you know, hand cannon shots occasionally, and make it hard for, as we're seeing already, units to mass up between the bases. That's always the spot you're trying to focus in team games. And then we're already starting to see spears. It's going to, again, make it easier to corral these knights, harder for them to circle and free roam wherever they want. Core needs to watch out, has that outpost, though. There is one villager left outside, but Stopper doesn't want to lose the knight, although that thing's been taking a lot of damage.
It's only just a handful of spearmen from Eliona. That's a direct response to the knights. Things get a lot dicier when you start seeing those horse archers come in. And because of that water on the sides, it's difficult to wall your flanks. As Hydrate House is going to be the landmark of choice. No surprise there from Scatterbrain. That knight barely getting away. Core is trying to go to Castle Age here. I just don't know what for. Like, what's the plan here? Is he just gonna play like Lancer? Maybe Palace Guard?
I mean, Lancer, grab up the relics and mass up more and more Lancers. You're going to be able to trade better against the French Knights on the other side, unless, you know, French ages up. And the Horse Archer play, you know, might get put on the back foot a little bit. You really can't trade that well until you get a good Horse Archer mass. And it is the Monastery play, yep.
It's the Shaolin Monastery. And you got to credit Core here, because he's essentially matching the Castle Age timing of Scatterbrain here. It's not like by the time Horse Archers start coming out, you're going to have potentially Lancers out for Core as well. And the thing with Horse Archers is that they scale exponentially. Early on, they're actually pretty weak, because you gotta stop, you gotta shoot, and then it's not like they have an insane amount of armor-piercing power. So initially, the Lancers will be more than enough to repel them. It's just a matter of, can Core force fights before that, you know, small group of Horse Archers becomes a large group?
Yeah, and that Horse Archer number, there were 2 in queue, now we're seeing 4 in queue, so trying to build that up mass fast as possible. But Core, he's focusing on grabbing the relics as well as building his military mass, as those monks they can battle on later, but he also has Lancers in queue to start roaming, start doing some raiding, start taking down some vills.
Both teams are now investing into ships, by the way, at least on the northern side. Eliona is getting a war chunk going alongside the chunk he already has. And on the other side, we have a Hawk queued up as well for Stopper. I wonder when we get to the point where people start adding demos and trying to sync that whole group of knights.
That's one of those that you usually will see if the knights are burning the dock. It's like, all right, queue up a demo. Let's try to just, you know, have this surprise timing. play this safe, move out with the horse archers, circle right back in, and try to snipe it down. But the spears are there. You're gonna have to circle around. Might just choose to take the best trades possible against the spears, and there's the raids we're talking about. 2 Lancers versus 1 Knight.
This is exactly what you're gonna do if you're core. That's also Feudal Age Knight against Castle Age Lancers. And one way to deal with the Horse Archers is just to force them to chase you. Horse Archers don't like chasing stuff, and there's, I think, a big difference between Horse Archers and Knights in a way that Horse Archers need to be in groups to do any kind of significant damage. Nope.
Oh my gosh. Just a step ahead to get out of that. But another good little raid from Core. He's constantly been, we've seen this in the previous games too. He's been so good at just connecting with 1, 2, 3, 4 vills here and there.
So again, when you look at Core and Eliona, one thing to highlight is that the Knights that they are using, they can work in small groups, or essentially individually, and that's exactly what Core is doing. At the same time, Scatterbrain has to keep all of these Horse Archers together, so it makes it a little bit more difficult to chase down these individual Lancers that are roaming his base.
Exactly. Lancer's still circling around roaming and finds the low health villager, closes it off, takes a few hits from the other Knight, and gets... Oh! It was mid-swing and fell. Did not connect on the last villager.
Lancer count slowly building up here for Core. He's at 6 against 11 Knights from Stopper, but Scatterbrain is getting to 12 Horse Archers. Relics have slowly been picked up, and now ships also start rolling. I feel like the army buildup is a little bit more rapid here from Scatter School.
Yeah, they definitely just started pumping those Horse Archer numbers very, very quick, and that number's already up at 12, whereas Core, his units he's been on are a little bit more resource heavy, and he's been trying to grab the relics, being a little bit more, you know, eco-focused as well. Knights trying to find damage, outpost still there, spears there, and Stopper not able to find any connection, losing some units, but able to save some vills at home too.
I think now the problem for Core is that he's not really doing a lot of eco damage. He's finding a villager here and there, but trading a Knight or 2 for a villager or 2 is generally not a good practice. This is a good raid, but as you can see, he needs to group up his Knights to make anything happen. Individual Knights simply no longer work, and even then, you could argue that losing 5 Knights over here for 2 or 3 villagers is not a good trade.
Yeah, it needs to run on out of there. Horse Archer number is starting to climb up. Another Shaolin Monk gets taken out, and the eco lead is only at 6. Meanwhile, Scatter and Stopper having a pretty good military mass built up.
I love this Pro Scouts coming in here from Scatterbrain, yoinking all the deer. It's going to provide a lot of extra food for them to work with, and it's going to limit the available food on the opposing team. At the end of the day, it looks like Core's raid gets cleaned up, but at least it buys time for Eliona to make it to Castle Age with the Imperial Palace.
Yep, and the Imperial Palace, this is another map, especially with the location it is, and I'm seeing it. It's going to provide so much vision all throughout the center, as well as being, you know, legal map hacks when you use its ability.
That's going to be immensely valuable on an open map like this. You will always have some openings or villagers are out there and you can just swing by with your cavalry. It's a lot less valuable on a map that's easily wallable because the villagers will likely be behind walls. Here, well, as I'm saying that, Scatterbrain and Stopper will just say, well, we're going to get the walls up here. And honestly, I don't blame them. If they get those walls up, it's difficult for Core and Eliona to launch counterattack. And now you're looking at 20 Horse Archers, 16 Knights. Eliona's army is just not there. 16 Spearmen, that's it. In fact, Core's army is not there either. He's got 4 Lancers in total.
Yeah, neither of them have a very scary army, but the question is, will Stopper and Scatter do something with their mass? They need to make some connections. Scout here spots out an IO, spots out some villagers, spots out some fishing, and let's see a first little bit of damage here. Fishing boat taken down as well. But still nothing too crazy.
I think it's more about the scaling that I'm looking at here. Once the walls are complete, it's going to be difficult to hit the eco of Stopper and Scatterbrain. They're only down by 8 eco, but their army value is just so much better. It's not just the arcs. What did I say about syncing armies with demos? You got to be extremely careful if you're Scatterbrain and Stopper. Because I was about to say, the army count, the army value is just not there right now for Alyona and Core. And they need some Hail Marys like a crazy demo to compensate.
That was huge right there. Another Shaolin Monk goes down for Core. He also loses 4 villagers and all his fishing is to follow it up. So really just kind of taking away that emphasis of the Castle Age play that he had. He's on 42 economy, the lowest in the game, and 3 military. Again, the lowest in the game.
And I love how Stopper and Scatterbrain are using this time. They're active, they're looking for value, but they're not overcommitting just yet because they're waiting for that Castle Age from Stopper to hit. When that happens, he's going to have 20 Knights with Royal Bloodlines, which is just absolutely bonkers when you combine that with 30 Horse Archers. In fact, I love this little teamwork. Scatterbrain had a bunch of extra gold. He's not making gold-heavy units. He sent over that gold so Royal Bloodlines can be clicked immediately. And once that comes in, we're looking at a substantially more valuable army. Even the raw numbers favor Scatter School, but it's the value that's so much better for them right now.
I'm not trusting that he clicked it up until we see that it's been clicked, because last time we said this exact thing, had the resources in, and Alyona did not actually have it clicked up, but it is immediately clicked 1 minute and 4 seconds until Royal Bloodlines finishes.
And these walls are late. These walls are late, and that allows the Horse Archers to swing past. There is actually a demo somewhere from Alyona, so you still gotta be cautious with your troops going on these shallow waters. But now I think we're getting to the stage where Stopper and Scatterbrain have to start doing something. If this game drags out and you're facing late-game Chinese and Jushi, that's gonna be ugly. So I think the most powerful window is just now coming up here for Scatter School.
Yeah, 22 Knights, and when you think about it, you know, the other Knight Civ, quote unquote, is Core was the one who was going with the Cav, going with that mobile army. He's got 2, and now he's going Horsemen. He's only got 3 Horsemen, and so the 25 Knights for Stopper should be able to run rampant, especially with only 19 crossbows.
Exactly. There's nothing from Core and Alyona that can stop this. If they right-click commit, it's enough. And it looks like the Horse Archers might lead the way, trying to pick off some of the spears before the Knights come in. I think Stopper and Scatterbrain might be a little bit overcautious here. I think they're concerned that there is more on the side of Core and Alyona. But this is, again, you know, that lack of information that we often talk about. We know that they could dive, but they might not be certain about it. Having said that, if they just get line of sight and camp behind that wood line, that could be enough to just harass those wheels. It's like instead they will swing to the south. If they ever find a way through those walls and they get to that far right opening, that's a big problem for Core and Alyona. Because these narrow choke points in the middle of the map is not something that where you want to fight. This open land is where you want to fight if you're Scatter School.
Yep, and the second TC spot of Core is starting to be dove. Knights are moving on Core. Horsemen trying to defend this. And the demo! The demo! Oh, doesn't connect as bad as we thought it could be. The Knights still just being that perfect front line, but they're not taking the head-on engagement. They just need to dive on in and actually fight.
They gotta get off the waters. They got away with one. Luckily for them, the second one didn't connect, but this could have been disastrous for Stopper and Scatterbrain. Those are the kinds of Hail Marys that Core and Alyona need right now. Crazy demo connection to sink the army. They still took a lot of damage on these troops, though.
Yeah, and there's still like 4 outposts, 2 TCs here for Core. Can easily defend this position and have the Vills jump inside. There's not a lot of spots that are filled in actually though, and the Knights are still just roaming around, killing everything they can. Crossbow mass hasn't been touched though, so a lot of the Knights still falling. And is this damage worth it now? I think they ended up losing quite a bit and didn't gain as much as you'd expect.
I'm a little puzzled about this withdrawal from the Horse Archers. The Knights stayed. When you have 34 Horse Archers and 15 more in queue, you could have easily just committed. You had a bunch of Lumberjacks out there. You actually scouted quite a few villagers on the left side too. I don't mind them regrouping, but I feel like it was... they could have, as you said, gotten a lot more out of this, simply because if they commit the horse archers, the crossbows would just get absolutely eviscerated.
Yeah, and with that many outposts, the horse archers didn't want to end up diving through as far either, or else they start getting shredded. Knights really are that main tank, and this time Scatter says, all right, let's have some siege here to help us in the game. There will be knowledge of this, as I believe the Imperial Palace has sight of everything.
Yeah, it's a matter of, okay, you know what's happening. But at the same time, what are you gonna do against it, right? Crossbows are great, but Core doesn't have a standing army right now, and this is more than concerning for Core and Iona. They held this back once, but they're up against 50 horse archers now. Trebs are coming up too, and again, I mean, these lumberjacks, they would just die in an instant the moment those horse archers get line of sight on them. They can just fire over the forest.
Core's dropped a third TC behind this, so he is ready to reboom. He's ready to just hold this as long as possible. Let those TCs get to work, as they aren't too far behind on eco. If he can get time, he'll be equalized in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, that's going to be a big thing. They do the right thing right now. They're in a tough spot, but they're hoping that their opponents just gonna stall out with this push. And every second is immensely valuable here for Core and Iona. They can leverage those extra TCs. Now, Tower once again is just not having that line of sight to focus the villagers behind the walls. I think the biggest problem right now for Scatter School is that they're trying to force their way through the middle in these choke points, and this is where their armies are the least effective.
Yeah, there's so much room on these outsides. There's so much area to circle. That being said, you never want to get to a position that all of a sudden you get walled off, you're stuck behind, the wall finishes. And another attempted burn. Mangonel's coming out though. Double Treb's gonna try to take down that other outpost. And not only that, Scatter's gonna go for the chop through slowly too.
Yeah, they just want vision on those lumberjacks. Keep in mind, demos could be nasty here. Once again, you got to be very cautious not to get caught off guard. But this army, the army value is still just so much better right now for Stopper and Scatterbrained, I feel. That's a lot of spears, though.
Firing over the wood line, needs to have a good connection onto the crossbows. Horse archers just sitting back, and the demo nowhere to connect to. It will get sniped out just to make sure that nothing crazy happens here. Nest of Bees helping fire, and oh my, Nest of Bees shot.
That is beautiful. Second volley comes in as well.
Volley.
At least there is no third one, but a lot of the horse archers are damaged now. To the north, Knights are trying to break through the walls, hit a bunch of villagers. Mangonels now coming in with the connections. It's just chaos all over the map once again.
Treb stop firing, they're moving forward now. A third Mangonel helping fire, and the Nest of Bees pops again. Trebs need to focus down that siege workshop if you're Scatter.
Mangonels are slowly cleaning up the crossbows though, and the horse archers are still standing. There is a new Nest of Bees coming in. Knights will try to jump it. Another beautiful volley though. These Nest of Bees are getting so much value.
Oh, and another huge volley, but that should be the last Nest of Bees there as the Trebs firing down on the siege workshop. It's about to get taken down, but look at the health of the horse archers. They're all so low, all at half health or lower, but will Core and Iona have enough to hold?
Their armies are now gone, basically. Core has just 2 horsemen, and that's basically it. And the Trebs are taking out key infrastructure. They are taking out production buildings. Now the Knights are jumping on the villagers as well, and there's a new wave of Knights coming in. We started this fight with about 25 Knights for Stopper. He's still at 26. He replenished every single lost unit, and kind of the same goes for Scatterbrained. He's up to 53 horse archers. That new wave is now coming in, and I just don't see that second wave behind this for Core and Iona.
Yeah, Core's building horsemen, and I feel like that just is so bad going into Knights. I get it. He's trying to like maybe be that tanky front line, get on top of the horse archers, soak some of the damage. But as we see here now, they just get obliterated here. Mangonels. Oh!
now that snowball effect with all these horse archers is starting to show. Even with these crazy Nest of Beast shots, it's just not enough anymore for Core and Alyona. Nest of Beasts have to be repaired here by Vils, but there is just not enough spearmen left. Now the Knights are now reigning supreme, and you're getting to the stage where the horse archers can and will commit against all these Nest of Bees.
And Granary's starting to get taken down with the fire, and Core is taken down, throws in the towel. We will be getting a game number 5.
Wow. Just wow. I was a little puzzled about the Jushi Chinese combo, and I'm not gonna lie, I have not received answers. I don't exactly know what the game plan was here for Core and Alyona. I wonder if the plan was that they play Chinese or Jushi and English. Maybe they anticipated the snipe on one of the Chinese or Chinese variant civs, and when English got sniped, they were just like stuck with 2 very similar civilizations. But nevertheless, this takes us into game number 5, Coastal Cliffs. And we've seen slip-ups from both of these teams here on these open land maps. I feel like this game, a lot of early aggression, a lot of raiding potential. This is going to come down to whoever plays a cleaner game. Ayyubids and Rus facing off against the Abbasids and the Malians. We're heading into game number 5 here to decide who gets to survive here in Group D and who is the one finished in a Winter Team Championship 2. It is game number 5 on Coastal Cliffs.
It is the true win or go home. Starting now, in the orange, we have Core playing the Rus. In the red, we have Alyona playing the Ayyubids. On the other side, lemon lime colors again. Scatterbrained in the color yellow playing Abba, and Stopper playing Molly in the color green. And I really feel like Scatter and Stopper have a good Civ combo to just play very, very defensive. Go with cows, go with a second TC, and just play their own game, play back and hold the push. Because if they get into a spot where 2 TCs and Abba isn't punished and your cows aren't punished, you will win the game.
Again, I gotta go back to the point I made. I think this is gonna come down to players being clean or not being clean. We've seen this in both of these games before. Players being a little careless, moving out the resources, not having the proper defenses out there, and the other team exploiting it. I think that's going to be a big factor going into this one. And one thing I'm looking at is that most of the tree lines spawn to the front for both of these teams. So you actually have good opportunities to just wall these front parts of the base off and play a little bit more defensive, perhaps.
Yeah, and we can actually see the secondary gold. There actually is 1 gold between the 2 bases now. So it allows Molly to have a potential secondary gold vein that is not as punishable as what we typically will see on this map. And Molly is also picked on this map a lot because it is a very aggressive map, and they can deal with a lot of military mass and also send a lot of military themselves.
Yeah. Looking at the gold mines, the one thing I'm not, I'm neutral about this, but Stopper shouldn't be happy about the fact that his gold mines are all in the front, and same goes for Core. So, in a way, it's a fair map. Really, the only player with bad golds is going to be Scatterbrained. Alyona does have fairly exposed gold mines as well, but at least he can make a wall in between those tree lines to make it a little bit more well protected.
Yeah, exactly. The question is what age up will Alyona be leaning into here? And then we see the economic wing from Scatter. We see Golden Gate from Core. That has been what Rus has chosen all day today. That's what Abba always is leaning into. And the culture wing logistics. So able to heal up some units, able to provide a lot of support, able to deal with raids potentially. And also, we know at high elos how likely you are to keep your units alive at lower health. You can pull them back and get them back up to full. But now we're just waiting on these feudal ages to conclude. Then we'll start to get, the game start opening up. Very aggressive map, military buildings starting to be dropped. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised to see Eliona go for some Desert Raider play, although Javelin throwers play very, very well into some Desert Raiders.
Yeah, I think one thing to look out for is that Ayubits have a really good timings and also late game. But at the same time, we've seen it earlier today, how oppressive Malians can be in late game on this map. If trenches are indeed dug, if we're getting into this static late game with a lot of walls, suddenly the Malian passive resource income becomes immensely valuable for population efficiency reasons. So I wonder if Cord and Eliona will try to play a little bit more aggressive, simply because Malians get so much better as the game goes on. So they're really looking to at least get some damage done early on here on the Malian player. They do have a couple of scouts out to potentially harass these the pit mine and the houses with. They opted to go and try and torch down the pit mine instead of the actual houses. So I don't know if that's going to yield any substantial damage, I guess.
Yeah, we saw this in some of the games earlier. I don't know if it was this set or a previous set, but there was 3 of the houses ended up falling. Meanwhile, Pit Mine's not even down to half health yet. That being said, teammate Eliona didn't come help with his scout until a little bit later on, but Stopper being feudal age should be able to make sure that this doesn't get denied, move out with the villager, you know, put a little taps on it and won't even, you know, let it get on fire, really.
I wonder if this is just all that distraction, though, because Eliona, first of all, has got dervishes going, and more importantly, he's trying to get to Castle Age here straight away. And as long as this harassment is going on, this is the primary focus for Stopper and Scatterbrained. In fact, they have to pull a villager to repair this. And while this is happening, Eliona is going to have a free ticket going into Castle Age, and with 2 dervishes out there, he can easily secure those relics and get that immediate resource income buff.
Yeah. Logistics are healing up those scouts, making sure that the scout v scout war is going their way, and they don't even have to worry about the units, you know, the one scout barely tapping them. Pro scout play coming in from Core, so there's a lot of deer in between these 2 bases, and Core has 4 scouts already, can easily just go deal all the deer that he wants right now with the military mass that Scatter School has out.
They tried to jump this one scout out here that has been trying to slow them down. 2 villagers from Stopper had to be pulled for this. So even if the pit mine doesn't go down, it forces a lot of idle time and lost opportunities for Stopper. It's going to lose a couple of houses here as well. And again, the whole idea is that you are essentially causing a distraction. I don't like this for Scatterbrained. I think this is a difficult civilization matchup, but the problem here is that you are going to play 2 TCs, perhaps 3 TCs. He has been collecting a lot more stone than what he needs. He's playing multiple town centers, but he's going to get beaten into Castle Age by both of the opponents. And that just means that all of the eco advantage he would build up with the extra villagers will be compensated for by the pro scouts taking all the deer and by the relics that will be taken by Eliona.
Yeah, and it is indeed 3 TCs for Scatter. He's building the 2 extra ones right next to each other. He's going to be on the deer, going to be on the wood line, and going to go ahead and build some walls for himself as well. Now we're seeing Eliona circle with the scout. The question is when will they get the information on the TCs? I don't think it'll be too long from now.
This is big for Eliona because they now know about the 3 TC build, and that means that one player is playing extremely greedy. And you can leverage that by being aggressive towards the Malian player. Just say, okay, you have Scatterbrained out there. They're walling themselves off, which is a good move, I feel like. If you're playing this greedy, you gotta wall yourself off. But there is going to be a window here for Corel and Eliona to do damage. They're both going into Castle Age. What I'm uncertain about is what unit composition Scatterbrained and Stopper will go for. For now, Stopper is on a couple of Warrior Scouts, and he's just trying to deny that deer being ferried in. In fact, he actually has Pro Scouts himself, so this actually turns into a race for all those carcasses.
Yeah, we saw Core steal a couple over from the other side, and it's wouldn't be too shocking to see Stopper go steal a few from his side.
Yeah, I love the Desert Raider being added, by the way, by Eliona. You have so little army out there that even one Desert Raider is very effective against those couple couple warrior scouts from Stopper. So that's all you need to push them back, and that's all you need to secure those extra carcasses for core as well to ship in. Although with those walls complete in the middle, Stopper and Scatterbrain will secure most of the deer that is on their side.
Yeah, it makes things a little bit easier for their life. And with the double Castle Age play, they don't have to be as worried with the timing. Gives them a few extra seconds if they need it for those walls, and, you know, they won't quite get fully burnt on down. We see double barracks reaction from Scatter, knowing they need military. Walls aren't finished fully on the eastern side yet, but the walls in the center have been.
Yuna was so quick bringing in the first 2 relics that he didn't even have a mosque to place them into. So he just had to drop it off inside his base and pick it up later on. You can actually see these relics. They're waiting for that mosque to be completed.
And he rushed down that mosque very, very quick. And it makes sense, though, because this is one of the times I won't complain about someone rushing down a building like that quick. It's because you can get the payoff so fast once you just get another... I guess he's already had 2, but another dervish on out, grab those relic and get the gold flow incoming.
Game is slow, and we get some walls coming up from core on the right side. They want to essentially leverage that map control they have. They don't have a lot of units, but they still are given essentially the whole map. They want to leverage that with some forward walls, secure all these sacred sites, secure the relics. The only thing for core and Iona, I feel, is that they need to be cautious about not getting outboomed very badly. 3 TC Abbasids haven't yet come online, but when they do, there will be some scary moments for core and Iona.
Yeah, and you can't forget that Iona already has gotten that boost of the growth wing, had 8 villagers pop out, so that's why the vill count doesn't look as bad as it could be, is because there's 8 extra villagers on one side, and it's trying to match the 3 TCs. The vill does get scouted out, so core actually will end up losing that village. Yeah, we'll end up losing that villager, and archers are scouted out, but there's still a wall here, so can't do anything against that.
All of those golds are on the front for Stopper, though. His starting gold is safe, and he's got a bunch of save golds back on his teammate's side. But if that position constantly gets pressured, that's going to be a problem for Stopper. Spearman now flooding out. That should be an indication for core and Iona that they need to start focusing on Scatterbrained as well. Scatter is getting to the stage where he's getting army rolling. But I guess the silver lining for core and Iona is that as much as they don't have that villager advantage, in fact, they're quite a bit behind, they will have every single relic on this map. Well, except for the one that's right next to Scatterbrain's base. It looks like Iona is going to have 6 here. He has 2 already, 2 more coming in, and he has 2 more right next to Core's base.
Yeah, that feels so good, and it really is one where Ayubits is more that timing sieve, and this timing is giving them all the relics, and this is where sometimes you'll see the Ayubit player drop another, 1-2 TCs, and then that is their way to kind of match in the vill count in the long run, or they can just use this gold and get a lot more aggressive with it, which I would not complain about at all. It really feels like core and Iona need to punish the 3 TCs, and not only that, the cow boom is going to start paying off soon for Stopper. You can see he's at the point where he's starting to make a lot more military, and I can see that little green outline to the left side of his base. He's probably got a good amount of those cows built on up.
And that's where it gets scary. That's where it gets scary for core and Iona, because sure, they have a gazillion relics, which is a lot of passive resource income. Guess what? The other player has a lot of passive resource income as well. The pit mines, the cattle. And at the same time, Scatterbrained has a substantial villager advantage compared to everybody else. He's just going to go to Castle Age as we speak. Stopper is still in feudal, though, but he's about to click as well. So I think the biggest concern for core and Iona is that they will have a tough time punishing this, because they will bump into walls. And when you look at their army, most of those are archers. They only have a handful of torch units that can actually break through these walls.
And the thing I'm really scared for core and Iona is this is a really all-any play. Like, if they don't get this push and don't get a lot of damage, they don't have a real ability to re-boom a ton. They have the relics. That's their advantage. They don't have extra TCs. They don't have this cow boom. And really, Stopper and Scatter are the ones that will be in a much better positioning point. So this push has to do some damage. farms were built forward for Scatter, and he needs to be asking his teammate for help. Stopper should be rallying over to his side with those javelins.
Yeah, now this could be scary here for Scatter. If he starts losing villagers, this game is going to be massively in the favor of Core and Iona. Idle time is fine, but they need to get something going. The trick is that they're both in feudal. Maybe they stayed a little too long in feudal age because Scatterbrain is still at least a minute away and there is just nowhere for him to go.
Archer splitting off everywhere. Multiple TCs over here. Spears trying to run to cut off the Camel Lancers. They will at least be able to connect well, and TCs need to fire on the Archers, but there's still too many villagers here. Not enough spots. Ton of villagers will be falling, but again, all they need to do is hold. All they need to do is equalize these military numbers. Javelins have nothing to protect them. Camel Lancers on the way. Spears out of position.
Yeah, the spears are gone, and that means that there is nothing stopping the Camel Lancers. Now they jump on the gold miners. The spears couldn't do anything over here, and the javelins, they're trying to help. But if you don't have spearmen support to them, the Camel Lancers will reign supreme. The eco damage is starting to get way too big here.
Yeah, Scatter still up 20 Vils. Stopper just hits Castle. Scatter does as well. Those few Camel Riders that pop out will be crucial. They are much needed. Archer number already starting to thin. Still a lot of Camel Riders alive, or Camel Lancers alive, and the Camel Riders are just sitting there watching.
Oh boy, Scatterbrain is down to 67 eco. That's not that much ahead compared to Iona, and he keeps losing villagers. A lot of idle time as well. Villagers had a lot of garrison spots here with the TCs and towers. It looks like this might just be it. Now the reinforcements arrive. I don't know if Core and Iona can stay longer, but I think they did what they needed to. They've basically equaled the villager count out. Let's not forget, they still have 2 sacred sites. They still have all the relics. And now the sacred site countdown is down to 5.5 minutes. It's not just, you know, playing late game anymore for Stopper and Scatterbrain. They have to find a way to decap one of these sacred sites.
Yeah, Stopper is online though as well. If you look at, you know, him versus Core, Stopper has more Vils and has the Cow Boom. If you're looking at Scatter versus Iona, Iona has the favor because of the 6 relics, but still is down a few villagers. So that's where I feel like overall it's a little bit more on even footing than what it may seem to be. That push could have gone a lot worse. And how much of a farm transition does Core have behind it? He's been on that pro scouts for a while, and it will run out over time, and you can still see how heavy it is on. Oh, that's a lot of deer carcasses, it looks like. Oh my gosh.
Now, the concern for Core and Iona is that they don't have longevity. It's 1 TCs each. A moment ago, the villager count was neck and neck. Now it's a 15 lead for Stopper and Scatterbrain. I think, again, as you said, no farms for Core. 1 TC each, and I don't know how much they can break through these walls now. The army count, oh boy, that's ugly. That's very ugly. Villagers getting stuck on the outside. This is exactly what Core and Iona needed. But if Core and Iona cannot break through these walls, sacred sites are a legitimate victory condition. They just need to camp those down, and I wonder if they're being aggressive right now just to take the attention away from that sacred site countdown.
Walls on the north are starting to be reinforced into. Yeah. Walls are almost fully finished on the eastern side, the reinforced walls that is, but Scatter and Stopper have more things to worry about. This push is coming back for the base. They have not remassed fast enough. They have not been able to rebuild that army. There's a little bit of Gulams here to kind of be more of that front line. Javelin throwers stepping up. Spear stepping up, and they're taking the fight. They have to take the fight. It's in the backside of the base on the gold veins. Camel Lancers still into spears, but not enough spears to clean this up fast enough. Core just letting the archers attack as fast as possible, and the Camel Lancers circling and splitting off, doing some raiding into the villagers as well, causing idle time. Reinforcements will be harder to make, but will Scatter and Stopper have enough to hold this? The Camel Lancers are reigning supreme.
This was anything but efficient for Core and Iona. They took what was supposed to be a very underwhelming fight and won it simply because they had the numbers advantage. And they're fine taking these trades, this mutual annihilation setup, because the sacred site countdown is down to 3 minutes. If no one has an army, Scatterbrain and Stopper cannot take those sacred sites away. They fought into so many spears with these camel lancers. They fought into javelins with the archers. Yet they were willing to take this fight simply because they had the numbers advantage, and they know they didn't need to win these fights. They just need to make sure the opponents don't win them.
Yeah, army has been significantly thinned out. Even just to burn down the walls, it's going to take a significant amount of time. Hard to decap those sites. Will not have much time to do so. As we see top middle, it's ticking down 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and they got more things to worry about than just the timer. There's camel lancers, sorry, still into the base, and they're trying to deal with it, but there's so many split off into different places.
If this was a no sacred side game, I would say it is still manageable for Scatterbrained and Stopper, because these raids are not super efficient for Core and Iona. They're killing Vills, but again, you're looking at a bunch of passive resource income for the Malians. Scatterbrained still leads the game in terms of villagers. And remember, these are expensive raids for Core and Iona. The wars are coming back again. The reason why Core and Iona is such a good position is because of that sacred side countdown. Without it, this would be an even-ish game or so. But with that sacred side countdown, Core and Iona is in a definitive lead.
And look, they know it too. Iona doubling up on the walls. Core making sure the middle is fully walled off as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see him drop another layer. Just stall, stall, stall. It's 1 minute and 15 seconds. It'll take 1 minute and 15 seconds to get through the Roost reinforced walls.
That's exactly it. Now, there are no fortifications here. Core and Iona have absolutely no stone, so it's not like you have to keep defending it. It's just one measly wooden fortress and the 1.5 layers of wall. It's 58 seconds. It's do or die for Scatterbrained and Stopper. If they decap the sacred site, their position is great. If they cannot, it's all over for them, not just in this game, but the whole tournament.
Mangonel gonna delay the wooden walls, or even if not, a little bit of some AoE damage can hit on top of those javelin throwers. Camel Lancers dive in. They don't care if it's spears. They don't care if it's Gulam. Just don't allow them on the sacred site. Keep on delaying. Under 30 seconds left. Mangonel's firing, and Scatter is doing everything they can, Scatter School, but they are losing the fight again and again and again.
It's not enough. And with that sacred site ticking down just 15 seconds away, the hopes of Scatter School of surviving in the Winter Team Championship will fade away. Desperation kicking in, but it's too little too late. 7 seconds left to go. That is what separates Core and Iona from getting into the decider round.
I was about to say, even if those Vills go to the sacred site, they have a lot of military on the way, and they're about to get wrecked. What a series. Core and Iona able to hold strong and move through.
An absolute nail-biter. From start to finish. A tight series, but the individual games were wild as well. A lot of back and forths, a lot of slip-ups on both sides. Sometimes when you felt like a team is winning, something catastrophic happens and it all turns upside down. Now you're looking at this final game, and again, if it wasn't for the sacred sites, this could have been a very different game. Scatter School had a well set up defense back at home. They had multiple TCs, the passive resource income of the Malians. And this is why so many times we highlight that potential victory condition of the sacred sites. It's not a victory condition at 10 minutes. It's not a victory condition at 6 minutes, but once you start getting that 4 3-minute domain, it forces the hand of the opponent, and that was the case here as well. Scatter School just had to go. They had no other option.
Yeah, and I love it from Core and Iona too. They didn't just like sit back with their military and be like, all right, let's just wait. We're waiting on the sacred site when it's like, no. We're still going to cause eco damage. We're going to make sure you're on the back foot, and you're not even going to get close to moving across the map until it's too late. And that's exactly what happened. Great job by Core and Iona in the deciding game at that.
But well, that settles 3 of the best of 5s today. The final best of 5, which is the Group C elimination match, Maria and Nugify versus Scorpions and Myriad, had to be started a little earlier because, well, we were running very much behind schedule here. So we will drop you off to Crackety here, who has been covering that series. So if you want to catch the finale of that, that is where you will be able to check it out. Unfortunately, this day got a little longer than anticipated. Nevertheless, any closing thoughts? Because before we drop people off to Crackety in the final set.
I mean, biggest thing that I'll say is this was just the elimination stages. This isn't even, you know, the big boys playing now. This is trying to get up to the quarters, get up to the semis, and get to those final stages. So a lot more exciting games left on over. We still got, you know, games tomorrow and then 2 more days next week.
Indeed. Tomorrow, KP and Crackety will bring you the group stage deciders, and then next weekend we're going to have the single elimination playoffs. We'll drop you off to Crackety here for the finale of Nugify and Maria versus Corvinus and Myriad. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining today. As usual, stay tuned and come back tomorrow for the EGC TV Winter Team Championship. This was me, Lidicor, joined by Dr. Dapston. Have a splendid evening.